Introductory Remarks. In attempting a discussion of the interpretation of dreams, I do not believe that I have overstepped the bounds of neuropathological interest. For, on psychological investigation, the dream proves to be the first link in a chain of abnormal psychic structures whose other links, the hysterical phobia, the obsession, and the delusion must, for practical reasons, claim the interest of the physician. The dream, as will appear, can lay no claim to a corresponding practical significance. Its theoretical value as a paradigm is, however, all the greater, and one who cannot explain the origin of the dream pictures will strive in vain to understand the phobias, obsessive and delusional ideas, and likewise their therapeutic importance. But this relation, to which our subject owes its importance, is responsible also for the deficiencies in the work before us. The surfaces of fracture, which will be found so frequently in this discussion, correspond to so many points of contact, at which the problem of the dream formation touches more comprehensive problems of psychopathology, which cannot be discussed here, and which will be subjected to future elaboration if there should be sufficient time and energy, and if further material should be forthcoming. Peculiarities in the material I have used to elucidate the interpretation of dreams have rendered this publication difficult. From the work itself, it will appear why all dreams related in the literature, or collected by others, had to remain useless for my purpose. For examples, I had to choose between my own dreams and those of my patients who were under psychoanalytic treatment. I was restrained from utilizing the latter material by the fact that in it, the dream processes were subjected to an undesirable complication on account of the intermixture of neurotic characters. On the other hand, inseparably connected with my own dreams was the circumstance that I was obliged to expose more of the intimacies of my psychic life than I should like, and then generally falls to the task of an author who is not a poet but an investigator of nature. This was painful, but unavoidable. I had to put up with the inevitable in order not to be obliged to forgo altogether the demonstration of the truth of my psychological results. To be sure, I could not at best resist the temptation of disguising some of my indiscretions through omissions and substitutions, and as often as this happened, it detracted materially from the value of the examples which I employed. I can only express the hope that the reader of this work, putting himself in my difficult position, will show forbearance, and also that all persons who are inclined to take offense at any of the dreams reported will concede freedom of thought at least to the dream life. Preface to the second edition. If there has arisen a demand for a second edition of this rather difficult book before the end of the first decade, I owe no gratitude to the interest of the professional circles to whom I appealed in the preceding sentences. My colleagues in psychiatry, apparently, have made no effort to shake off the first surprise which my new conception of the dream evoked, and the professional philosophers, who are accustomed to treat the problem of dream life as a part of the states of consciousness, devoting to it a few, for the most part identical, sentences, have apparently failed to observe that in this field could be found all kinds of things which would inevitably lead to a thorough transformation of our psychological theories. The behavior of the scientific critics could only justify the expectation that this work of mine was destined to be buried in oblivion, and the small troop of brave pupils who follow my leadership in the medical application of psychoanalysis, and also follow my example in analyzing dreams in order to utilize these analyses in the treatment of neurotics, would not have exhausted the first edition of the book. I therefore feel indebted to that wider circle of intelligent seekers after truth, whose cooperation has procured for me the invitation to take up anew, after 9 years, the difficult and in so many respects fundamental work. I am glad to be able to say that I have found little to change. Here and there I have inserted new material, added new views from my wider experience, and attempted to revise certain points. But everything essential concerning the dream and its interpretation, as well as the psychological propositions derived from it, has remained unchanged. At least, subjectively, it has stood the test of time. Those who are acquainted with my other works on the etiology and mechanism of the psychoneuroses know that I have never offered anything unfinished as finished, and that I have always striven to change my assertions in accordance with my advancing views. But in the realm of the dream life, I have been able to stand by my first declarations. During the long years of my work on the problems of the neuroses, I have been repeatedly confronted with doubts and have often made mistakes, but it was always in the interpretation of dreams that I found my bearings. My numerous scientific opponents, therefore, show an especially sure instinct when they refuse to follow me into this territory of dream investigation. Likewise, the material used in this book to illustrate the rules of dream interpretation, drawn chiefly from dreams of my own which have been depreciated and outstripped by events, have in the revision shown a persistence which resisted substantial changes. For me, indeed, the book has still another subjective meaning, which I could comprehend only after it had been completed. It proved to be for me a part of my self-analysis, a reaction to the death of my father, that is, to the most significant event, the deepest loss in the life of a man. After I recognized this, I felt powerless to efface the traces of this influence. For the reader, however, it makes no difference from what material he learns to value and interpret dreams. Berchtesgaden, summer of 1908. Preface to the third edition. Whereas a period of 9 years elapsed between the first and second editions of this book, the need for a third edition has appeared after little more than a year. I have reason to be pleased with this change, but just as I have not considered the earlier neglect of my work on the part of the reader as a proof of its unworthiness, I am unable to find in the interest manifested at present a proof of its excellence. The progress in scientific knowledge has shown its influence on the interpretation of dreams. When I wrote it in 1899, the sexual theories was not yet in existence, and the analysis of complicated forms of psychoneuroses was still in its infancy. The interpretation of dreams was destined to aid in the psychological analysis of the neuroses, but since then, the deeper understanding of the neuroses has reacted on our conception of the dream. The study of dream interpretation itself has continued to develop in a direction upon which not enough stress was laid in the first edition of this book. From my own experience, as well as from the works of W. Steckel and others, I have since learned to attach a greater value to the extent and the significance of symbolism in dreams, or rather, in the unconscious thinking. Thus much has accumulated in the course of this year, which requires consideration. I have endeavored to do justice to this new material by numerous insertions in the text and by the addition of footnotes. If these supplements occasionally threaten to warp the original discussion, or if, even with their aid, we have been unsuccessful in raising the original text to the niveau of our present views, I must beg indulgence for the gaps in the book, as they are only consequences and indications of the present rapid development of our knowledge. I also venture to foretell in what other directions later editions of the interpretation of dreams, in case any should be demanded, will differ from the present one. They will have, on the one hand, to include selections from the rich material of poetry, myth, usage of language, and folklore, and on the other hand, to treat more profoundly the relations of the dream to the neuroses and to mental diseases. Mr. Otto Rank has rendered me valuable service in the selection of the addenda and in reading the proof sheets. I am gratefully indebted to him and to many others for their contributions and corrections. Vienna, spring of 1911. Translator's Preface. Since the appearance of the author's selected papers on hysteria and other psychoneuroses, and 3 contributions to the sexual theory, much has been said and written about Freud's works. Some of our readers have made an honest endeavor to test and utilize the author's theories, but they have been handicapped by their inability to read fluently very difficult German, for only 2 of Freud's works have hitherto been accessible to English readers. For them, this work will be of invaluable assistance. To be sure, numerous articles on the Freudian psychology have of late made their appearance in our literature. But these scattered papers, read by those unacquainted with the original work, often serve to confuse rather than enlighten. For Freud cannot be mastered from the reading of a few pamphlets or even 1 or 2 of his original works. Let me repeat what I have so often said. No one is really qualified to use or to judge Freud's psychoanalytic method who has not thoroughly mastered his theory of the neuroses, the interpretation of dreams, 3 contributions to the sexual theory, the psychopathology of everyday life, and wit and its relation to the unconscious, and who has not had considerable experience in analyzing the dreams and psychopathological actions of himself and others. That there is required also a thorough training in normal and abnormal psychology goes without saying. The interpretation of dreams is the author's greatest and most important work. It is here that he develops his psychoanalytic technique, a thorough knowledge of which is absolutely indispensable for every worker in this field. The difficult task of making a translation of this work has, therefore, been undertaken primarily for the purpose of assisting those who are actively engaged in treating patients by Freud's psychoanalytic method. Considered apart from its practical aim, the book presents much that is of interest to the psychologist and the general reader. For, notwithstanding the fact that dreams have of late years been the subject of investigation at the hands of many competent observers, only few have contributed anything tangible towards their solution. It was Freud who divested the dream of its mystery and solved its riddles. He not only showed us that the dream is full of meaning, but amply demonstrated that it is intimately connected with normal and abnormal mental life. It is in the treatment of the abnormal mental states that we must recognize the most important value of dream interpretation. The dream does not only reveal to us the cryptic mechanisms of hallucinations, delusions, phobias, obsessions, and other psychopathological conditions, but it is also the most potent instrument in the removal of these. I take this opportunity of expressing my indebtedness to Professor F.C. Prescott for reading the manuscript and for helping me overcome the almost insurmountable difficulties in the translation. A. Brill. New York City. Contents: 1. The scientific literature on the problems of the dream. In the following pages, I shall prove that there exists a psychological technique by which dreams may be interpreted, and that upon the application of this method, every dream will show itself to be a senseful psychological structure which may be introduced into an assignable place in the psychic activity of the waking state. I shall furthermore endeavor to explain the processes which give rise to the strangeness and obscurity of the dream, and to discover through them the nature of the psychic forces which operate, whether in combination or in opposition, to produce the dream. This accomplished, my investigation will terminate, as it will have reached the point where the problem of the dream meets with broader problems, the solution of which must be attempted through other material. I must presuppose that the reader is acquainted with the work done by earlier authors, as well as with the present status of the dream problem in science, since in the course of this treatise, I shall not often have occasion to return to them. For, notwithstanding the effort of several thousand years, little progress has been made in the scientific understanding of dreams. This has been so universally acknowledged by the authors that it seems unnecessary to quote individual opinions. One will find in the writings indexed at the end of this book many stimulating observations and plenty of interesting material for our subject, but little or nothing that concerns the true nature of the dream or that solves definitively any of its enigmas. Still less, of course, has been transmitted to the knowledge of the educated laity. The first book in which the dream is treated as an object of psychology seems to be that of Aristotle concerning dreams and their interpretation. Aristotle asserts that the dream is of demoniacal, though not of divine nature, which indeed contains deep meaning if it be correctly interpreted. He was also acquainted with some of the characteristics of dream life, e.g., he knew that the dream turns slight sensations perceived during sleep into great ones. One imagines that one walks through fire and feels hot, if this or that part of the body becomes slightly warmed, which led him to conclude that dreams might easily betray to the physician the first indications of an incipient change in the body passing unnoticed during the day. I have been unable to go more deeply into the Aristotelian treatise because of insufficient preparation and lack of skilled assistance. As everyone knows, the ancients before Aristotle did not consider the dream a product of the dreaming mind, but a divine inspiration, and in ancient times the two antagonistic streams, which one finds throughout in the estimates of dream life, were already noticeable. They distinguished between true and valuable dreams, sent to the dreamer to warn him or to foretell the future, and vain, fraudulent, and empty dreams, the object of which was to misguide or lead him to destruction. This pre-scientific conception of the dream among the ancients was certainly in perfect keeping with their general view of life, which was wont to project as reality in the outer world that which possessed reality only within the mind. It, moreover, accounted for the main impression made upon the waking life by the memory left from the dream in the morning. For in this memory, the dream, as compared with the rest of the psychic content, seems something strange, coming, as it were, from another world. It would likewise be wrong to suppose that the theory of the supernatural origin of dreams lacks followers in our own day. For leaving out of consideration all bigoted and mystical authors, who are perfectly justified in adhering to the remnants of the once extensive realm of the supernatural, until they have been swept away by scientific explanation, one meets even sagacious men averse to anything adventurous, who go so far as to base their religious belief in the existence and cooperation of superhuman forces on the inexplicableness of the dream manifestations. Hafner. The validity ascribed to the dream life by some schools of philosophy, e.g. the school of Schelling, is a distinct echo of the undisputed divinity of dreams in antiquity, nor is discussion closed on the subject of the mantic or prophetic power of dreams. This is due to the fact that the attempted psychological explanations are too inadequate to overcome the accumulated material, however strongly all those who devote themselves to a scientific mode of thought may feel that such assertions should be repudiated. To write a history of our scientific knowledge of dream problems is so difficult because, however valuable some parts of this knowledge may have been, no progress in definite directions has been discernible. There has been no construction of a foundation of assured results upon which future investigators could continue to build. But every new author takes up the same problems afresh and from the very beginning. Were I to follow the authors in chronological order and give a review of the opinions each has held concerning the problems of the dream, I should be prevented from drawing a clear and complete picture of the present state of knowledge on the subject. I have therefore preferred to base the treatment upon themes rather than upon the authors, and I shall cite for each problem of the dream the material found in the literature for its solution. But as I have not succeeded in mastering the entire literature, which is widely disseminated and interwoven with that on other subjects, I must ask my readers to rest content provided no fundamental fact or important viewpoint be lost in my description. Until recently, most authors have been led to treat the subjects of sleep and dream in the same connection, and with them, they have also regularly treated analogous states of psychopathology and other dreamlike states like hallucinations, visions, and see in the more recent works. On the other hand, there has been a tendency to keep more closely to the theme and to take as the subject one single question of the dream life. This change, I believe, is an expression of the conviction that enlightenment and agreement in such obscure matters can only be brought about by a series of detailed investigations. It is such a detailed investigation, and one of a special psychological nature, that I would offer here. I have little occasion to study the problem of sleep, as it is essentially a psychological problem, although the change of functional determinations for the mental apparatus must be included in the character of sleep. The literature of sleep will therefore not be considered here. A scientific interest in the phenomena of dreams, as such, leads to the following in part interdependent inquiries. A. The relation of the dream to the waking state. The naive judgment of a person on awakening assumes that the dream, if indeed it does not originate in another world, at any rate has taken the dreamer into another world. The old physiologist, Burdach, to whom we are indebted for a careful and discriminating description of the phenomena of dreams, expressed this conviction in an often quoted passage, p. 474. The waking life never repeats itself with its trials and joys, its pleasures and pains, but on the contrary, the dream aims to relieve us of these. Even when our whole mind is filled with one subject, when profound sorrow has torn our hearts, or when a task has claimed the whole power of our mentality, the dream either gives us something entirely strange, or it takes for its combinations only a few elements from reality, or it only enters into the strain of our mood and symbolizes reality. L. Strumpel expresses himself to the same effect in his Nature and Origin of Dreams, p. 16, a study which is everywhere justly held in high respect. He who dreams turns his back upon the world of waking consciousness, p. 17. In the dream, the memory of the orderly content of the waking consciousness and its normal behavior is as good as entirely lost. p. 19. The almost complete isolation of the mind, in the dream, from the regular normal content and course of the waking state. But the overwhelming majority of the authors have assumed a contrary view of the relation of the dream to waking life. Thus Hafner, p. 19. First of all, the dream is the continuation of the waking state. Our dreams always unite themselves with those ideas which have shortly before been in our consciousness. Careful examination will nearly always find a thread by which the dream has connected itself with the experience of the previous day. Weygand, p. 6, flatly contradicts the above-cited statement of Burdetch, for it may often be observed, apparently in the great majority of dreams, that they lead us directly back into everyday life instead of releasing us from it. Maury, p. 56, says in a concise formula, Nous rêvons de ce que nous avons vu dit, des arrêts au fait. Jessen, in his Psychology, published in 1855, p. 530, is somewhat more explicit. The content of dreams is more or less determined by the individual personality, by age, sex, station in life, education, habits, and by events and experiences of the whole past life. The ancients had the same idea about the dependence of the dream content upon life. I cite Radestock, p. 139. When Xerxes, before his march against Greece, was dissuaded from this resolution by good counsel, but was again and again incited by dreams to undertake it, one of the old rational dream interpreters of the Persians, Artabanus, told him very appropriately that dream pictures mostly contain that of which one has been thinking while awake. In the didactic poem of Lucretius, De Rerum Natura, Roman 4, v. 959, occurs this passage. Et quo quisquefir studio devinctus adherit, aut quibus in rebus multum sumus anti morati ac in irration fuit contenta magis mens, insomnes idem plerumque vidmer aber, causidus I causas ager et componer legs, induperators pugner ac prolia aber. And c. Cicero, De Divination, Roman 2, says quite similarly, as does also Maury much later. Maximque reliquii eram rerum moventer in animis et agitanter, de quibus vigilantes, aut cogitavimus aut egimus. The contradiction expressed in these two views as to the relation between dream life and waking life seems indeed insoluble. It will therefore not be out of place to mention the description of F.W. Hildebrandt, 1875, who believes that the peculiarities of the dream can generally be described only by calling them a series of contrasts which apparently shade off into contradictions. p. 8. The first of these contrasts is formed on the one hand by the strict isolation or seclusion of the dream from true and actual life, and on the other hand by the continuous encroachment of the one upon the other, and the constant dependency of one upon the other. The dream is something absolutely separated from the reality experienced during the waking state. One may call it an existence hermetically sealed up and separated from real life by an unsurmountable chasm. It frees us from reality, extinguishes normal recollection of reality, and places us in another world and in a totally different life, which at bottom has nothing in common with reality. Hildebrandt then asserts that in falling asleep our whole being, with all its forms of existence, disappears as through an invisible trapdoor. In the dream one is perhaps making a voyage to St. Helena in order to offer the imprisoned Napoleon something exquisite in the way of Moselle wine. One is most amicably received by the ex-emperor and feels almost sorry when the interesting illusion is destroyed on awakening. But let us now compare the situation of the dream with reality. The dreamer has never been a wine merchant and has no desire to become one. He has never made a sea voyage, and St. Helena is the last place he would take as destination for such a voyage. The dreamer entertains no sympathetic feeling for Napoleon, but on the contrary, a strong patriotic hatred. And finally, the dreamer was not yet among the living when Napoleon died on the island, so that it was beyond the reach of possibility for him to have had any personal relations with Napoleon. The dream experience thus appears as something strange, inserted between two perfectly harmonizing and succeeding periods. Nevertheless, continues Hildebrandt, the opposite is seemingly just as true and correct. I believe that hand in hand with this seclusion and isolation, there can still exist the most intimate relation and connection. We may justly say that no matter what the dream offers, it finds its material in reality and in the psychic life arrayed around this reality. However strange the dream may seem, it can never detach itself from reality, and its most sublime as well as its most farcical structures must always borrow their elementary material either from what we have seen with our eyes in the outer world, or from what has previously found a place somewhere in our waking thoughts. In other words, it must be taken from what we had already experienced either objectively or subjectively. B. The material of the dream. Memory in the dream. That all the material composing the content of the dream in some way originates in experience, that it is reproduced in the dream or recalled. This at least may be taken as an indisputable truth. Yet it would be wrong to assume that such connection between dream content and reality will be readily disclosed as an obvious product of the instituted comparison. On the contrary, the connection must be carefully sought, and in many cases it succeeds in eluding discovery for a long time. The reason for this is to be found in a number of peculiarities evinced by the memory in dreams, which, though universally known, have hitherto entirely eluded explanation. It will be worthwhile to investigate exhaustively these characteristics. It often happens that matter appears in the dream content, which one cannot recognize later in the waking state as belonging to one's knowledge and experience. One remembers well enough having dreamed about the subject in question, but cannot recall the fact or time of the experience. The dreamer is therefore in the dark as to the source from which the dream has been drawing, and is even tempted to believe an independently productive activity on the part of the dream. Until, often long afterwards, a new episode brings back to recollection a former experience given up as lost, and thus reveals the source of the dream. One is thus forced to admit that something has been known and remembered in the dream that has been withdrawn from memory during the waking state. Delboeuf narrates from his own experience an especially impressive example of this kind. He saw in his dream the courtyard of his house covered with snow and found two little lizards half frozen and buried in the snow. Being a lover of animals, he picked them up, warmed them, and put them back into a crevice in the wall which was reserved for them. He also gave them some small fern leaves that had been growing on the wall, which he knew they were fond of. In the dream, he knew the name of the plant, Asplenium ruta muralis. The dream then continued, returning after a digression to the lizards, and to his astonishment, Delboeuf saw two other little animals falling upon what was left of the ferns. On turning his eyes to the open field, he saw a fifth and a sixth lizard running into the hole in the wall, and finally the street was covered with a procession of lizards, all wandering in the same direction, and sea. In his waking state, Delboeuf knew only a few Latin names of plants, and nothing of the asplenium. To his great surprise, he became convinced that a fern of this name really existed, and that the correct name was Asplenium ruta muraria, which the dream had slightly disfigured. An accidental coincidence could hardly be considered, but it remained a mystery for Delboeuf whence he got his knowledge of the name Asplenium in the dream. The dream occurred in 1862. 16 years later, while at the house of one of his friends, the philosopher noticed a small album containing dried plants resembling the albums that are sold as souvenirs to visitors in many parts of Switzerland. A sudden recollection occurred to him. He opened the herbarium and discovered therein the asplenium of his dream and recognized his own handwriting in the accompanying Latin name. The connection could now be traced. While on her wedding trip, a sister of this friend visited Delboeuf in 1860, 2 years prior to the lizard dream. She had with her at the time this album, which was intended for her brother, and Delboeuf took the trouble to write, at the dictation of a botanist, under each of the dried plants the Latin name. The favorable accident which made possible the report of this valuable example also permitted Delboeuf to trace another portion of this dream to its forgotten source. One day, in 1877, he came upon an old volume of an illustrated journal, in which he found pictured the whole procession of lizards just as he had dreamed it in 1862. The volume bore the date of 1861, and Delboeuf could recall that he had subscribed to the journal from its first appearance. That the dream has at its disposal recollections, which are inaccessible to the waking state, is such a remarkable and theoretically important fact that I should like to urge more attention to it by reporting several other hypermnesic dreams. Maury relates that for some time the word Musidin used to occur to his mind during the day. He knew it to be the name of a French city, but nothing else. One night he dreamed of a conversation with a certain person who told him that she came from Muscadin, and, in answer to his question where the city was, she replied, "Muscadin is a principal country town in the Département de la Dordogne." On waking, Maury put no faith in the information received in his dream. The geographical lexicon, however, showed it to be perfectly correct. In this case, the superior knowledge of the dream is confirmed, but the forgotten source of this knowledge has not been traced. Jessen tells P55 of a quite similar dream occurrence from more remote times. Among others, we may here mention the dream of the elder Scaliger, Hennings, LC P300, who wrote a poem in praise of celebrated men of Verona, and to whom a man named Brugnalis appeared in a dream, complaining that he had been neglected. Though Scaliger did not recall ever having heard of him, he wrote some verses in his honor, and his son later discovered at Verona that a Brugnalis had formerly been famous there as a critic. Myers is said to have published a whole collection of such hypernesic dreams in the Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research, which are unfortunately inaccessible to me. I believe everyone who occupies himself with dreams will recognize as a very common phenomenon the fact that the dream gives proof of knowing and recollecting matters unknown to the waking person. In my psychoanalytic investigations of nervous patients, of which I shall speak later, I am every week more than once in position to convince my patients from their dreams that they are well acquainted with quotations, obscene expressions, and that they make use of these in their dreams, although they have forgotten them in the waking state. I shall cite here a simple case of dream hypermnesia because it was easy to trace the source which made the knowledge accessible to the dream. A patient dreamed in a lengthy connection that he ordered a contosoca in a cafe, and after reporting, this inquired what it might mean, as he never heard the name before. I was able to answer that contosoca was a Polish liquor which he could not have invented in his dream, as the name had long been familiar to me in advertisements. The patient would not at first believe me, but some days later, after he had realized his dream of the cafe, he noticed the name on a signboard at the street corner, which he had been obliged to pass for months at least twice a day. I have learned from my own dreams how largely the discovery of the origin of some of the dream elements depends on accident. Thus, for years before writing this book, I was haunted by the picture of a very simply formed church tower, which I could not recall having seen. I then suddenly recognized it with absolute certainty at a small station between Salzburg and Reichenhall. This was in the later 90s, and I had traveled over the road for the first time in the year 1886. In later years, when I was already busily engaged in the study of dreams, I was quite annoyed at the frequent recurrence of the dream picture of a certain peculiar locality. I saw it in definite local relation to my person to my left, a dark space from which many grotesque sandstone figures stood out. A glimmer of recollection, which I did not quite credit, told me it was the entrance to a beer cellar, but I could explain neither the meaning nor the origin of this dream picture. In 1907, I came by chance to Padua, which, to my regret, I had been unable to visit since 1895. My first visit to this beautiful university city was unsatisfactory. I was unable to see Giotto's frescoes in the Church of the Madonna del Arena, and on my way there turned back on being informed that the little church was closed on the day. On my second visit, 12 years later, I thought of compensating myself for this, and before everything else I started out for Madonna del Arena. On the street leading to it, on my left, probably at the place where I had turned in 1895, I discovered the locality which I had so often seen in the dream, with its sandstone figures. It was in fact the entrance to a restaurant garden. One of the sources from which the dream draws material for reproduction, material which in part is not recalled or employed in waking thought, is to be found in childhood. I shall merely cite some of the authors who have observed and emphasized this. Hildebrandt, p. 23. It has already been expressly admitted that the dream sometimes brings back to the mind with wonderful reproductive ability remote and even forgotten experiences from the earliest periods. Strumpel, p. 40. The subject becomes more interesting when we remember how the dream sometimes brings forth, as it were, from among the deepest and heaviest strata which later years have piled upon the earliest childhood experiences, the pictures of certain places, things, and persons, quite uninjured and with their original freshness. This is not limited merely to such impressions as have gained vivid consciousness during their origin or have become impressed with strong psychic validity, and then later return in the dream as actual reminiscences, causing pleasure to the awakened consciousness. On the contrary, the depths of the dream memory comprise also such pictures of persons, things, places, and early experiences as either possessed but little consciousness and no psychic value at all, or have long ago lost both, and therefore appear totally strange and unknown both in the dream and in the waking state, until their former origin is revealed. Volkelt, p. 119. It is essentially noteworthy how easily infantile and youthful reminiscences enter into the dream. What we have long ceased to think about, what has long since lost for us all importance, is constantly recalled by the dream. The sway of the dream over the infantile material, which, as is well known, mostly occupies the gaps in the conscious memory, causes the origin of interesting hypermnestic dreams, a few of which I shall here report. Maury relates, p. 92, that as a child he often went from his native city, Mo, to the neighboring Trillport, where his father superintended the construction of a bridge. On a certain night, a dream transported him to Trillport, and he was again playing in the city streets. A man approached him wearing some sort of uniform. Maury asked him his name, and he introduced himself, saying that his name was C, and that he was a bridge guard. On waking, Maury, who still doubted the reality of the reminiscence, asked his old servant, who had been with him in his childhood, whether she remembered a man of this name. "Certainly," was the answer. "He used to be watchman on the bridge which your father was building at that time." Maury reports another example demonstrating just as nicely the reliability of infantile reminiscences appearing in dreams. Mr. F., who had lived as a child in Montbrison, decided to visit his home and old friends of his family after an absence of 25 years. The night before his departure, he dreamt that he had reached his destination, and that he met near Montbrison a man, whom he did not know by sight, who told him he was Mr. F., a friend of his father. The dreamer remembered that as a child he had known a gentleman of this name, but on waking he could no longer recall his features. Several days later, having really arrived at Montbrison, he found the supposedly unknown locality of his dream, and there met a man whom he at once recognized as the Mr. F. of his dream. The real person was only older than the one in the dream picture. I may here relate one of my own dreams in which the remembered impression is replaced by an association. In my dream, I saw a person whom I recognized, while dreaming, as the physician of my native town. The features were indistinct and confused with the picture of one of my colleague teachers, whom I still see occasionally. What association there was between the two persons I could not discover on awakening. But upon questioning my mother about the physician of my early childhood, I discovered that he was a one-eyed man. My teacher, whose figure concealed that of the physician in the dream, was also one-eyed. I have not seen the physician for 38 years, and I have not to my knowledge thought of him in my waking state, although a scar on my chin might have reminded me of his help. As if to counterbalance the immense role ascribed to the infantile impressions in the dream, many authors assert that the majority of dreams show elements from the most recent time. Thus Robert, p. 46, declares that the normal dream generally occupies itself only with the impressions of the recent days. We learn indeed that the theory of the dream advanced by Robert imperatively demands that the old impressions should be pushed back and the recent ones brought to the front. Nevertheless, the fact claimed by Robert really exists. I can confirm this from my own investigations. Nelson, an American author, thinks that the impressions most frequently found in the dream date from 2 or 3 days before, as if the impressions of the day immediately preceding the dream were not sufficiently weakened and remote. Many authors who are convinced of the intimate connection between the dream content and the waking state are impressed by the fact that impressions which have intensely occupied the waking mind appear in the dream only after they have been to some extent pushed aside from the elaboration of the waking thought. Thus, as a rule, we do not dream of a dead beloved person while we are still overwhelmed with sorrow. Still, Miss Hallam, one of the latest observers, has collected examples showing the very opposite behavior, and claims for the point the right of individual psychology. The third and the most remarkable and incomprehensible peculiarity of the memory in dreams is shown in the selection of the reproduced material. For stress is laid not only on the most significant, but also on the most indifferent and superficial reminiscences. On this point, I shall quote those authors who have expressed their surprise in the most emphatic manner. Hildebrandt, p. 11. For it is a remarkable fact that dreams do not, as a rule, take their elements from great and deep-rooted events or from the powerful and urgent interests of the preceding day, but from unimportant matters, from the most worthless fragments of recent experience or of a more remote past. The most shocking death in our family, the impressions of which keep us awake long into the night, becomes obliterated from our memories, until the first moment of awakening brings it back to us with depressing force. On the other hand, the wart on the forehead of a passing stranger, of whom we did not think for a second after he was out of sight, plays its part in our dreams. Strumpel, p. 39. Such cases where the analysis of a dream brings to light elements which, although derived from events of the previous day or the day before the last, yet prove to be so unimportant and worthless for the waking state that they merge into forgetfulness shortly after coming to light. Such occurrences may be statements of others heard accidentally or actions superficially observed, or fleeting perceptions of things or persons, or single phrases from books, and c. Havelock Ellis, p. 727. The profound emotions of waking life, the questions and problems on which we spread our chief voluntary mental energy, are not those which usually present themselves at once to dream consciousness. It is, so far as the immediate past is concerned, mostly the trifling, the incidental, the forgotten impressions of daily life which reappear in our dreams. The psychic activities that are awake most intensely are those that sleep most profoundly. Bintz, p. 45, takes occasion from the above-mentioned characteristics of the memory in dreams to express his dissatisfaction with explanations of dreams which he himself has approved of. And the normal dream raises similar questions. Why do we not always dream of memory impressions from the preceding days, instead of going back to the almost forgotten past lying far behind us without any perceptible reason? Why in a dream does consciousness so often revive the impression of indifferent memory pictures, while the cerebral cells bearing the most sensitive records of experience remain for the most part inert and numb, unless an acute revival during the waking state has shortly before excited them? We can readily understand how the strange preference of the dream memory for the indifferent, and hence the unnoticed details of daily experience, must usually lead us to overlook altogether the dependence of the dream on the waking state, or at least make it difficult to prove this dependence in any individual case. It thus happened that in the statistical treatment of her own and her friends' dreams, Miss Whitton Calkins found 11% of the entire number that showed no relation to the waking state. Hildebrandt was certainly correct in his assertion that all our dream pictures could be genetically explained if we devoted enough time and material to the tracing of their origin. To be sure, he calls this a most tedious and thankless job. For it would at most lead us to ferret out all kinds of quite worthless psychic material from the most remote corners of the memory chamber, and to bring to light some very indifferent moments from the remote past which were perhaps buried the next hour after their appearance. I must, however, express my regret that this discerning author refrained from following the road whose beginning looked so unpromising. It would have led him directly to the center of the dream problem. The behavior of the memory in dreams is surely most significant for every theory of memory in general. It teaches us that nothing which we have once psychically possessed is ever entirely lost. Scalz, or as Delboeuf puts it, quet haut impression merum la plus insignifiant, lace une trace inalterable, indefiniment susceptible de reparator au jour. A conclusion to which we are urged by so many of the other pathological manifestations of the psychic life. Let us now bear in mind this extraordinary capability of the memory in the dream, in order to perceive vividly the contradictions which must be advanced in certain dream theories to be mentioned later, when they endeavor to explain the absurdities and incoherence of dreams through a partial forgetting of what we have known during the day. One might even think of reducing the phenomenon of dreaming to that of memory, and of regarding the dream as the manifestation of an activity of reproduction, which does not rest even at night, and which is an end in itself. Views like those expressed by Pilks would corroborate this, according to which intimate relations are demonstrable between the time of dreaming and the contents of the dream, from the fact that the impressions reproduced by the dream in sound, sleep, belong to the remotest past, while those reproduced towards morning are of recent origin. But such a conception is rendered improbable from the outset by the manner of the dream's behavior towards the material to be remembered. Strumpel justly calls our attention to the fact that repetitions of experiences do not occur in the dream. To be sure, the dream makes an effort in that direction, but the next link is wanting, or appears in changed form, or it is replaced by something entirely novel. The dream shows only fragments of reproduction. This is so often the rule that it admits of theoretical application. Still, there are exceptions in which the dream repeats an episode as thoroughly as our memory would in its waking state. Delboeuf tells of one of his university colleagues who in his dream repeated, with all its details, a dangerous wagon ride in which he escaped accident as if by miracle. Miss Calkins mentions 2 dreams, the contents of which exactly reproduced incidents from the day before, and I shall later take occasion to report an example which came to my notice, showing a childish experience which returned unchanged in a dream. C. Dream stimuli and dream sources. What is meant by dream stimuli and dream sources may be explained by referring to the popular saying, dreams come from the stomach. This notion conceals a theory which conceives the dream as a result of a disturbance of sleep. We should not have dreamed if some disturbing element had not arisen in sleep, and the dream is the reaction from this disturbance. The discussion of the exciting causes of dreams takes up the most space in the descriptions of the authors. That this problem could appear only after the dream had become an object of biological investigation is self-evident. The ancients who conceived the dream as a divine inspiration had no need of looking for its exciting source. To them, the dream resulted from the will of the divine or demoniacal powers, and its content was the product of their knowledge or intention. Science, however, soon raised the question whether the stimulus to the dream is always the same, or whether it might be manifold, and thus led to the question whether the causal explanation of the dream belongs to psychology or rather to physiology. Most authors seem to assume that the causes of the disturbance of sleep, and hence the sources of the dream, might be of various natures, and that physical as well as mental irritations might assume the role of dream inciters. Opinions differ greatly in preferring this, or that one of the dream sources, in ranking them, and indeed as to their importance for the origin of dreams. Wherever the enumeration of dream sources is complete, we ultimately find 4 forms, which are also utilized for the division of dreams. External objective sensory stimuli. Roman 2, internal subjective sensory stimuli. Roman 3, internal organic physical excitations. Roman 4, purely psychical exciting sources. The external sensory stimuli. The younger Strumpel, son of the philosopher whose writings on the subject have already more than once served us as a guide in the problem of dreams, has, as is well known, reported his observations on a patient who was afflicted with general anesthesia of the skin and with paralysis of several of the higher sensory organs. This man merged into sleep when his few remaining sensory paths from the outer world were shut off. When we wish to sleep, we are wont to strive for a situation resembling the one in Strumpel's experiment. We close the most important sensory paths, the eyes, and we endeavor to keep away from the other senses every stimulus and every change of the stimuli acting upon them. We then fall asleep, although we are never perfectly successful in our preparations. We can neither keep the stimuli away from the sensory organs altogether, nor can we fully extinguish the irritability of the sensory organs. That we may at any time be awakened by stronger stimuli should prove to us that the mind has remained in constant communication with the material world even during sleep. The sensory stimuli which reach us during sleep may easily become the source of dreams. There are a great many stimuli of such nature, ranging from those that are unavoidable, being brought on by the sleeping state or at least occasionally induced by it, to the accidental waking stimuli which are adapted or calculated to put an end to sleep. Thus a strong light may force itself into the eyes, a noise may become perceptible, or some odoriferous matter may irritate the mucous membrane of the nose. In the spontaneous movements of sleep, we may lay bare parts of the body and thus expose them to a sensation of cold, or through change of position, we may produce sensations of pressure and touch. A fly may bite us, or a slight accident at night may simultaneously attack more than one sense. Observers have called attention to a whole series of dreams in which the stimulus verified on waking, and a part of the dream content corresponded to such a degree that the stimulus could be recognized as the source of the dream. I shall here cite a number of such dreams collected by Jessen, p. 527, traceable to more or less accidental objective sensory stimuli. Every indistinctly perceived noise gives rise to corresponding dream pictures. The rolling of thunder takes us into the thick of battle, the crowing of a cock may be transformed into human shrieks of terror, and the creaking of a door may conjure up dreams of burglars breaking into the house. When one of our blankets slips off at night, we may dream that we are walking about naked or falling into the water. If we lie diagonally across the bed with our feet extending beyond the edge, we may dream of standing on the brink of a terrifying precipice or of falling from a steep height. Should our head accidentally get under the pillow, we may then imagine a big rock hanging over us and about to crush us under its weight. Accumulation of semen produces voluptuous dreams, and local pain the idea of suffering ill treatment, of hostile attacks, or of accidental bodily injuries. Meyer versuch einer Erklärung des Nachwandelns, Halle, 1758, p. 33, once dreamed of being assaulted by several persons who threw him flat on the ground and drove a stake into the ground between his big and second toes. While imagining this in his dream, he suddenly awoke and felt a blade of straw sticking between his toes. The same author, according to Hemmings, von den Traumen und Nachwandeln, Weimar, 1784, p. 258, dreamed on another occasion that he was being hanged when his shirt was pinned somewhat tight around his neck. Hofbauer dreamed in his youth of having fallen from a high wall and found upon waking that the bedstead had come apart, and that he had actually fallen to the floor. Gregory relates that he once applied a hot water bottle to his feet and dreamed of taking a trip to the summit of Mount Etna, where he found the heat on the ground almost unbearable. After having applied a blistering plaster to his head, a second man dreamed of being scalped by Indians. A third, whose shirt was damp, dreamed of being dragged through a stream. An attack of gout caused the patient to believe that he was in the hands of the Inquisition and suffering pains of torture, Macnish. The argument based upon the resemblance between stimulus and dream content is reinforced if through a systematic induction of stimuli, we succeed in producing dreams corresponding to the stimuli. According to Macnish, such experiments have already been made by Gyern de Buserings. He left his knee exposed and dreamed of traveling in a mail coach at night. He remarked in this connection that travelers would well know how cold the knees become in a coach at night. Another time, he left the back of his head uncovered and dreamed of taking part in a religious ceremony in the open air. In the country where he lived, it was customary to keep the head always covered except on such occasions. Maury reports new observations on dreams produced in himself. A number of other attempts produced no results. 1. He was tickled with a feather on his lips and on the tip of his nose. He dreamed of awful torture, viz., that a mask of pitch was stuck to his face and then forcibly torn off, taking the skin with it. 2. Scissors were sharpened on pincers. He heard bells ringing, then sounds of alarm which took him back to the June days of 1848. 3. Cologne water was put on his nose. He found himself in Cairo in the shop of John Maria Farina. This was followed by mad adventures which he was unable to reproduce. 4. His neck was lightly pinched. He dreamed that a blistering plaster was put on him and thought of a doctor who treated him in his childhood. 5. A hot iron was brought near his face. He dreamed that chauffeurs broke into the house and forced the occupants to give up their money by sticking their feet into burning coals. The Duchess of Abrantes, whose secretary he imagined himself in the dream, then entered. 6. A drop of water was let fall on his forehead. He imagined himself in Italy perspiring heavily and drinking white wine of Orvieto. 7. When a burning candle was repeatedly focused on him through red paper, he dreamed of the weather, of heat, and of a storm at sea which he once experienced in the English Channel. De Herve, Weygand, and others have made other attempts to produce dreams experimentally. many have observed the striking skill of the dream in interweaving into its structure sudden impressions from the outer world in such a manner as to present a gradually prepared and initiated catastrophe. Hildebrandt. In former years, this author relates, I occasionally made use of an alarm clock in order to wake regularly at a certain hour in the morning. It probably happened hundreds of times that the sound of this instrument fitted into an apparently very long and connected dream, as if the entire dream had been especially designed for it, as if it found in this sound its appropriate and logically indispensable point, its inevitable issue. I shall cite 3 of these alarm clock dreams for another purpose. Volkelt p68 relates, a composer once dreamed that he was teaching school and was just explaining something to his pupils. He had almost finished when he turned to one of the boys with the question, "Did you understand me?" The boy cried out like one possessed. Annoyed at this, he reprimanded him for shouting, but now the entire class was screaming Aurea, then Eurio, and finally Furio. He was now aroused by an actual alarm of fire in the street. Garnier, Traité des facultés de l'âme, 1865, reported by Radestock, relates that Napoleon I, while sleeping in a carriage, was awakened from a dream by an explosion which brought back to him the crossing of the Tagliamento and the bombarding of the Austrians, so that he started up crying, "We are undermined." The following dream of Maury has become celebrated. He was sick and remained in bed. His mother sat beside him. He then dreamed of the reign of terror at the time of the Revolution. He took part in terrible scenes of murder, and finally he himself was summoned before the tribunal. There he saw Robespierre, Marat, Fauquier Tinville, and all the sorry heroes of that cruel epoch. He had to give an account of himself, and after all sort of incidents which did not fix themselves in his memory, he was sentenced to death. Accompanied by an enormous crowd, he was led to the place of execution. He mounted the scaffold, the executioner tied him to the board, it tipped, and the knife of the guillotine fell. He felt his head severed from the trunk, and awakened in terrible anxiety, only to find that the top piece of the bed had fallen down, and had actually struck his cervical vertebra in the same manner as the knife of a guillotine. This dream gave rise to an interesting discussion introduced by Lelorgne and Egger in the Revue Philosophique. The question was whether, and how, it was possible for the dreamer to crowd together an amount of dream content apparently so large in the short space of time elapsing between the perception of the waking stimulus and the awakening. Examples of this nature make it appear that the objective stimuli during sleep are the most firmly established of all the dream sources. Indeed, it is the only stimulus which plays any part in the layman's knowledge. If we ask an educated person, who is, however, unacquainted with the literature of dreams, how dreams originate, he is sure to answer by referring to a case familiar to him in which a dream has been explained after waking by a recognized objective stimulus. Scientific investigation cannot, however, stop here, but is incited to further research by the observation that the stimulus influencing the senses during sleep does not appear in the dream at all in its true form, but is replaced by some other presentation which is in some way related to it. But the relation existing between the stimulus and the result of the dream is, according to Maury, une affinité quelconque mais qui n'est pas unique et exclusive. p. 72. If we read, e.g., 3 of Hildebrandt's alarm clock dreams, we will then have to inquire why the same stimulus evoked so many different results, and why just these results and no others. p. 37. I am taking a walk on a beautiful spring morning. I saunter through the green fields to a neighboring village, where I see the natives going to church in great numbers, wearing their holiday attire and carrying their hymn books under their arms. I remember that it is Sunday, and that the morning service will soon begin. I decide to attend it, but as I am somewhat overheated, I also decide to cool off in the cemetery surrounding the church. While reading the various epitaphs, I hear the sexton ascend the tower and see the small village bell in the cupola which is about to give signal for the beginning of the devotions. For another short while it hangs motionless, then it begins to swing, and suddenly its notes resound so clearly and penetratingly that my sleep comes to an end. But the sound of bells comes from the alarm clock. A second combination. It is a clear day, the streets are covered with deep snow. I have promised to take part in a sleigh ride, but have had to wait for some time before it was announced that the sleigh is in front of my house. The preparations for getting into the sleigh are now made. I put on my furs and adjust my muff, and at last I am in my place. But the departure is still delayed, until the reins give the impatient horses the perceptible sign. They start, and the sleigh bells, now forcibly shaken, begin their familiar Janizary music with a force that instantly tears the gossamer of my dream. Again, it is only the shrill sound of my alarm clock. Still a third example. I see the kitchen maid walk along the corridor to the dining room with several dozen plates piled up. The porcelain column in her arms seems to me to be in danger of losing its equilibrium. "Take care," I exclaim, "you will drop the whole pile." The usual retort is naturally not wanting, that she is used to such things. Meanwhile, I continue to follow her with my worried glance, and behold. At the doorstep, the fragile dishes fall, tumble, and roll across the floor in hundreds of pieces. But I soon notice that the noise continuing endlessly is not really a rattling but a true ringing. And with this ringing, the dreamer now becomes aware that the alarm clock has done its duty. The question why the dreaming mind misjudges the nature of the objective sensory stimulus has been answered by Strumpel, and almost identically by Wundt, to the effect that the reaction of the mind to the attacking stimuli in sleep is determined by the formation of illusions. A sensory impression is recognized by us and correctly interpreted, i.e., it is classed with the memory group to which it belongs according to all previous experience, if the impression is strong, clear, and long enough, and if we have the necessary time at our disposal for this reflection. If these conditions are not fulfilled, we mistake the objects which give rise to the impression, and on its basis we form an illusion. If one takes a walk in an open field and perceives indistinctly a distant object, it may happen that he will at first take it for a horse. On closer inspection, the image of a cow resting may obtrude itself, and the presentation may finally resolve itself with certainty into a group of people sitting. The impressions which the mind receives during sleep through outer stimuli are of a similar indistinct nature. They give rise to illusions because the impression evokes a greater or lesser number of memory pictures through which the impression receives its psychic value. In which of the many spheres of memory to be taken into consideration the corresponding pictures are aroused, and which of the possible association connections thereby come into force, this, even according to Strumpel, remains indeterminable and is left, as it were, to the caprice of the psychic life. We may here take our choice. We may admit that the laws of the dream formation cannot really be traced any further, and therefore refrain from asking whether or not the interpretation of the illusion evoked by the sensory impression depends upon still other conditions. Or we may suppose that the objective sensory stimulus encroaching upon sleep plays only a modest part as a dream source, and that other factors determine the choice of the memory picture to be evoked. Indeed, on carefully examining Maury's experimentally produced dreams, which I have purposely reported in detail, one is apt to think that the experiment really explains the origin of only one of the dream elements, and that the rest of the dream content appears in fact too independent, too much determined in detail, to be explained by the one demand, viz., that it must agree with the element experimentally introduced. Indeed, one even begins to doubt the illusion theory, and the power of the objective impression to form the dream, when one learns that this impression at times experiences the most peculiar and far-fetched interpretations during the sleeping state. Thus B.M. Simon tells of a dream in which he saw persons of gigantic stature seated at a table, and heard distinctly the awful rattling produced by the impact of their jaws while chewing. On waking, he heard the clacking of the hoofs of a horse galloping past his window. If the noise of the horse's hoofs had recalled ideas from the memory sphere of Gulliver's Travels, the sojourn with the giants of Brobdingnag, and the virtuous horse creatures, as I should perhaps interpret it without any assistance on the author's part, should not the choice of a memory sphere, so uncommon for the stimulus, have some further illumination from other motives? Roman 2. Internal, subjective, sensory stimuli. Notwithstanding all objections to the contrary, we must admit that the role of the objective sensory stimuli as a producer of dreams has been indisputably established. And if these stimuli seem perhaps insufficient in their nature and frequency to explain all dream pictures, we are then directed to look for other dream sources acting in an analogous manner. I do not know where the idea originated that, along with the outer sensory stimuli, the inner, subjective stimuli should also be considered. But as a matter of fact, this is done more or less fully in all the more recent descriptions of the etiology of dreams. An important part is played in dream illusions, says Wundt, p. 363, by those subjective sensations of seeing and hearing which are familiar to us in the waking state as a luminous chaos in the dark field of vision, ringing, buzzing, and see, of the ears, and especially irritation of the retina. This explains the remarkable tendency of the dream to delude the eyes with numbers of similar or identical objects. Thus we see spread before our eyes numberless birds, butterflies, fishes, colored beads, flowers, and see here the luminous dust in the dark field of vision has taken on fantastic figures, and the many luminous points of which it consists are embodied by the dream in as many single pictures, which are looked upon as moving objects owing to the mobility of the luminous chaos. This is also the root of the great fondness of the dream for the most complex animal figures, the multiplicity of forms readily following the form of the subjective light pictures. The subjective sensory stimuli, as a source of the dream, have the obvious advantage that unlike the objective stimuli, they are independent of external accidents. They are, so to speak, at the disposal of the explanation as often as it needs them. They are, however, in so far inferior to the objective sensory stimuli that the role of dream insider, which observation and experiment have proven for the latter, can be verified in their case only with difficulty or not at all. The main proof for the dream-inciting power of subjective sensory excitements is offered by the so-called hypnagogic hallucinations, which have been described by John Muller as fantastic visual manifestations. They are those very vivid and changeable pictures which occur regularly in many people during the period of falling asleep, and which may remain for a while even after the eyes have been opened. Maury, who was considerably troubled by them, subjected them to a thorough study and maintained that they are related to or rather identical with dream pictures. This has already been asserted by John Muller. Maury states that a certain psychic passivity is necessary for their origin. It requires a relaxation of the tension of attention, p. 59. But in any ordinary disposition, a hypnagogic hallucination may be produced by merging for a second into such lethargy, after which one perhaps awakens until this oft-repeated process terminates in sleep. According to Maury, if one awakens shortly thereafter, it is often possible to demonstrate the same pictures in the dream which one has perceived as hypnagogic hallucinations before falling asleep, p. 134. Thus it once happened to Maury with a group of pictures of grotesque figures, with distorted features and strange headdresses, which obtruded themselves upon him with incredible importunity during the period of falling asleep, and which he recalled having dreamed upon awakening. On another occasion, while suffering from hunger, because he kept himself on a rather strict diet, he saw hypnagogically a plate and a hand armed with a fork taking some food from the plate. In his dream, he found himself at a table abundantly supplied with food, and heard the rattle made by the diners with their forks. On still another occasion, after falling asleep with irritated and painful eyes, he had the hypnagogic hallucination of seeing microscopically small characters, which he was forced to decipher one by one with great exertion. Having been awakened from his sleep an hour later, he recalled a dream in which there was an open book with very small letters, which he was obliged to read through with laborious effort. Just as in the case of these pictures, auditory hallucinations of words, names, and see may also appear hypnagogically, and then repeat themselves in the dream, like an overture announcing the principal motive of the opera which is to follow. A more recent observer of hypnagogic hallucinations, G. Trumbull Ladd, takes the same path pursued by John Muller and Maury. By dint of practice, he succeeded in acquiring the faculty of suddenly arousing himself, without opening his eyes, 2 to 5 minutes after having gradually fallen asleep, which gave him opportunity to compare the sensations of the retina just vanishing with the dream pictures remaining in his memory. He assures us that an intimate relation between the two can always be recognized, in the sense that the luminous dots and lines of the spontaneous light of the retina produced, so to speak, the sketched outline or scheme for the psychically perceived dream figures. A dream, e.g., in which he saw in front of him clearly printed lines which he read and studied, corresponded to an arrangement of the luminous dots and lines in the retina in parallel lines, or, to express it in his own words, the clearly printed page, which he was reading in the dream, resolved itself into an object which appeared to his waking perception like part of an actual printed sheet looked at through a little hole in a piece of paper, from too great a distance to be made out distinctly. Without in any way underestimating the central part of the phenomenon, Ladd believes that hardly any visual dream occurs in our minds that is not based on material furnished by this inner condition of stimulation in the retina. This is particularly true of dreams occurring shortly after falling asleep in a dark room, while dreams occurring in the morning near the period of awakening receive their stimulation from the objective light penetrating the eye from the lightened room. The shifting and endlessly variable character of the spontaneous luminous excitation of the retina corresponds exactly to the fitful succession of pictures presented to us in our dreams. If we attach any importance to Ladd's observations, we cannot underrate the productiveness of this subjective source of excitation for the dream, for visual pictures apparently form the principal constituent of our dreams. The share furnished from the spheres of the other senses, beside the sense of hearing, is more insignificant and inconstant. Roman 3. Internal, organic, physical excitation. If we are disposed to seek dream sources not outside, but inside the organism, we must remember that almost all our internal organs, which in their healthy state hardly remind us of their existence, may, in states of excitation, as we call them, or in disease, become for us a source of the most painful sensations, which must be put on an equality with the external excitants of the pain and sensory stimuli. It is on the strength of very old experience that, e.g., Strumpel declares that, during sleep, the mind becomes far more deeply and broadly conscious of its connection with the body than in the waking state, and it is compelled to receive and be influenced by stimulating impressions originating in parts and changes of the body of which it is unconscious in the waking state. Even Aristotle declares it quite possible that the dream should draw our attention to incipient morbid conditions, which we have not noticed at all in the waking state, owing to the exaggeration given by the dream to the impressions. And some medical authors, who were certainly far from believing in any prophetic power of the dream, have admitted this significance of the dream at least for the foretelling of disease. Compare M. Simon, p. 31, and many older authors. Even in our times, there seems to be no lack of authenticated examples of such diagnostic performances on the part of the dream. Thus Tissier cites from Artigues, Essai sur la valeur sémiologique des rêves, the history of a woman of 43 years, who, during several years of apparently perfect health, was troubled with anxiety dreams, and in whom medical examination later disclosed an incipient affection of the heart, to which she soon succumbed. Serious disturbances of the internal organs apparently act as inciters of dreams in a considerable number of persons. Attention is quite generally called to the frequency of anxiety dreams in the diseases of the heart and lungs. Indeed, this relation of the dream life is placed so conspicuously in the foreground by many authors that I shall here content myself with a mere reference to the literature. Raidstock, Spitta, Mori, M. Simon, Tissier. Tissier even assumes that the diseased organs impress upon the dream content their characteristic features. The dreams of persons suffering from diseases of the heart are generally very brief and terminate in a terrified awakening. The situation of death under terrible circumstances almost always plays a part in their content. Those suffering from diseases of the lungs dream of suffocation, of being crowded, and of flight, and a great many of them are subject to the well-known nightmare, which, by the way, Bowerner has succeeded in producing experimentally by lying on the face and closing up the openings of the respiratory organs. In digestive disturbances, the dream contains ideas from the sphere of enjoyment and disgust. Finally, the influence of sexual excitement on the dream content is perceptible enough in everyone's experience, and lends the strongest support to the entire theory of the dream excitation through organic sensation. Moreover, as we go through the literature of the dream, it becomes quite obvious that some of the authors, Maury, Weygand, have been led to the study of dream problems by the influence of their own pathological state on the content of their dreams. The addition to dream sources from these undoubtedly established facts is, however, not as important as one might be led to suppose. For the dream is a phenomenon which occurs in healthy persons, perhaps in all persons, and every night, and a pathological state of the organs is apparently not one of its indispensable conditions. For us, however, the question is not whence particular dreams originate, but what may be the exciting source for the ordinary dreams of normal persons. But we need go only a step further to find a dream source which is more prolific than any of those mentioned above, which indeed promises to be inexhaustible in every case. If it is established that the bodily organs become in sickness an exciting source of dreams, and if we admit that the mind, diverted during sleep from the outer world, can devote more attention to the interior of the body, we may readily assume that the organs need not necessarily become diseased in order to permit stimuli, which in some way or other grow into dream pictures, to reach the sleeping mind. What in the waking state we broadly perceive as general sensation, distinguishable by its quality alone, to which, in the opinion of the physicians, all the organic systems contribute their shares. This general sensation at night attaining powerful efficiency and becoming active with its individual components, would naturally furnish the most powerful as well as the most common source for the production of the dream presentations. It still remains, however, to examine according to what rule the organic sensations become transformed into dream presentations. The theory of the origin of dreams just stated has been the favorite with all medical authors. The obscurity which conceals the essence of our being, the moisse blanchenique, as Tissier terms it, from our knowledge and the obscurity of the origin of the dream correspond too well not to be brought into relation with each other. The train of thought which makes organic sensation the inciter of the dream has besides another attraction for the physician, inasmuch as it favors the etiological union of the dream and mental diseases, which show so many agreements in their manifestations. For alterations in the organic sensations and excitations emanating from the inner organs are both of wide significance in the origin of the psychoses. It is therefore not surprising that the theory of bodily sensation can be traced to more than one originator, who has propounded it independently. A number of authors have been influenced by the train of ideas developed by the philosopher Schopenhauer in 1851. Our conception of the universe originates through the fact that our intellect recasts the impressions coming to it from without in the molds of time, space, and causality. The sensations from the interior of the organism, proceeding from the sympathetic nervous system, exert in the daytime an influence on our mood for the most part unconscious. At night, however, when the overwhelming influence of the day's impressions is no longer felt, the impressions pressing upward from the interior are able to gain attention, just as in the night we hear the rippling of the spring that was rendered inaudible by the noise of the day. In what other way, then, could the intellect react upon these stimuli than by performing its characteristic function? It will transform the stimuli into figures, filling space and time, which move at the beginning of causality, and thus the dream originates. Schirner, and after him Volkelt, attempted to penetrate into closer relations between physical sensations and dream pictures, but we shall reserve the discussion of these attempts for the chapter on the theory of the dream. In a study particularly logical in its development, the psychiatrist Cross found the origin of the dream as well as of deliria and delusions in the same element, viz., the organically determined sensation. According to this author, there is hardly a place in the organism which might not become the starting point of a dream or of a delusion. Now, organically determined sensations may be divided into two classes. 1, those of the total feeling general sensations. 2, specific sensations which are inherent in the principal systems of the vegetative organism, which may be divided into 5 groups. A, the muscular, B, the pneumatic, C, the gastric, D, the sexual, E, the peripheral sensations, p. 33 of the second article. The origin of the dream picture on the basis of the physical sensations is conceived by Cross as follows. The awakened sensation evokes a presentation related to it in accordance with some law of association, and combines with this, thus forming an organic structure, towards which, however, consciousness does not maintain its normal attitude. For it does not bestow any attention on the sensation itself, but concerns itself entirely with the accompanying presentation. This is likewise the reason why the state of affairs in question should have been so long misunderstood, p11 and c. Cross finds for this process the specific term of transubstantiation of the feeling into dream pictures, p24. That the organic bodily sensations exert some influence on the formation of the dream is nowadays almost universally acknowledged. But the question as to the law underlying the relation between the two is answered in various ways and often in obscure terms. On the basis of the theory of bodily excitation, the special task of dream interpretation is to trace back the content of a dream to the causative organic stimulus. And if we do not recognize the rules of interpretation advanced by Scherner, we frequently find ourselves confronted with the awkward fact that the organic exciting source reveals itself in the content of the dream only. A certain agreement, however, is manifested in the interpretation of the various forms of dreams which have been designated as typical, because they recur in so many persons with almost the same contents. Among these are the well-known dreams of falling from heights, of the falling out of teeth, of flying, and of embarrassment because of being naked or barely clad. This last dream is said to be caused simply by the perception felt in sleep that one has thrown off the bed cover and is exposed. The dream of the falling out of teeth is explained by dental irritation, which does not, however, of necessity, imply a morbid state of excitation in the teeth. According to Strumpel, the flying dream is the adequate picture used by the mind to interpret the sum of excitation emanating from the rising and sinking of the pulmonary lobes after the cutaneous sensation of the thorax has been reduced to insensibility. It is this latter circumstance that causes a sensation related to the conception of flying. Falling from a height in a dream is said to have its cause in the fact that when unconsciousness of the sensation of cutaneous pressure has set in, either an arm falls away from the body or a flexed knee is suddenly stretched out, causing the feeling of cutaneous pressure to return to consciousness, and the transition to consciousness embodies itself psychically as a dream of falling. Strumpel, p. 118. The weakness of these plausible attempts at explanation evidently lies in the fact that without any further elucidation they allow this, or that group of organic sensations to disappear from psychic perception, or to obtrude themselves upon it until the constellation favorable for the explanation has been established. I shall, however, later have occasion to recur to typical dreams and to their origin. From comparison of a series of similar dreams, M. Simon endeavored to formulate certain rules for the influence of the organic sensations on the determination of the resulting dream. He says, p. 34, if any organic apparatus, which during sleep normally participates in the expression of an affect, for any reason merges into the state of excitation to which it is usually aroused by that affect, the dream thus produced will contain presentations which fit the affect. Another rule reads as follows, p. 35. If an organic apparatus is in a state of activity, excitation, or disturbance during sleep, the dream will bring ideas which are related to the exercise of the organic function which is performed by that apparatus. Merli-Wald has undertaken to prove experimentally the influence assumed by the theory of bodily sensation for a single territory. He has made experiments in altering the positions of the sleeper's limbs and has compared the resulting dream with his alterations. As a result, he reports the following theories. 1. The position of a limb in a dream corresponds approximately to that of reality, i.e., we dream of a static condition of the limb, which corresponds to the real condition. 2. When one dreams of a moving limb, it always happens that one of the positions occurring in the execution of this movement corresponds to the real position. 3. The position of one's own limb may be attributed in the dream to another person. 4. One may dream further that the movement in question is impeded. 5. The limb in any particular position may appear in the dream as an animal or monster, in which case a certain analogy between the two is established. 6. The position of a limb may incite in the dream ideas which bear some relation or other to this limb. Thus, e.g., if we are employed with the fingers, we dream of numerals. Such results would lead me to conclude that even the theory of bodily sensation cannot fully extinguish the apparent freedom in the determination of the dream picture to be awakened. Roman 4. Psychic exciting sources. In treating the relations of the dream to the waking life and the origin of the dream material, we learned that the earliest as well as the latest investigators agreed that men dream of what they are doing in the daytime and of what they are interested in during the waking state. This interest continuing from waking life into sleep, besides being a psychic tie joining the dream to life, also furnishes us a dream source not to be underestimated, which, taken with those stimuli which become interesting and active during sleep, suffices to explain the origin of all dream pictures. But we have also heard the opposite of the above assertion, viz., that the dream takes the sleeper away from the interests of the day, and that in most cases we do not dream of things that have occupied our attention during the day until after they have lost for the waking life the stimulus of actuality. Hence, in the analysis of the dream life, we are reminded at every step that it is inadmissible to frame general rules without making provision for qualifications expressed by such terms as frequently, as a rule, in most cases, and without preparing for the validity of the exceptions. If the conscious interest, together with the inner and outer sleep stimuli, suffice to cover the etiology of the dreams, we ought to be in a position to give a satisfactory account of the origin of all the elements of a dream. The riddle of the dream sources would thus be solved, leaving only the task of separating the part played by the psychic and the somatic dream stimuli in individual dreams. But as a matter of fact, no such complete solution of a dream has ever been accomplished in any case. And, what is more, every one attempting such solution has found that in most cases there have remained a great many components of the dream, the source of which he was unable to explain. The daily interest as a psychic source of dreams is evidently not far-reaching enough to justify the confident assertions to the effect that we all continue our waking affairs in the dream. Other psychic sources of dreams are unknown. Hence, with the exception perhaps of the explanation of dreams given by Scherner, which will be referred to later, all explanations found in the literature show a large gap when we come to the derivation of the material for the presentation pictures, which is most characteristic for the dream. In this dilemma, the majority of authors have developed a tendency to depreciate as much as possible the psychic factor in the excitations of dreams, which is so difficult to approach. To be sure, they distinguish as a main division of dreams the nerve exciting and the association dreams, and assert that the latter has its source exclusively in reproduction. Wundt, p. 365, but they cannot yet dismiss the doubt whether they do not appear without being impelled by the psychical stimulus. Volkelt, p. 127. The characteristic quality of the pure association dream is also found wanting. To quote Volkelt, p. 118, in the association dreams proper we can no longer speak of such a firm nucleus. Here the loose grouping penetrates also into the center of the dream. The ideation which is already set free from reason and intellect is here no longer held together by the more important psychical and mental stimuli, but is left to its own aimless shifting and complete confusion. Wundt, too, attempts to depreciate the psychic factor in the stimulation of dreams by declaring that the phantasms of the dream certainly are unjustly regarded as pure hallucinations, and that probably most dream presentations are really illusions, inasmuch as they emanate from slight sensory impressions which are never extinguished during sleep. P. 338 and c. Weygand agrees with this view, but generalizes it. He asserts that the first source of all dream presentations is a sensory stimulus to which reproductive associations are then joined. P. 17. Tissier goes still further in repressing the psychic exciting sources. P. 183. Les rêves d'origine absolument psychique en existent pas, and elsewhere, p. 6. Les pensées de nos rêves nous viennent de dehors. Those authors who, like the influential philosopher Wundt, adopt a middle course do not fail to remark that in most dreams there is a cooperation of the somatic stimuli with the psychic instigators of the dream, the latter being either unknown or recognized as day interests. We shall learn later that the riddle of the dream formation can be solved by the disclosure of an unsuspected psychic source of excitement. For the present, we shall not be surprised at the overestimation of those stimuli for the formation of the dream, which do not originate from psychic life. It is not merely because they alone can easily be found and even confirmed by experiment, but the somatic conception of the origin of dreams thoroughly corresponds to the mode of thinking in vogue nowadays in psychiatry. Indeed, the mastery of the brain over the organism is particularly emphasized. But everything that might prove an independence of the psychic life from the demonstrable organic changes, or a spontaneity in its manifestations, is alarming to the psychiatrist nowadays, as if an acknowledgement of the same were bound to bring back the times of natural philosophy and the metaphysical conception of the psychic essence. The distrust of the psychiatrist has placed the psyche under a guardian, so to speak, and now demands that none of its feelings shall divulge any of its own faculties. But this attitude shows slight confidence in the stability of the causal concatenation, which extends between the material and the psychic. Even where on investigation the psychic can be recognized as the primary course of a phenomenon, a more profound penetration will someday succeed in finding a continuation of the path to the organic determination of the psychic. But where the psychic must be taken as the terminus for our present knowledge, it should not be denied on that account. Why the dream is forgotten after awakening. That the dream fades away in the morning is proverbial. To be sure, it is capable of recollection. For we know the dream only by recalling it after awakening, but very often we believe that we remember it only incompletely, and that during the night there was more of it. We can observe how the memory of a dream which has been still vivid in the morning vanishes in the course of the day, leaving only a few small fragments. We often know that we have been dreaming, but we do not know what. And we are so well used to the fact that the dream is liable to be forgot that we do not reject as absurd the possibility that one may have been dreaming, even when one knows nothing in the morning of either the contents or the fact of dreaming. On the other hand, it happens that dreams manifest an extraordinary retentiveness in the memory. I have had occasion to analyze with my patients dreams which had occurred to them 25 years or more previously, and I can remember a dream of my own which is separated from the present day by at least 37 years, and yet has lost nothing of its freshness in my memory. All this is very remarkable, and for the present incomprehensible. The forgetting of dreams is treated in the most detailed manner by Strumpel. This forgetting is evidently a complex phenomenon, for Strumpel does not explain it by a single reason, but by a considerable number of reasons. In the first place, all those factors which produce forgetfulness in the waking state are also determinant for the forgetting of dreams. When awake, we are wont soon to forget a large number of sensations and perceptions because they are too feeble, and because they are connected with a slight amount of emotional feeling. This is also the case with many dream pictures. They are forgotten because they are too weak, while stronger pictures in proximity will be remembered. Moreover, the factor of intensity in itself is not the only determinant for the preservation of the dream pictures. Strumpel, as well as other authors, Calkins, admits that dream pictures are often rapidly forgotten, although they are known to have been vivid, whereas among those that are retained in memory, there are many that are very shadowy and hazy. Besides, in the waking state, one is wont to forget easily what happened only once, and to note more easily things of repeated occurrence. But most dream pictures are single experiences, and this peculiarity equally contributes towards the forgetting of all dreams. Of greater significance is a third motive for forgetting. In order that feelings, presentations, thoughts, and the like should attain a certain degree of memory, it is important that they should not remain isolated, but that they should enter into connections and associations of a suitable kind. If the words of a short verse are taken and mixed together, it will be very difficult to remember them. When well arranged in suitable sequence, one word will help another, and the whole remains as sense easily and firmly in the memory for a long time. Contradictions we usually retain with just as much difficulty and rarity as things confused and disarranged. Now dreams in most cases lack sense and order. Dream compositions are by their very nature incapable of being remembered, and they are forgotten because they usually crumble together the very next moment. To be sure, these conclusions are not in full accord with the observation of Radestock, p. 168, that we retain best just those dreams which are most peculiar. According to Strumpel, there are still other factors effective in the forgetting of dreams which are derived from the relation of the dream to the waking state. The forgetfulness of the waking consciousness for dreams is evidently only the counterpart of the fact already mentioned, that the dream, almost, never takes over successive memories from the waking state, but only certain details of these memories, which it tears away from the habitual psychic connections in which they are recalled while we are awake. The dream composition, therefore, has no place in the company of psychic successions which fill the mind. It lacks all the aids of memory. In this manner, the dream structure rises, as it were, from the soil of our psychic life and floats in psychic space like a cloud in the sky, which the next breath of air soon dispels. P. 87. This is also aided by the fact that, upon awakening, the attention is immediately seized by the inrushing sensory world, and only very few dream pictures can withstand this power. They fade away before the impressions of the new day like the glow of the stars before the sunlight. As a last factor favoring the forgetting of dreams, we may mention the fact that most people generally take little interest in their dreams. One who investigates dreams for a time and takes a special interest in them usually dreams more during that time than at any other. That is, he remembers his dreams more easily and more frequently. Two other reasons for the forgetting of dreams added by Bonatelli, given by Benini, to those of Strumpel have already been included in the latter. Namely, 1. That the change of the general feeling between the sleeping and waking states is unfavorable to the mutual reproductions, and 2. That the different arrangement of the presentation material in the dream makes the dream untranslatable, so to speak, for the waking consciousness. It is the more remarkable, as Strumpel observes, that, in spite of all these reasons for forgetting the dream, so many dreams are retained in memory. The continued efforts of the authors to formulate laws for the remembering of dreams amounts to an admission that here too there is something puzzling and unsolved. Certain peculiarities relating to the memory of dreams have been particularly noticed of late, e.g., that a dream which is considered forgotten in the morning may be recalled in the course of the day through a perception which accidentally touches the forgotten content of the dream. Raidstock, Tissier. The entire memory of the dream is open to an objection calculated to depreciate its value very markedly in critical eyes. One may doubt whether our memory, which omits so much from the dream, does not falsify what it retained. Such doubts relating to the exactness of the reproduction of the dream are expressed by Strumpel when he says, "It therefore easily happens that the active consciousness involuntarily inserts much in recollection of the dream. One imagines one has dreamt all sorts of things which the actual dream did not contain." Jessen, p. 547, expresses himself very decidedly. Moreover, we must not lose sight of the fact, hitherto little heeded, that in the investigation and interpretation of orderly and logical dreams, we almost always play with the truth when we recall a dream to memory. Unconsciously and unwittingly, we fill up the gaps and supplement the dream pictures. Rarely, and perhaps never, has a connected dream been as connected as it appears to us in memory. Even the most truth-loving person can hardly relate a dream without exaggerating and embellishing it. The tendency of the human mind to conceive everything in connection is so great that it unwittingly supplies the deficiencies of connection if the dream is recalled somewhat disconnectedly. The observations of V. Eggers, though surely independently conceived, sound almost like a translation of Jessen's words. L'observation des rêves à ses difficultés spatiales et le seul moyen de vider tout, erreur en peril matière est de confier au papier sans le moindre retard, si quoi elle vient de prouver et de remarquer. Sinon, elle oublie vite vite au total au partiel. Elle oublie total est sans gravité, mais elle oublie partiel est perfide. Car si elle s'y met en suit à raconter si quoi elle en a pas oublié, on est exposé à compléter par imagination les fragments incohérents et disjoints fournis par la mémoire. On devient artiste à son insu, et le récit, périodiquement répété et s'impose à la créance de son auteur, qui, de bonne foi, le présent comme un fait authentique, dûment établi selon les bonnes méthodes. Similarly, Spitta, who seems to think that it is only in our attempt to reproduce the dream that we put in order the loosely associated dream elements. To make connection out of disconnection, that is, to add the process of logical connection which is absent in the dream. As we do not at present possess any other objective control for the reliability of our memory, and as indeed such a control is impossible in examining the dream which is our own experience, and for which our memory is the only source, It is a question what value we may attach to our recollections of dreams. The psychological peculiarities of dreams. In the scientific investigation of the dream, we start with the assumption that the dream is an occurrence of our own psychic activity. Nevertheless, the finished dream appears to us as something strange, the authorship of which we are so little forced to recognize that we can just as easily say, "A dream appeared to me," as "I have dreamt." Whence this psychic strangeness of the dream? According to our discussion of the sources of dreams, we may suppose that it does not depend on the material reaching the dream content, because this is for the most part common to the dream life and waking life. One may ask whether in the dream it is not changes in the psychic processes which call forth this impression, and may so put to test a psychological characteristic of the dream. No one has more strongly emphasized the essential difference between dream and waking life, and utilized this difference for more far-reaching conclusions than G.T.H. Fechner in some observations in his Elements of Psychophysic, p. 520, part 11. He believes that neither the simple depression of conscious psychic life under the main threshold, nor the distraction of attention from the influences of the outer world suffices to explain the peculiarities of the dream life as compared with the waking life. He rather believes that the scene of dreams is laid elsewhere than in the waking presentation life. If the scene of the psychophysical activity were the same during the sleeping and the waking states, the dream, in my opinion, could only be a continuation of the waking ideation maintaining itself at a lower degree of intensity, and must moreover share with the latter its material and form. But the state of affairs is quite different. What Fechner really meant has never been made clear, nor has anybody else, to my knowledge, followed further the road, the clue to which he indicated in this remark. An anatomical interpretation in the sense of physiological brain localizations, or even in reference to histological sections of the cerebral cortex, will surely have to be excluded. The thought may, however, prove ingenious and fruitful if it can be referred to a psychic apparatus, which is constructed out of many instances placed one behind another. Other authors have been content to render prominent one or another of the tangible psychological peculiarities of the dream life, and perhaps to take these as a starting point for more far-reaching attempts at explanation. It has been justly remarked that one of the main peculiarities of the dream life appears even in the state of falling asleep, and is to be designated as the phenomenon inducing sleep. According to Schleiermacher, p. 351, the characteristic part of the waking state is the fact that the psychic activity occurs in ideas rather than in pictures. But the dream thinks in pictures, and one may observe that with the approach of sleep, the voluntary activities become difficult in the same measure as the involuntary appear, the latter belonging wholly to the class of pictures. The inability for such presentation work as we perceive to be intentionally desired, and the appearance of pictures which is regularly connected with this distraction, these are two qualities which are constant in the dream, and which in its psychological analysis we must recognize as essential characters of the dream life. Concerning the pictures, the hypnagogic hallucinations, we have discovered that even in their content they are identical with the dream pictures. The dream therefore thinks preponderantly, but not exclusively, in visual pictures. It also makes use of auditory pictures, and to a lesser extent of the impressions of the other senses. Much is also simply thought or imagined, probably represented by remnants of word presentations, just as in the waking state. But still, what is characteristic for the dream is only those elements of the content which act like pictures, i.e., which resemble more the perceptions than the memory presentations. Disregarding all the discussions concerning the nature of hallucinations, familiar to every psychiatrist, we can say, with all well-versed authors, that the dream hallucinates, that is, replaces thoughts through hallucinations. In this respect, there is no difference between visual and acoustic presentations. It has been noticed that the memory of a succession of sounds with which one falls asleep becomes transformed while sinking into sleep into an hallucination of the same melody, so as to make room again on awakening, which may repeatedly alternate with falling into a slumber, for the softer memory presentations which are differently formed in quality. The transformation of an idea into an hallucination is not the only deviation of the dream from a waking thought which perhaps corresponds to it. From these pictures, the dream forms a situation, it presents something in the present, it dramatizes an idea, as Spitta, p. 145, puts it. But the characteristic of this side of the dream life becomes complete only when it is remembered that while dreaming we do not, as a rule. The exceptions require a special explanation. Imagine that we are thinking, but that we are living through an experience, i.e., we accept the hallucination with full belief. The criticism that this has not been experienced but only thought in a peculiar manner, dreamt, comes to us only on awakening. This character distinguishes the genuine sleeping dream from daydreaming, which is never confused with reality. The characteristics of the dream life thus far considered have been summed up by Burdach, p. 476, in the following sentences. As characteristic features of the dream we may add, that the subjective activity of our mind appears as objective, inasmuch as our faculty of perception perceives the products of fantasy as if they were sensory activities. B. Sleep abrogates one's self-command, hence falling asleep necessitates a certain amount of passivity. The slumber pictures are conditioned by the relaxation of one's self-command. It is a question now of attempting to explain the credulity of the mind in reference to the dream hallucinations, which can only appear after the suspension of a certain arbitrary activity. Strumpel asserts that the mind behaves in this respect correctly and in conformity with its mechanism. The dream elements are by no means mere presentations, but true and real experiences of the mind, similar to those that appear in the waking state as a result of the senses, p. 34. Whereas in the waking state the mind represents and thinks in word pictures and language, in the dream it represents and thinks in real tangible pictures, p. 35. Besides, the dream manifests a consciousness of space by transferring the sensations and pictures, just as in the waking state, into an outer space, p. 36. It must therefore be admitted that the mind in the dream is in the same relation to its pictures and perceptions as in the waking state, p. 43. If, however, it is thereby led astray, this is due to the fact that it lacks in sleep the criticism which alone can distinguish between the sensory perceptions emanating from within or from without. It cannot subject its pictures to the tests which alone can prove their objective reality. It furthermore neglects to differentiate between pictures that are arbitrarily interchanged and others where there is no free choice. It errs because it cannot apply to its content the law of causality, p. 58. In brief, its alienation from the outer world contains also the reason for its belief in the subjective dream world. Delboeuf reaches the same conclusion through a somewhat different line of argument. We give to the dream pictures the credence of reality, because in sleep we have no other impressions to compare them with, because we are cut off from the outer world. But it is not perhaps because we are unable to make tests in our sleep that we believe in the truth of our hallucinations. The dream may delude us with all these tests. It may make us believe that we may touch the rose that we see in the dream, and still we only dream. According to Delboeuf, there is no valid criterion to show whether something is a dream or a conscious reality, except, and that only in practical generality, the fact of awakening. I declare delusional everything that is experienced between the period of falling asleep and awakening, if I notice on awakening that I lie in my bed undressed, p. 84. I have considered the dream pictures real during sleep in consequence of the mental habit, which cannot be put to sleep, of perceiving an outer world with which I can contrast my ego. As the deviation from the outer world is taken as the stamp for the most striking characteristics of the dream, it will be worth while mentioning some ingenious observations of old Burdach, which will throw light on the relation of the sleeping mind to the outer world, and at the same time serve to prevent us from overestimating the above deductions. Sleep results only under the condition, says Burdach, that the mind is not excited by sensory stimuli. But it is not the lack of sensory stimuli that conditions sleep, but rather a lack of interest for the same. Some sensory impressions are even necessary insofar as they serve to calm the mind. Thus the miller can fall asleep only when he hears the rattling of his mill, and he who finds it necessary to burn a light at night, as a matter of precaution, cannot fall asleep in the dark. p. 457. The psyche isolates itself during sleep from the outer world and withdraws from the periphery. Nevertheless, the connection is not entirely interrupted, if one did not hear and feel even during sleep, but only after awakening, he would certainly never awake. The continuance of sensation is even more plainly shown by the fact that we are not always awakened by the mere sensory force of the impression, but by the psychic relation of the same. An indifferent word does not arouse the sleeper, but if called by name, he awakens. Hence, the psyche differentiates sensations during sleep. It is for this reason that we may be awakened by the lack of a sensory stimulus if it relates to the presentation of an important thing. Thus one awakens when the light is extinguished, and the miller when the mill comes to a standstill. That is, the awakening is due to the cessation of a sensory activity, which presupposes that it has been perceived and that it has not disturbed the mind, being indifferent or rather gratifying. P. 460 and C. If we are willing to disregard these objections, which are not to be taken lightly, we still must admit that the qualities of the dream life thus far considered, which originate by withdrawing from the outer world, cannot fully explain the strangeness of the dream. For otherwise, it would be possible to change back the hallucinations of the dream into presentations and the situations of the dream into thoughts, and thus to perform the task of dream interpretation. Now this is what we do when we reproduce the dream from memory after awakening, and whether we are fully or only partially successful in this back translation, the dream still retains its mysteriousness undiminished. Furthermore, all the authors assume unhesitatingly that still other more far-reaching alterations take place in the presentation material of waking life. One of them, Strumpel, expresses himself as follows, p. 17. With the cessation of the objectively active outlook and of the normal consciousness, the psyche loses the foundation in which were rooted the feelings, desires, interests, and actions. Those psychic states, feelings, interests, estimates which cling in the waking state to the memory pictures also succumb to an obscure pressure, in consequence of which their connection with the pictures becomes severed. The perception pictures of things, persons, localities, events, and actions of the waking state are singly very abundantly reproduced, but none of these brings along its psychic value. The latter is removed from them, and hence they float about in the mind dependent upon their own resources. This deprivation, the picture suffers of its psychic value, which again goes back to the derivation from the outer world, is according to Strumpel mainly responsible for the impression of strangeness with which the dream is confronted in our memory. We have heard that even falling asleep carries with it the abandonment of one of the psychic activities, namely, the voluntary conduct of the presentation course. Thus the supposition, suggested also by other grounds, obtrudes itself, that the sleeping state may extend its influence also over the psychic functions. One or the other of these functions is perhaps entirely suspended. Whether the remaining ones continue to work undisturbed, whether they can furnish normal work under the circumstances, is the next question. The idea occurs to us that the peculiarities of the dream may be explained through the inferior psychic activity during the sleeping state, but now comes the impression made by the dream upon our waking judgment, which is contrary to such a conception. The dream is disconnected. It unites without hesitation the worst contradictions. It allows impossibilities. It disregards our authoritative knowledge from the day and evinces ethical and moral dullness. He who would behave in the waking state, as the dream does in its situations, would be considered insane. He who in the waking state would speak in such manner or report such things as occur in the dream content would impress us as confused and weak-minded. Thus, we believe that we are only finding words for the fact when we place but little value on the psychic activity in the dream, and especially when we declare that the higher intellectual activities are suspended or at least much impaired in the dream. With unusual unanimity, the exceptions will be dealt with elsewhere. The authors have pronounced their judgments on the dream, such judgments as lead immediately to a definite theory or explanation of the dream life. It is time that I should supplement the resume which I have just given with a collection of the utterances of different authors, philosophers and physicians, on the psychological character of the dream. According to Lemon, the incoherence of the dream picture is the only essential character of the dream. Maury agrees with him. He says, p. 163, Il ni apades rarves absolument raisonnables et qui ni contiennent quelques incoherence, quelques anachronisme, quelques absurdité. According to Hegel, quoted by Spitta, the dream lacks all objective and comprehensible connection. Dugas says, Le rêve, c'est l'anarchie psychique, effective et mentale, c'est le jeu des fonctions livrées à els mermes et s'exercent sans contrôle et sans, but dans le rêve l'esprit est un automate spiritual. The relaxation, solution, and confusion of the presentation life, which is held together through the logical force of the central ego, is conceded even by Volkelt, p. 14, according to whose theory the psychic activity during sleep seems in no way aimless. The absurdity of the presentation connections appearing in the dream can hardly be more strongly condemned than it was by Cicero, de Divin, Roman 2. Nihil tam preposter, tam incendite, tam monstruos cogitari potest, quod non possumus somnare. Fechner says, p. 522, it is as if the psychological activity were transferred from the brain of a reasonable being into the brain of a fool. Raidstock, p. 145, says, it seems indeed impossible to recognize in this absurd action any firm law, having withdrawn itself from the strict police of the rational, will guiding the waking presentation life, and of the attention, the dream whirls everything about kaleidoscopically in mad play. Hildebrandt, p. 45, says, what wonderful jumps the dreamer allows himself, e.g., in his chain of reasoning. With what unconcern he sees the most familiar laws of experience turned upside down. What ridiculous contradictions he can tolerate in the orders of nature and society before things go too far, as we say, and the overstraining of the nonsense brings an awakening. We often multiply quite unconcernedly. 3 times 3 make 20. We are not at all surprised when a dog recites poetry for us, when a dead person walks to his grave, and when a rock swims on the water. We go in all earnestness by high command to the Duchy of Bernburg or the Principality of Liechtenstein in order to observe the navy of the country, or we allow ourselves to be recruited as a volunteer by Charles Roman 12. Shortly before the Battle of Poltawa. Bintz, p. 33, points to a dream theory resulting from the impressions. Among 10 dreams, 9 at least have an absurd content. We unite in them persons or things which do not bear the slightest relation to one another. In the next moment, as in a kaleidoscope, the grouping changes, if possible to one more nonsensical and irrational than before. Thus the changing play of the imperfectly sleeping brain continues until we awaken and put our hand to our forehead and ask ourselves whether we really still possess the faculty of rational imagination and thought. Maury, p. 50, finds for the relation of the dream picture to the waking thoughts, a comparison most impressive for the physician. La production de ces images, quache l'homme éveillé fait le plus souvent naître la volonté, correspond, pour l'intelligence, ainsi que quant pour la modalité certains mouvements, que nous offrent la courage, et les affections paralytiques. For the rest, he considers the dream tout une série de dégradation de la faculté pensante et raisonnante, p. 27. It is hardly necessary to mention the utterances of the authors, which repeat Maury's assertion for the individual higher psychic activities. According to Strumpel, some logical mental operations based on relations and connections disappear in the dream, naturally also at points where the nonsense is not obvious, p. 26. According to Spitta, p. 148, the presentations in the dream are entirely withdrawn from the laws of causality. Raidstock and others emphasize the weakness of judgment and decision in the dream. According to Jodl, p. 123, there is no critique in the dream and no correcting of a series of perceptions through the content of the sum of consciousness. The same author states that all forms of conscious activity occur in the dream, but they are imperfect, inhibited, and isolated from one another. The contradictions manifested in the dream towards our conscious knowledge are explained by Stricker and many others, on the ground that facts are forgotten in the dream and logical relations between presentations are lost, p. 98, and c. The authors who in general speak thus unfavorably about the psychic capacities in the dream nevertheless admit that the dream retains a certain remnant of psychic activity. Wundt, whose teaching has influenced so many other workers in the dream problems, positively admits this. One might inquire as to the kind and behavior of the remnants of the psychic life which manifest themselves in the dream. It is now quite universally acknowledged that the reproductive capacity, the memory in the dream, seems to have been least affected. Indeed, it may show a certain superiority over the same function in the waking life vid. Supra, p10, although a part of the absurdities of the dream are to be explained by just this forgetfulness of the dream life. According to Spitta, it is the emotional life of the psyche that is not overtaken by sleep, and that then directs the dream. By emotion, we understand the constant comprehension of the feelings as the inmost subjective essence of man. p84. Skal's p37 sees a psychic activity manifested in the dream in the allegorizing interpretation to which the dream material is subjected. Seebeck verifies also in the dream the supplementary interpretative activity, p11, which the mind exerts on all that is perceived and viewed. The judgment of the apparently highest psychic function, the consciousness, presents for the dream a special difficulty. As we can know anything only through consciousness, there can be no doubt as to its retention. Spitta, however, believes that only consciousness is retained in the dream and not self-consciousness. Delboeuf confesses that he is unable to conceive this differentiation. The laws of association which govern the connection of ideas hold true also for the dream pictures. Indeed, their domination evinces itself in a purer and stronger expression in the dream than elsewhere. Strumpel, p70, says, "The dream follows either the laws of undisguised presentations as it seems exclusively or organic stimuli along with such presentations, that is, without being influenced by reflection and reason, aesthetic sense, and moral judgment." The authors whose views I reproduce here conceive the formation of the dream in about the following manner. The sum of sensation stimuli affecting sleep from the various sources, discussed elsewhere, at first awaken in the mind a sum of presentations which represent themselves as hallucinations. According to Wundt, it is more correct to say as illusions, because of their origin from outer and inner stimuli. These unite with one another according to the known laws of association, and, following the same rules, in turn evoke a new series of presentations, pictures. This entire material is then elaborated as well as possible by the still active remnant of the organizing and thinking mental faculties, cf. Wundt and Weygand. But thus far no one has been successful in finding the motive which would decide that the awakening of pictures which do not originate objectively follow this or that law of association. But it has been repeatedly observed that the associations which connect the dream presentations with one another are of a particular kind and different from those found in the waking mental activity. Thus Volkelt says, "In the dream, the ideas chase and hunt each other on the strength of accidental similarities and barely perceptible connections. All dreams are pervaded by such loose and free associations." Mori attaches great value to this characteristic of connection between presentations, which allows him to bring the dream life in closer analogy to certain mental disturbances. He recognizes two main characters of the daylier. 1. Une action spontanée, et comme automatique de l'esprit. 2. Une association vicious et irrégulière des idées, p. 126. Mori gives us two excellent examples from his own dreams, in which the mere similarity of sound forms the connection of the dream presentations. He dreamed once that he undertook a pelerinage, to Jerusalem or Mecca. After many adventures, he was with the chemist Pelletier. The latter, after some talk, gave him a zinc shovel, Pell, which became his long battle sword in the dream fragment which followed, p. 137. On another occasion, he walked in a dream on the highway and read the kilometers on the milestones. Presently, he was with a spice merchant who had large scales with which to weigh Mori. The spice merchant then said to him, "You are not in Paris, but on the island Gilolo." This was followed by many pictures, in which he saw the flower Lobelia, then the General Lopez, of whose demise he had read shortly before. He finally awoke while playing a game of Lotto. We are, however, quite prepared to hear that this depreciation of the psychic activities of the dream has not remained without contradiction from the other side. To be sure, contradiction seems difficult here. Nor is it of much significance that one of the depreciators of dream life, Spitta, p. 118, assures us that the same psychological laws which govern the waking state rule the dream also, or that another, Dugas, states, "Le rêve n'est pas déracin ni même irracin pure." As long as neither of them has made any effort to bring this estimation into harmony with the psychic anarchy and dissolution of all functions in the dream described by them. Upon others, however, the possibility seems to have dawned that the madness of the dream is perhaps not without its method, that it is perhaps only a sham, like that of the Danish prince, to whose madness the intelligent judgment here cited refers. These authors must have refrained from judging by appearances, or the appearance which the dream showed to them was quite different. Without wishing to linger at its apparent absurdity, Havelock Ellis considers the dream as an archaic world of vast emotions and imperfect thoughts, the study of which may make us acquainted with primitive stages of development of the psychic life. A thinker like Delboeuf asserts, to be sure without adducing proof against the contradictory material, and hence indeed unjustly. Dans le sommeil, hormis la perception, toutes les facultés de l'esprit, intelligence, imagination, mémoire, volonté, moralité, restant intacts dans leur essence, seulement, elles s'appliquent à des objets imaginaires et mobiles. Le songeur est un acteur qui joue à volonté les fous et les sages, les bourreaux et les victimes, les nains et les gagnants, les daemons et les anges. p. 222. The Marquis of Hervey, who is sharply controverted by Maury, and whose work I could not obtain despite all effort, seems to combat most energetically the underestimation of the psychic capacity in the dream. Maury speaks of him as follows, p. 19. M. le Marquis de Hervey perd à l'intelligence, durant le sommeil tout sa liberté d'action et détention, et il n'y semble faire consister le sommeil que dans l'éclusion des sens, dans leur fermeture au monde extérieur. En sorte que l'homme qui dort n'y s'y distingue guère, selon sa manière de voir, de l'homme qui laisse vaguer sa pensée, en s'y bouchant les sens. Tout la différence qui sépare alors la pensée ordinaire du celle du dormeur c'est que, chez celui-ci, l'idée prend une forme visible, objective et ressemble, à si méprendre, à la sensation déterminée par les objets extérieurs. Le souvenir revert à l'apparence du fait présent. Maury adds, however, qu'il y a une différence de plus et capitale, à savoir que les facultés intellectuelles de l'homme endormi, en offrant passe à l'équilibre qu'elles gardent chez l'homme élevé. The scale of the estimation of the dream as a psychic product has a great range in the literature. It reaches from the lowest underestimation, the expression of which we have come to know, through the idea of a value not yet revealed to the overestimation, which places the dream far above the capacities of the waking life. Hildebrandt, who, as we know, sketches the psychological characteristics into 3 antinomies, sums up in the third of these contradistinctions the extreme points of this series as follows, p. 19. It is between a climax, often an involution which raises itself to virtuosity, and on the other hand a decided diminution and weakening of the psychic life, often leading below the human niveau. As for the first, who could not confirm from his own experience that, in the creations and weavings of the genius of the dream, there sometimes comes to light a profundity and sincerity of emotion, a tenderness of feeling, a clearness of view, a fineness of observation, and a readiness of wit, all which we should modestly have to deny that we possess as a constant property during the waking life. The dream has a wonderful poetry, an excellent allegory, an incomparable humor, and a charming irony. It views the world under the guise of a peculiar idealization, and often raises the effect of its manifestations into the most ingenious understanding of the essence lying at its basis. It represents for us earthly beauty in true heavenly radiance, the sublime in the highest majesty, the actually frightful in the most gruesome figure, and the ridiculous in the indescribably drastic comical. And at times, we are so full of one of these impressions, after awakening, that we imagine that such a thing has never been offered to us by the real world. One may ask, is it really the same object that the depreciating remarks and these inspired praises are meant for? Have the latter overlooked the stupid dreams, and the former the thoughtful and ingenious dreams? And if both kinds do occur, that is, dreams that merit to be judged in this or that manner, does it not seem idle to seek the psychological character of the dream? Would it not suffice to state that everything is possible in the dream, from the lowest depreciation of the psychic life to a raising of the same which is unusual in the waking state? As convenient as this solution would be, it has this against it, that behind the efforts of all dream investigators, it seems to be presupposed that there is such a definable character of the dream, which is universally valid in its essential features, and which must eliminate these contradictions. It is unquestionable that the psychic capacities of the dream have found quicker and warmer recognition in that intellectual period which now lies behind us, when philosophy rather than exact natural science ruled intelligent minds. Utterances like those of Schubert, that the dream frees the mind from the power of outer nature, that it liberates the soul from the chains of the sensual, and similar opinions expressed by the younger Fichte, and others who represent the dream as a soaring up of the psychic life to a higher stage, hardly seem conceivable to us today. They are only repeated at present by mystics and devotees. With the advance of the scientific mode of thinking, a reaction took place in the estimation of the dream. It is really the medical authors who are most prone to underrate the psychic activity in the dream, as being insignificant and invaluable, whereas philosophers and unprofessional observers, amateur psychologists, whose contributions in this realm can surely not be overlooked, in better agreement with the popular ideas, have mostly adhered to the psychic value of the dream. He who is inclined to underrate the psychic capacity in the dream prefers, as a matter of course, the somatic exciting sources in the etiology of the dream. He who leaves to the dreaming mind the greater part of its capacities naturally has no reason for not also admitting independent stimuli for dreaming. Among the superior activities which, even on sober comparison, one is tempted to ascribe to the dream life, memory is the most striking. We have fully discussed the frequent experiences which prove this fact. Another superiority of the dream life, frequently extolled by the old authors, viz., that it can regard itself supreme in reference to distance of time and space, can be readily recognized as an illusion. This superiority, as observed by Hildebrandt, is only illusional. The dream takes as much heed of time and space as the waking thought, and this because it is only a form of thinking. The dream is supposed to enjoy still another advantage in reference to time. That is, it is independent in still another sense of the passage of time. Dreams like the guillotine dream of Maury, reported above, seem to show that the dream can crowd together more perception content in a very short space of time than can be controlled by our psychic activity in the waking mind. These conclusions have been controverted, however, by many arguments. The essays of Lelorgne and Egger, concerning the apparent duration of dreams, gave rise to a long and interesting discussion which has probably not said the last word upon this delicate and far-reaching question. That the dream has the ability to take up the intellectual work of the day and bring to a conclusion what has not been settled during the day, that it can solve doubt and problems, and that it may become the source of new inspiration in poets and composers, seems to be indisputable, as is shown by many reports and by the collection compiled by Chabonakes. But even if there be no dispute as to the facts, nevertheless their interpretation is open in principle to a great many doubts. Finally, the asserted divinatory power of the dream forms an object of contention in which hard, unsurmountable reflection encounters obstinate and continued faith. It is indeed just that we should refrain from denying all that is based on fact in this subject, as there is a possibility that a number of such cases may perhaps be explained on a natural psychological basis. F. The ethical feelings in the dream. For reasons which will be understood only after cognizance has been taken of my own investigations of the dream, I have separated from the psychology of the dream the partial problem whether, and to what extent the moral dispositions and feelings of the waking life extend into the dreams. The same contradictions which we were surprised to observe in the author's descriptions of all the other psychic capacities strike us again here. Some affirm decidedly that the dream knows nothing of moral obligations, others as decidedly that the moral nature of man remains even in his dream life. A reference to our dream experience of every night seems to raise the correctness of the first assertion beyond doubt. Jessen says, p. 553, nor does one become better or more virtuous in the dream. On the contrary, it seems that conscience is silent in the dream, inasmuch as one feels no compassion and can commit the worst crimes, such as theft, murder, and assassination, with perfect indifference and without subsequent remorse. Raidstock, p. 146, says, "It is to be noticed that in the dream the associations terminate and the ideas unite without being influenced by reflection and reason, aesthetic taste, and moral judgment. The judgment is extremely weak, and ethical indifference reigns supreme. Volkelt, p. 23, expresses himself as follows. As everyone knows, the sexual relationship in the dream is especially unbridled. Just as the dreamer himself is shameless in the extreme and wholly lacking moral feeling and judgment, so also he sees others, even the most honored persons, engaged in actions which even in thought he would blush to associate with them in his waking state. Utterances like those of Schopenhauer, that in the dream every person acts and talks in accordance with his character, form the sharpest contrast to those mentioned above. R. P. Fisher maintains that the subjective feelings and desires or affects and passions manifest themselves in the willfulness of the dream life, and that the moral characteristics of a person are mirrored in his dream. Hafner, p. 25. With rare exceptions, a virtuous person will be virtuous also in his dreams. He will resist temptation and show no sympathy for hatred, envy, anger, and all other vices, while the sinful person will, as a rule, also find in his dreams the pictures which he has before him while awake. Scalls, p. 36. In the dream there is truth. Despite all masking in pride or humility, we still recognize our own self. The honest man does not commit any dishonorable offense even in the dream, or, if this does occur, he is terrified over it as if over something foreign to his nature. The Roman emperor who ordered one of his subjects to be executed because he dreamed that he cut off the emperor's head was not wrong in justifying his action on the ground that he who has such dreams must have similar thoughts while awake. About a thing that can have no place in our mind, we therefore say significantly, "I would never dream of such a thing." Pfaff, varying a familiar proverb, says, "Tell me for a time your dreams, and I will tell you what you are within." The short work of Hildebrandt, from which I have already taken so many quotations, a contribution to the dream problem as complete and as rich in thought as I found in the literature, places the problem of morality in the dream as the central point of its interest. For Hildebrandt, too, it is a strict rule that the purer the life, the purer the dream, the impurer the former, the impurer the latter. The moral nature of man remains even in the dream. But while we are not offended nor made suspicious by an arithmetical error no matter how obvious, by a reversal of science no matter how romantic, or by an anachronism no matter how witty, we nevertheless do not lose sight of the difference between good and evil, right and wrong, virtue and vice. No matter how much of what follows us during the day may vanish in our hours of sleep, Kant's categorical imperative sticks to our heels as an inseparable companion from whom we cannot rid ourselves even in slumber. This can be explained, however, only by the fact that the fundamental in human nature, the moral essence, is too firmly fixed to take part in the activity of the kaleidoscopic shaking up to which fantasy, reason, memory, and other faculties of the same rank succumb in the dream. P. 45 and c. In the further discussion of the subject, we find remarkable distortion and inconsequence in both groups of authors. Strictly speaking, interest in immoral dreams would cease for all those who assert that the moral personality of the person crumbles away in the dream. They could just as calmly reject the attempt to hold the dreamer responsible for his dreams, and to draw inferences from the badness of his dreams as to an evil strain in his nature, as they rejected the apparently similar attempt to demonstrate the insignificance of his intellectual life in the waking state from the absurdity of his dreams. The others for whom the categorical imperative extends also into the dream would have to accept full responsibility for the immoral dreams. It would only be desirable for their own sake that their own objectionable dreams should not lead them to abandon the otherwise firmly held estimation of their own morality. Still, it seems that no one knows exactly about himself how good or how bad he is, and that no one can deny the recollection of his own immoral dreams. For besides the opposition already mentioned in the criticism of the morality of the dream, both groups of authors display an effort to explain the origin of the immoral dream, and a new opposition is developed, depending on whether their origin is sought in the functions of the psychic life or in the somatically determined injuries to this life. The urgent force of the facts then permits the representatives of the responsibility, as well as of the irresponsibility of the dream life, to agree in the recognition of a special psychic source for the immorality of dreams. all those who allow the continuance of the morality in the dream nevertheless guard against accepting full responsibility for their dreams. Hafner says, p. 24, "We are not responsible for dreams because the basis upon which alone our life has truth and reality is removed from our thoughts. Hence, there can be no dream wishing and dream acting, no virtue or sin. Still, the person is responsible for the sinful dream in so far as he brings it about indirectly. Just as in the waking state, it is his duty to cleanse his moral mind, particularly so before retiring to sleep." The analysis of this mixture of rejection and recognition of responsibility for the moral content of the dream is followed much further by Hildebrandt. After specifying that the dramatic manner of representation in the dream, the crowding together of the most complicated processes of deliberation in the briefest period of time, and the depreciation and the confusion of the presentation elements in the dream admitted by him, must be recognized as unfavorable to the immoral aspect of dreams. He nevertheless confesses that, yielding to the most earnest reflection, he is inclined simply to deny all responsibility for faults and dream sins. p. 49. If we wish to reject very decisively any unjust accusation, especially one that has reference to our intentions and convictions, we naturally make use of the expression, "I should never have dreamed of such a thing." By this, we mean to say, of course, that we consider the realm of the dream the last and remotest place in which we are to be held responsible for our thoughts, because there these thoughts are only loosely and incoherently connected with our real being, so that we should hardly still consider them as our own. But as we feel impelled expressly to deny the existence of such thoughts, even in this realm, we thus at the same time indirectly admit that our justification will not be complete if it does not reach to that point. And I believe that, though unconsciously, we here speak the language of truth. p. 52. No dream thought can be imagined whose first motive has not already moved through the mind while awake as some wish, desire, or impulse. Concerning this original impulse, we must say that the dream has not discovered it. It has only imitated and extended it. It has only elaborated a bit of historical material which it has found in us, into dramatic form. It enacts the words of the apostle, "He who hates his brother is a murderer." And whereas, after we awaken and become conscious of our moral strength, we may smile at the boldly executed structure of the depraved dream, the original formative material, nevertheless, has no ridiculous side. One feels responsible for the transgressions of the dreamer, not for the whole sum, but still for a certain percentage. In this sense, which is difficult to impugn, we understand the words of Christ. Out of the heart come evil thoughts, for we can hardly help being convinced that every sin committed in the dream brings with it at least a vague minimum of guilt. Hildebrandt thus finds the source of the immorality of dreams in the germs and indications of evil impulses, which pass through our minds during the day as tempting thoughts, and he sees fit to add these immoral elements to the moral estimation of the personality. It is the same thoughts and the same estimation of these thoughts, which, as we know, have caused devout and holy men of all times to lament that they are evil sinners. There is certainly no reason to doubt the general occurrence of these contrasting presentations in most men and even also in other than ethical spheres. The judgment of these at times has not been very earnest. In Spitta we find the following relevant expression from A. Zeller article Ihre in the Allgemeinen Enzyklopädie der Wissenschaften of Ersch and Gruber, p. 144. The mind is rarely so happily organized as to possess at all times power enough not to be disturbed, not only by unessential, but also by perfectly ridiculous ideas running counter to the usual clear trend of thought. Indeed, the greatest thinkers have had cause to complain of this dreamlike, disturbing, and painful rabble of ideas, as it destroys their profoundest reflection and their most sacred and earnest mental work. A clearer light is thrown on the psychological status of this idea of contrast by another observation of Hildebrandt, that the dream at times allows us to glance into the deep and inmost recesses of our being, which are generally closed to us in our waking state, p. 55. The same knowledge is revealed by Kant in his Anthropology, when he states that the dream exists in order to lay bare for us our hidden dispositions and to reveal to us not what we are, but what we might have been if we had a different education. Radestock, p. 84, says that the dream often only reveals to us what we do not wish to admit to ourselves, and that we therefore unjustly condemn it as a liar and deceiver. That the appearance of impulses which are foreign to our consciousness is merely analogous to the already familiar disposition which the dream makes of other material of the presentation, which is either absent or plays only an insignificant part in the waking state, has been called to our attention by observations like those of Benini, who says, Cert noster inclinazione ci si credevano, suffocata spent un peso, si ride stano. Passioni vecchi e sepult rivavono. Cos e person acui non pensiamo mai, ci vengono dinanzi, p. 149. Volkelt expresses himself in a similar way. Even presentations which have entered into our consciousness almost unnoticed, and have never perhaps been brought out from oblivion, often announce through the dream their presence in the mind. p. 105. Finally, it is not out of place to mention here that, according to Schleiermacher, the state of falling asleep is accompanied by the appearance of undesirable presentations, pictures. We may comprise under undesirable presentations this entire material of presentations, the occurrence of which excites our wonder in immoral as well as in absurd dreams. The only important difference consists in the fact that our undesirable presentations in the moral sphere exhibit an opposition to our other feelings, whereas the others simply appear strange to us. Nothing has been done so far to enable us to remove this difference through a more penetrating knowledge. But what is the significance of the appearance of undesirable presentations in the dream? What inferences may be drawn for the psychology of the waking and dreaming mind from these nocturnal manifestations of contrasting ethical impulses? We may here note a new diversity of opinion, and once more a different grouping of the authors. The stream of thought followed by Hildebrandt, and by others who represent his fundamental view, cannot be continued in any other way than by ascribing to the immoral impulses a certain force even in the waking state, which, to be sure, is inhibited from advancing to action, and asserting that something falls off during sleep, which, having the effect of an inhibition, has kept us from noticing the existence of such an impulse. The dream thus shows the real, if not the entire nature of man, and is a means of making the hidden psychic life accessible to our understanding. It is only on such assumption that Hildebrandt can attribute to the dream the role of monitor who calls our attention to the moral ravages in the soul. Just as in the opinion of physicians, it can announce a hitherto unobserved physical ailment. Spitta, too, cannot be guided by any other conception when he refers to the stream of excitement which, e.g., flows in upon the psyche during puberty, and consoles the dreamer by saying that he has done everything in his power when he has led a strictly virtuous life during his waking state, when he has made an effort to suppress the sinful thoughts as often as they arise, and has kept them from maturing and becoming actions. According to this conception, we might designate the undesirable presentations as those that are suppressed during the day, and must recognize in their appearance a real psychic phenomenon. If we followed other authors, we would have no right to the last inference. For Jessen, the undesirable presentations in the dream as in the waking state, in fever and other deliria, merely have the character of a voluntary activity put to rest and a somewhat mechanical process of pictures and presentations produced by inner impulses. p. 360. An immoral dream proves nothing for the psychic life of the dreamer, except that he has in some way become cognizant of the ideas in question. It is surely not a psychic impulse of his own. Another author, Maury, makes us question whether he, too, does not attribute to the dream state the capacity for dividing the psychic activity into its components, instead of destroying it aimlessly. He speaks as follows about dreams in which one goes beyond the bounds of morality. Si sont nos pensions qui parlant et qui nous font agir, sans que la conscience nous retienne, bien que parfois nous avertis. J'ai mis des fautes et mes pensions vicia, et eladet devait, j'ai tâche de letter contre you, et il émerivices souvent de n'ai pas saccomer. Mais dans mes songes j'ai succum taugers, au pour mia dire j'ai agas, par leur impulsion, sans crainte et sans remords. Evidement les visions qui si déroulant devant ma pensée, et qui constituent le rêve, me sont suggérées par les incitations, quaegi recens, et que ma volonté absent ni church par refouler. p. 113. If one believes in the capacity of the dream to reveal an actually existing, but repressed or concealed immoral disposition of the dreamer, he could not emphasize his opinion more strongly than with the words of Maury, p. 115. En rêve elham si rêvel donc tout, entire soimerm dans sa nudité, et sa mesure natives. Desquil suspend l'exercice de sa volonté, il devient le jouet de toutes les passions contre lesquels, à l'aidet de veille, la conscience, le sentiment de honneur, la crainte nous défendant. In another place, he finds the following striking words, p. 462. Dans le rêve, c'est surtout elham instinctif que si rêvel. Elham revient pour ainsi dire à l'aidet de nature, quand il rêve. Mais moins les idées acquises ont pénétré dans son esprit, plus les penchants en désaccord avec elles, conservant encore sur lui d'influence, dans le rêve. He then mentions as an example that his dreams often show him as a victim of just those superstitions which he most violently combats in his writing. The value of all these ingenious observations for a psychological knowledge of the dream life, however, is marred by Maury through the fact that he refuses to recognize in the phenomena so correctly observed by him any proof of the automatisme psychologique, which in his opinion dominates the dream life. He conceives this automatism as a perfect contrast to the psychic activity. A passage in the Studies on Consciousness by Stricker reads, "The dream does not consist of delusions merely. If, e.g., one is afraid of robbers in the dream, the robbers are, of course, imaginary, but the fear is real." One's attention is thus called to the fact that the effective development in the dream does not admit of the judgment, which one bestows upon the rest of the dream content. And the problem arises what part of the psychic processes in the dream may be real, i.e., what part of them may demand to be enrolled among the psychic processes of the waking state. G. Dream theories and functions of the dream. A statement concerning the dream which as far as possible attempts to explain from one point of view many of its noted characters, and which at the same time determines the relation of the dream to a more comprehensive sphere of manifestations, may be called a theory of dreams. Individual theories of the dream will be distinguished from one another through the fact that they raise to prominence this or that characteristic of the dream, and connect explanations and relations with it. It will not be absolutely necessary to derive from the theory a function, i.e., a use or any such activity of the dream. But our expectation, which is usually adjusted to teleology, will nevertheless welcome those theories which promise an understanding of the function of the dream. We have already become acquainted with many conceptions of the dream which, more or less, merit the name of dream theories in this sense. The belief of the ancients that the dream was sent by the gods in order to guide the actions of man was a complete theory of the dream giving information concerning everything in the dream worth knowing. Since the dream has become an object of biological investigation, we have a greater number of theories, of which, however, some are very incomplete. If we waive completeness, we may attempt the following loose grouping of dream theories, based on their fundamental conception of the degree and mode of the psychic activity in the dream. 1. Theories, like those of Delboeuf, which allow the full psychic activity of the waking state to continue into the dream. Here the mind does not sleep. Its apparatus remains intact, and, being placed under the conditions different from the waking state, it must in normal activity furnish results different from those of the waking state. In these theories, it is a question whether they are in position to derive the distinctions between dreaming and waking, thought altogether from the determinations of the sleeping state. They moreover lack a possible access to a function of the dream. One cannot understand why one dreams, why the complicated mechanism of the psychic apparatus continues to play even when it is placed under conditions for which it is not apparently adapted. There remain only two expedient reactions: to sleep dreamlessly or to awake when approached by disturbing stimuli, instead of the third, that of dreaming. Two theories which, on the contrary, assume for the dream a diminution for the psychic activity, a loosening of the connections, and an impoverishment in available material. In accordance with these theories, one must assume for sleep a psychological character entirely different from the one given by Delboeuf. Sleep extends far beyond the mind. It does not consist merely in a shutting off of the mind from the outer world. On the contrary, it penetrates into its mechanism, causing it at times to become useless. If I may draw a comparison from psychiatrical material, I may say that the first theories construct the dream like a paranoia, while the second make it after the model of a dementia or an amentia. The theory that only a fragment of the psychic activity paralyzed by sleep comes to expression is by far the favorite among the medical writers and in the scientific world. As far as one may presuppose a more general interest in dream interpretation, it may well be designated as the ruling theory of the dream. It is to be emphasized with what facility this particular theory escapes the worst rock threatening every dream interpretation. That is to say, being shipwrecked upon one of the contrasts embodied in the dream. As this theory considers the dream the result of a partial waking, or as Herbart's Psychology of the Dream says, a gradual, partial, and at the same time very anomalous waking. It succeeds in covering the entire series of inferior activities in the dream which reveal themselves in its absurdities, up to the full concentration of mental activity, by following a series of states which become more and more awake until they reach full awakening. One who finds the psychological mode of expression indispensable, or who thinks more scientifically, will find this theory of the dream expressed in the discussion of Bintz, p. 43. This state, however, gradually approaches its end in the early morning hours. The accumulated material of fatigue in the albumen of the brain gradually becomes less. It is gradually decomposed or carried away by the constantly flowing circulation. Here and there some masses of cells can be distinguished as awake, while all around everything still remains in a state of torpidity. The isolated work of the individual groups now appears before our clouded consciousness, which lacks the control of other parts of the brain governing the associations. Hence the pictures created, which mostly correspond to the objective impressions of the recent past, fit with each other in a wild and irregular manner. The number of the brain cells set free becomes constantly greater, the irrationality of the dream constantly less. The conception of the dream as an incomplete, partial waking state, or traces of its influence, can surely be found among all modern physiologists and philosophers. It is most completely represented by Maury. It often seems as if this author represented to himself the state of being awake or asleep in anatomical regions. At any rate, it appears to him that an anatomical province is connected with a definite psychic function. I may here merely mention that if the theory of partial waking could be confirmed, there would remain much to be accomplished in its elaboration. Naturally, a function of the dream cannot be found in this conception of the dream life. On the contrary, the criticism of the status and importance of the dream is consistently uttered in this statement of Bintz, p. 357. All the facts, as we see, urge us to characterize the dream as a physical process in all cases useless, in many cases even morbid. The expression physical, in reference to the dream, which owes its prominence to this author, points in more than one direction. In the first place, it refers to the etiology of the dream, which was especially clear to Bintz, as he studied the experimental production of dreams by the administration of poisons. It is certainly in keeping with this kind of dream theory to ascribe the incitement of the dream exclusively to somatic origin whenever possible. Presented in the most extreme form, it reads as follows. After we have put ourselves to sleep by removing the stimuli, there would be no need and no occasion for dreaming until morning, when the gradual awakening through the incoming stimuli would be reflected in the phenomenon of dreaming. But as a matter of fact, it is not possible to keep sleep free from stimuli. Just as Mephisto complains about the germs of life, so stimuli reach the sleeper from every side, from without, from within, and even from certain bodily regions which never give us any concern during the waking state. Thus sleep is disturbed. The mind is aroused, now by this, now by that little thing, and functionates for a while with the awakened part only to be glad to fall asleep again. The dream is a reaction to the stimulus, causing a disturbance of sleep, to be sure. It is a purely superfluous reaction. To designate the dream as a physical process, which for all that remains an activity of the mental organ, has still another sense. It is meant to dispute the dignity of a psychic process for the dream. The application to the dream of the very old comparison of the 10 fingers of a musically ignorant person running over the keyboard of an instrument perhaps best illustrates in what estimation the dream activity has been held by the representatives of exact science. In this sense, it becomes something entirely untranslatable, for how could the 10 fingers of an unmusical player produce any music? The theory of partial wakefulness has not passed without objection even in early times. Thus Burdetch in 1830 says, "If we say that the dream is a partial wakefulness, in the first place, we explain thereby neither the waking nor the sleeping state. Secondly, this expresses nothing more than that certain forces of the mind are active in the dream while others are at rest. But such irregularities take place throughout life." p. 483. Among extant dream theories, which consider the dream a physical process, there is one very interesting conception of the dream, first propounded by Robert in 1866, which is attractive because it assigns to the dream a function or a useful end. As a basis for this theory, Robert takes from observation two facts which we have already discussed in our consideration of the dream material, see p. 13. These facts are that one very often dreams about the insignificant impressions of the day, and that one rarely carries over into the dream the absorbing interests of the day. Robert asserts as exclusively correct that things which have been fully settled never become dream inciters, but only such things as are incomplete in the mind or touch it fleetingly, p. 11. We cannot usually explain our dreams because their causes are to be found in sensory impressions of the preceding day which have not attained sufficient recognition by the dreamer. The conditions allowing an impression to reach the dream are therefore either that this impression has been disturbed in its elaboration, or that being too insignificant it has no claim to such elaboration. Robert therefore conceives the dream as a physical process of elimination which has reached to cognition in the psychic manifestation of its reaction. Dreams are eliminations of thoughts nipped in the bud. A man deprived of the capacity for dreaming would surely in time become mentally unbalanced, because an immense number of unfinished and unsolved thoughts and superficial impressions would accumulate in his brain, under the pressure of which there would be crushed all that should be incorporated as a finished whole into memory. The dream acts as a safety valve for the overburdened brain. Dreams possess healing and unburdening properties, p. 32. It would be a mistake to ask Robert how representation in the dream can bring about an unburdening of the mind. The author apparently concluded from those two peculiarities of the dream material that during sleep such ejection of worthless impressions is effected as a somatic process, and that dreaming is not a special psychic process, but only the knowledge that we receive of such elimination. To be sure, an elimination is not the only thing that takes place in the mind during sleep. Robert himself adds that the incitements of the day are also elaborated, and what cannot be eliminated from the undigested thought material lying in the mind becomes connected by threads of thought borrowed from the fantasy into a finished whole, and thus enrolled in the memory as a harmless fantasy picture. p. 23. But it is in his criticism of the dream sources that Robert appears most bluntly opposed to the ruling theory. Whereas, according to the existing theory, there would be no dream if the outer and inner sensory stimuli did not repeatedly wake the mind. According to Robert, the impulse to dream lies in the mind itself. It lies in the overcharging which demands discharge, and Robert judges with perfect consistency when he maintains that the causes determining the dream which depend on the physical state assume a subordinate rank, and could not incite dreams in a mind containing no material for dream formation taken from waking consciousness. It is admitted, however, that the fantasy pictures originating in the depths of the mind can be influenced by the nervous stimuli, p. 48. Thus, according to Robert, the dream is not quite so dependent on the somatic element. To be sure, it is not a psychic process and has no place among the psychic processes of the waking state. It is a nocturnal somatic process in the apparatus devoted to mental activity and has a function to perform, viz., to guard this apparatus against overstraining, or, if the comparison may be changed, to cleanse the mind. Another author, Yves Delage, bases his theory on the same characteristics of the dream, which become clear in the selection of the dream material, and it is instructive to observe how a slight turn in the conception of the same things gives a final result of quite different bearing. Delage, after having lost through death a person very dear to him, found from his own experience that we do not dream of what occupies us intently during the day, or that we begin to dream of it only after it is overshadowed by other interests of the day. His investigations among other persons corroborated the universality of this state of affairs. Delitzsch makes a nice observation of this kind, if it turns out to be generally true, about the dreaming of newly married people. Essils ont été fortement appris, presque jamais ils n'ont rêve l'un de l'autre avant le mariage au pendant la lune de miel, et essils ont rêve de morcer pour erder infidèles avec quelque personne indifférente ou odieuse. But what does one dream of? Delitzsch recognizes that the material occurring in our dreams consists of fragments and remnants of impressions from the days preceding and former times. All that appears in our dreams, what at first we may be inclined to consider creations of the dream life, proves on more thorough investigation to be unrecognized reproductions, souvenir inconscient. But this presentation material shows a common character. It originates from impressions which have probably affected our senses more forcibly than our mind, or from which the attention has been deflected soon after their appearance. The less conscious, and at the same time the stronger the impression, the more prospect it has of playing a part in the next dream. These are essentially the same two categories of impressions, the insignificant and the unadjusted, which were emphasized by Robert. But Delitzsch changes the connection by assuming that these impressions become the subject of dreams, not because they are indifferent, but because they are unadjusted. The insignificant impressions, too, are in a way not fully adjusted. They, too, are from their nature as new impressions oughtn't de ressorts tendus, which will be relaxed during sleep. Still more entitled to a role in the dream than the weak and almost unnoticed impression is a strong impression which has been accidentally detained in its elaboration or intentionally repressed. The psychic energy accumulated during the day through inhibition or suppression becomes the mainspring of the dream at night. Unfortunately, Delitzsch stops here in his train of thought. He can ascribe only the smallest part to an independent psychic activity in the dream, and thus, in his dream theory, reverts to the ruling doctrine of a partial sleep of the brain. En somnolere est le produit de la pensée errante, sans, but et sans direction, si fixant successivement sur les souvenirs, qui ont gardé assez d'intensité pour s'y placer sur sa route et l'erreur au passage, établissant entre un lien tantot faible et indécis, tantot plus fort et plus serré, selon que l'activité actuelle du cerveau est plus ou moins abolie par le sommeil. In a third group, we may include those dream theories which ascribe to the dreaming mind the capacity and propensity for a special psychic activity, which in the waking state it can accomplish either not at all or only in an imperfect manner. From the activity of these capacities, there usually results a useful function of the dream. The dignity bestowed upon the dream by older psychological authors falls chiefly in this category. I shall content myself, however, with quoting in their place the assertions of Burdach, by virtue of which the dream is the natural activity of the mind, which is not limited by the force of the individuality, not disturbed by self-consciousness, and not directed by self-determination, but is the state of life of the sensible central point indulging in free play, p. 486. Burdach and others apparently consider this reveling in the free use of one's own powers as a state in which the mind refreshes itself and takes on new strength for the day work, something after the manner of a vacation holiday. Burdach, therefore, cites with approval the admirable words in which the poet Novalis lauds the sway of the dream. The dream is a bulwark against the regularity and commonness of life, a free recreation of the fettered fantasy, in which it mixes together all the pictures of life and interrupts the continued earnestness of grown-up men with a joyous children's play. Without the dream, we should surely age earlier, and thus the dream may be considered perhaps not a gift directly from above, but a delightful task, a friendly companion on our pilgrimage to the grave. The refreshing and curative activity of the dream is even more impressively depicted by Perkinge. The productive dreams in particular would perform these functions. They are easy plays of the imagination, which have no connection with the events of the day. The mind does not wish to continue the tension of the waking life, but to release it and recuperate from it. It produces, in the first place, conditions opposed to those of the waking state. It cures sadness through joy, worry through hope and cheerfully distracting pictures, hatred through love and friendliness, and fear through courage and confidence. It calms doubt through conviction and firm belief, and vain expectations through realization. Many sore spots in the mind, which the day keeps continually open, sleep heals by covering them and guarding against fresh excitement. Upon this, the curative effect of time is partially based. We all feel that sleep is beneficial to the psychic life, and the vague surmise of the popular consciousness apparently cannot be robbed of the notion that the dream is one of the ways in which sleep distributes its benefits. The most original and most far-reaching attempt to explain the dream as a special activity of the mind, which can freely display itself only in the sleeping state, was the one undertaken by Schirner in 1861. Schirner's book, written in a heavy and bombastic style, inspired by an almost intoxicated enthusiasm for the subject, which must repel us unless it can carry us away with it, places so many difficulties in the way of an analysis that we gladly resort to the clearer and shorter description in which the philosopher Volkelt presents Schirner's theories. From the mystic conglomerations, and from all the gorgeous and magnificent billows there indeed flashes and irradiates an ominous light of sense, but the path of the philosopher does not thereby become clearer. Such is the criticism of Schirner's description from one of his own adherents. Schirner does not belong to those authors who allow the mind to take along its undiminished capacities into the dream life. He indeed explains how in the dream the centrality and the spontaneous energy of the ego are enervated, how cognition, feeling, will, and imagination become changed through this decentralization, and how no true mental character, but only the nature of a mechanism, belongs to the remnants of these psychic forces. But instead, the activity of the mind designated as fantasy, freed from all rational domination and hence completely uncontrolled, rises in the dream to absolute supremacy. To be sure, it takes the last building stones from the memory of the waking state, but it builds with them constructions as different from the structures of the waking state as day and night. It shows itself in the dream not only reproductive, but productive. Its peculiarities give to the dream life its strange character. It shows a preference for the unlimited, exaggerated, and prodigious, but because freed from the impeding thought categories, it gains a greater flexibility and agility and new pleasure. It is extremely sensitive to the delicate emotional stimuli of the mind and to the agitating affects, and it rapidly recasts the inner life into the outer plastic clearness. The dream fantasy lacks the language of ideas. What it wishes to say, it must clearly depict, and as the idea now acts strongly, it depicts it with the richness, force, and immensity of the mode in question. Its language, however simple it may be, thus becomes circumstantial, cumbersome, and heavy. Clearness of language is rendered especially difficult by the fact that it shows a dislike for expressing an object by its own picture, but prefers a strange picture, if the latter can only express that moment of the object which it wishes to describe. This is the symbolizing activity of the fantasy. It is, moreover, of great significance that the dream fantasy copies objects not in detail, but only in outline, and even this in the broadest manner. Its paintings, therefore, appear ingeniously light and graceful. The dream fantasy, however, does not stop at the mere representation of the object, but is impelled from within to mingle with the object more or less of the dream ego, and in this way to produce an action. The visual dream, e.g., depicts gold coins in the street. The dreamer picks them up, rejoices, and carries them away. According to Schirner, the material upon which the dream fantasy exerts its artistic activity is preponderantly that of the organic sensory stimuli which are so obscure during the day. Comp. p. 29. Hence the fantastic theory of Schirner, and the perhaps oversober theories of Wundt and other physiologists, though otherwise diametrically opposed, agree perfectly in their assumption of the dream sources and dream excitants. But whereas, according to the physiological theory, the psychic reaction to the inner physical stimuli becomes exhausted with the awakening of any ideas suitable to these stimuli. These ideas then by way of association calling to their aid other ideas. And with this stage the chain of psychic processes seeming to terminate according to Schirner, the physical stimuli only supply the psychic force with a material which it may render subservient to its fantastic intentions. For Schirner, the formation of the dream only commences where in the conception of others it comes to an end. the treatment of the physical stimuli by the dream fantasy surely cannot be considered purposeful. The fantasy plays a tantalizing game with them and represents the organic source which gives origin to the stimuli in the correspondent dream, in any plastic symbolism. Indeed, Schirner holds the opinion, not shared by Volkelt and others, that the dream fantasy has a certain favorite representation for the entire organism. This representation would be the house. Fortunately, however, it does not seem to limit itself in its presentation to this material. It may also conversely employ a whole series of houses to designate a single organ, e.g., very long rows of houses for the intestinal excitation. On other occasions, particular parts of the house actually represent particular parts of the body, as e.g., in the headache dream, the ceiling of the room, which the dream sees covered with disgusting reptile-like spiders, represents the head. Quite irrespective of the house symbolism, any other suitable object may be employed for the representation of these parts of the body which excite the dream. Thus the breathing lungs find their symbol in the flaming stove with its gaseous roaring, the heart in hollow boxes and baskets, the bladder in round, bag-shaped, or simply hollowed objects. The male dream of sexual excitement makes the dreamer find in the street the upper portion of a clarinet, next to it the same part of a tobacco pipe, and next to that a piece of fur. The clarinet and tobacco pipe represent the approximate shape of the male sexual organ, while the fur represents the pubic hair. In the female sexual dream, the tightness of the closely approximated thighs may be symbolized by a narrow courtyard surrounded by houses, and the vagina by a very narrow, slippery and soft footpath leading through the courtyard, upon which the dreamer is obliged to walk, in order perhaps to carry a letter to a gentleman. Volkelt, p. 39. It is particularly noteworthy that at the end of such a physically exciting dream, the fantasy, as it were, unmasks by representing the exciting organ or its function unconcealed. Thus, the tooth-exciting dream usually ends with the dreamer taking a tooth out of his mouth. The dream fantasy may, however, not only direct its attention to the shape of the exciting organ, but it may also make the substance contained therein the object of the symbolization. Thus, the dream of intestinal excitement, e.g., may lead us through muddy streets, the bladder-exciting dream to foaming water. Or the stimulus itself, the manner of its excitation, and the object it covets are represented symbolically, or the dream ego enters into a concrete combination with the symbolization of its own state. As e.g., when, in the case of painful stimuli, we struggle desperately with vicious dogs or raging bulls, or when in the sexual dream the dreamer sees herself pursued by a naked man. Disregarding all the possible prolixity of elaboration, a symbolizing fantastic activity remains as the central force of every dream. Volkelt, in his finely and fervently written book, next attempted to penetrate further into the character of this fantasy and to assign to the psychical activity thus recognized its position in a system of philosophical ideas, which, however, remains altogether too difficult of comprehension for anyone who is not prepared by previous schooling for the sympathetic comprehension of philosophical modes of thinking. Schirner connects no useful function with the activity of the symbolizing fantasy in dreams. In the dream, the psyche plays with the stimuli at its disposal. One might presume that it plays in an improper manner. One might also ask us whether our thorough study of Schirner's dream theory, the arbitrariness and deviation of which from the rules of all investigation are only too obvious, can lead to any useful results. It would then be proper for us to forestall the rejection of Schirner's theory without examination by saying that this would be too arrogant. This theory is built up on the impression received from his dreams by a man who paid great attention to them, and who would appear to be personally very well fitted to trace obscure psychic occurrences. Furthermore, it treats a subject which, for thousands of years, has appeared mysterious to humanity though rich in its contents and relations, and for the elucidation of which stern science, as it confesses itself, has contributed nothing beyond attempting, in entire opposition to popular sentiment, to deny the substance and significance of the object. Finally, let us frankly admit that apparently we cannot avoid the fantastical in our attempts to elucidate the dream. There are also fantastic ganglia cells. The passage cited on p. 63 from a sober and exact investigator like Bintz, which depicts how the aurora of awakening flows along the dormant cell masses of the cerebrum, is not inferior in fancifulness and in improbability to Scherner's attempts at interpretation. I hope to be able to demonstrate that there is something actual underlying the latter, though it has only been indistinctly observed and does not possess the character of universality entitling it to the claim of a dream theory. For the present, Scherner's theory of the dream, in its contrast to the medical theory, may perhaps lead us to realize between what extremes the explanation of dream life is still unsteadily vacillating. H. Relations between the dream and mental diseases. When we speak of the relation of the dream to mental disturbances, we may think of three different things. 1. Etiological and clinical relations, as when a dream represents or initiates a psychotic condition, or when it leaves such a condition behind it. 2. Changes to which the dream life is subjected in mental diseases. 3. Inner relations between the dream and the psychoses, analogies indicating an intimate relationship. These manifold relations between the two series of phenomena have been a favorite theme of medical authors in the earlier periods of medical science, and again in recent times, as we learn from the literature on the subject gathered from Spitta, Raidstock, Maury, and Tissier. Sant de Sanctis has lately directed his attention to this relationship. For the purposes of our discussion, it will suffice merely to glance at this important subject. In regard to the clinical and etiological relations between the dream and the psychoses, I will report the following observations as paradigms. Hohenbaum asserts, see Cross, p. 39, that the first attack of insanity frequently originates in an anxious and terrifying dream, and that the ruling idea has connection with this dream. Sant de Sanctis adduces similar observations in paranoiacs, and declares the dream to be, in some of them, the vrea cause determinante de la folie. The psychosis may come to life all of a sudden with the dream causing and containing the explanation for the mental disturbances, or it may slowly develop through further dreams that have yet to struggle against doubt. In one of de Sanctis's cases, the affecting dream was accompanied by light hysterical attacks, which in their turn were followed by an anxious, melancholic state. Ferré, cited by Tissier, refers to a dream which caused an hysterical paralysis. Here the dream is offered us as an etiology of mental disturbance, though we equally consider the prevailing conditions when we declare that the mental disturbance shows its first manifestation in dream life, that it has its first outbreak in the dream. In other instances, the dream life contained the morbid symptoms, or the psychosis was limited to the dream life. Thus Thomire calls attention to anxiety dreams which must be conceived as equivalent to epileptic attacks. Allison has described nocturnal insanity, cited by Raidstock, in which the subjects are apparently perfectly well in the daytime, while hallucinations, fits of frenzy, and the like regularly appear at night. De Sanctis and Tissier report similar observations, paranoid dream equivalent in an alcoholic voices accusing a wife of infidelity. Tissier reports abundant observations from recent times in which actions of a pathological character, based on delusions, obsessive impulses, had their origin in dreams. Ghislaine describes a case in which sleep was replaced by an intermittent insanity. There is hardly any doubt that along with the psychology of the dream, the physician will one day occupy himself with the psychopathology of the dream. In cases of convalescence from insanity, it is often especially obvious that, while the functions of the day are normal, the dream life may still belong to the psychosis. Gregory is said first to have called attention to such cases, cited by Cross. Macario, reported by Tissier, gives account of a maniac who, a week after his complete recovery again, experienced in dreams the flight of ideas and the passionate impulses of his disease. Concerning the changes to which the dream life is subjected in chronic psychotic persons, very few investigations have so far been made. On the other hand, timely attention has been called to the inner relationship between the dream and mental disturbance, which shows itself in an extensive agreement of the manifestations occurring to both. According to Maury, Cubanis, in his Rapports du physique et du moral, first called attention to this. Following him came Lellet, J. Morrow, and more particularly the philosopher Maine de Buren. To be sure, the comparison is still older. Raidstock begins the chapter dealing with this comparison by giving a collection of expressions showing the analogy between the dream and insanity. Kant somewhere says, The lunatic is a dreamer in the waking state. According to Cross, insanity is a dream with the senses awake. Schopenhauer terms the dream a short insanity, and insanity a long dream. Hagen describes the delirium as dream life which has not been caused by sleep, but by disease. Wundt, in the Physiological Psychology, declares, "As a matter of fact, we may in the dream ourselves live through almost all symptoms which we meet in the insane asylums." The specific agreements, on the basis of which such an identification commends itself to the understanding, are enumerated by Spitta, and indeed, very similarly, by Mori in the following grouping. 1. Suspension, or at least retardation, of self-consciousness, consequent ignorance of the condition as such, and hence incapability of astonishment and lack of moral consciousness. 2. Modified perception of the sensory organs, that is, perception is diminished in the dream and generally enhanced in insanity. 3. Combination of ideas with each other exclusively in accordance with the laws of association and of reproduction, hence automatic formation of groups, and for this reason disproportion in the relations between ideas, exaggerations, phantasms. And as a result of all this, 4. Changing or transformation of the personality and at times of the peculiarities of character, perversities. Radestock gives some additional features or analogies in the material. Most hallucinations and illusions are found in the sphere of the senses of sight and hearing and general sensation. As in the dream, the smallest number of elements is supplied by the senses of smell and taste. The fever patient, like the dreamer, is assaulted by reminiscences from the remote past. What the waking and healthy man seems to have forgotten is recollected in sleep and in disease. The analogy between the dream and the psychosis receives its full value only when, like a family resemblance, it is extended to the finer mimicry and to the individual peculiarities of facial expression. To him who is tortured by physical and mental sufferings, the dream accords what has been denied him by reality, to wit, physical well-being and happiness. So the insane, too, see the bright pictures of happiness, greatness, sublimity, and riches. The supposed possession of estates and the imaginary fulfillment of wishes, the denial or destruction of which have just served as a psychic cause of the insanity, often form the main content of the delirium. The woman who has lost a dearly beloved child, in her delirium experiences maternal joys. The man who has suffered reverses of fortune deems himself immensely wealthy, and the jilted girl pictures herself in the bliss of tender love. The above passage from Radestock, an abstract of a keen discussion of Griesinger, p. 111, reveals with the greatest clearness the wish fulfillment as a characteristic of the imagination, common to the dream and the psychosis. My own investigations have taught me that here the key to a psychological theory of the dream and of the psychosis is to be found. Absurd combinations of ideas and weakness of judgment are the main characteristics of the dream and of insanity. The overestimation of one's own mental capacity, which appears absurd to sober judgment, is found alike both in one and the other, and the rapid course of ideas in the dream corresponds to the flight of ideas in the psychosis. Both are devoid of any measure of time. The dissociation of personality in the dream, which, for instance, distributes one's own knowledge between two persons, one of whom, the strange one, corrects in the dream one's own ego, fully corresponds to the well-known splitting of personality in hallucinatory paranoia. The dreamer, too, hears his own thoughts expressed by strange voices. Even the constant delusions find their analogy in the stereotyped recurring pathological dreams, rare obsedent. After recovering from a delirium, patients not infrequently declare that the disease appeared to them like an uncomfortable dream. Indeed, they inform us that occasionally, even during the course of their sickness, they have felt that they were only dreaming, just as it frequently happens in the sleeping dream. Considering all this, it is not surprising that Radestock condenses his own opinion and that of many others into the following. Insanity, an abnormal phenomenon of disease, is to be regarded as an enhancement of the periodically recurring normal dream states. p. 228. Cross attempted to base the relationship between the dream and insanity upon the etiology, or rather upon the exciting sources, perhaps making the relationship even more intimate than was possible through the analogy of the phenomena they manifest. According to him, the fundamental element common to both is, as we have learned, the organically determined sensation, the sensation of physical stimuli, the general feeling produced by contributions from all the organs. Cf. Pies, cited by Mori p. 60. The incontestable agreement between the dream and mental disturbance, extending into characteristic details, constitutes one of the strongest supports of the medical theory of dream life, according to which the dream is represented as a useless and disturbing process, and as the expression of a reduced psychic activity. One cannot expect, however, to derive the final explanation of the dream from the mental disturbances, as it is generally known in what unsatisfactory state our understanding of the origin of the latter remains. It is very probably, however, that a modified conception of the dream must also influence our views in regard to the inner mechanism of mental disturbances, and hence we may say that we are engaged in the elucidation of the psychosis when we endeavor to clear up the mystery of the dream. I shall have to justify myself for not extending my summary of the literature of the dream problems over the period between the first appearance of this book and its second edition. If this justification may not seem very satisfactory to the reader, I was nevertheless influenced by it. The motives which mainly induced me to summarize the treatment of the dream in the literature have been exhausted with the foregoing introduction. To have continued with this work would have cost me extraordinary effort and would have afforded little advantage or knowledge. For the period of 9 years referred to has yielded nothing new or valuable, either for the conception of the dream in actual material or in points of view. In most of the publications that have since appeared, my work has remained unmentioned and unregarded. Naturally, least attention has been bestowed upon it by the so-called investigators of dreams, who have thus afforded a splendid example of the aversion characteristic of scientific men to learning something new. Les savants n'y sont pas curieux, said the scoffer Anatole France. If there were such a thing in science as right to revenge, I in turn should be justified in ignoring the literature since the appearance of this book. The few accounts that have appeared in scientific journals are so full of folly and misconception that my only possible answer to my critics would be to request them to read this book over again. Perhaps also the request should be that they read it as a whole. In the works of those physicians who make use of the psychoanalytic method of treatment, Jung, Abraham, Ricklin, Muthman, Steckel, Rank, and others, an abundance of dreams have been reported and interpreted in accordance with my instructions. Insofar as these works go beyond the confirmation of my assertions, I have noted their results in the context of my discussion. A supplement to the literary index at the end of this book brings together the most important of these new publications. The voluminous book on the dream by Saint de Sanctis, of which a German translation appeared soon after its publication, has, so to speak, crossed with mine, so that I could take as little notice of him as the Italian author could of me. Unfortunately, I am further obliged to declare that this laborious work is exceedingly poor in ideas, so poor that one could never divine from it the existence of the problems treated by me. I have finally to mention 2 publications, which show a near relation to my treatment of the dream problems. A younger philosopher, H. Swoboda, who has undertaken to extend W. Fliess's discovery of biological periodicity in groups of 23 and 28 days to the psychic field, has produced an imaginative work, in which, among other things, he has used this key to solve the riddle of the dream. The interpretation of dreams would herein have fared badly. The material contained in dreams would be explained through the coincidence of all those memories, which during the night complete one of the biological periods for the first or the nth time. A personal statement from the author led me to assume that he himself no longer wished to advocate this theory earnestly. But it seems I was mistaken in this conclusion. I shall report in another place some observations in reference to Swoboda's assertion, concerning the conclusions of which I am, however, not convinced. It gave me far greater pleasure to find accidentally, in an unexpected place, a conception of the dream in essentials fully agreeing with my own. The circumstances of time preclude the possibility that this conception was influenced by a reading of my book. I must therefore greet this as the only demonstrable concurrence in the literature with the essence of my dream theory. The book which contains the passage concerning the dream which I have in mind was published as a second edition in 1900 by Lincas under the title Fantasien eins Realisen. 2. Method of dream interpretation. The analysis of a sample dream. The title which I have given my treatise indicates the tradition which I wish to make the starting point in my discussion of dreams. I have made it my task to show that dreams are capable of interpretation, and contributions to the solution of the dream problems that have just been treated can only be yielded as possible byproducts of the settlement of my own particular problem. With the hypothesis that dreams are interpretable, I at once come into contradiction with the prevailing dream science, in fact with all dream theories except that of Scherner, for to interpret a dream means to declare its meaning, to replace it by something which takes its place in the concatenation of our psychic activities as a link of full importance and value. But as we have learnt, the scientific theories of the dream leave no room for a problem of dream interpretation, for, in the first place, according to these, the dream is no psychic action, but a somatic process which makes itself known to the psychic apparatus by means of signs. The opinion of the masses has always been quite different. It asserts its privilege of proceeding illogically, and although it admits the dream to be incomprehensible and absurd, it cannot summon the resolution to deny the dream all significance. Led by a dim intuition, it seems rather to assume that the dream has a meaning, albeit a hidden one, that it is intended as a substitute for some other thought process, and that it is only a question of revealing this substitute correctly in order to reach the hidden signification of the dream. The laity has, therefore, always endeavored to interpret the dream, and in doing so has tried two essentially different methods. The first of these procedures regards the dream content as a whole and seeks to replace it by another content which is intelligible and in certain respects analogous. This is symbolic dream interpretation. It naturally goes to pieces at the outset in the case of those dreams which appear not only unintelligible but confused. The construction which the biblical Joseph places upon the dream of Pharaoh furnishes an example of its procedure. The 7 fat kine, after which came 7 lean ones which devour the former, furnish a symbolic substitute for a prediction of 7 years of famine in the land of Egypt, which will consume all the excess which 7 fruitful years have created. Most of the artificial dreams contrived by poets are intended for such symbolic interpretation, for they reproduce the thought conceived by the poet in a disguise found to be in accordance with the characteristics of our dreaming, as we know these from experience. The idea that the dream concerns itself chiefly with future events whose course it surmises in advance, a relic of the prophetic significance with which dreams were once credited, now becomes the motive for transplanting the meaning of the dream, found by means of symbolic interpretation, into the future by means of an it shall. A demonstration of the way in which such symbolic interpretation is arrived at cannot, of course, be given. Success remains a matter of ingenious conjecture, of direct intuition, and for this reason dream interpretation has naturally been elevated to an art, which seems to depend upon extraordinary gifts. The other of the 2 popular methods of dream interpretation entirely abandons such claims. It might be designated as the cipher method, since it treats the dream as a kind of secret code, in which every sign is translated into another sign of known meaning, according to an established key. For example, I have dreamt of a letter and also of a funeral or the like. I consult a dream book and find that letter is to be translated by vexation and funeral by marriage engagement. It now remains to establish a connection, which I again am to assume pertains to the future, by means of the rigmarole which I have deciphered. An interesting variation of this cipher procedure, a variation by which its character of purely mechanical transference is to a certain extent corrected, is presented in the work on dream interpretation by Artemidoros of Daldes. Here not only the dream content, but also the personality and station in life of the dreamer are taken into consideration, so that the same dream content has a significance for the rich man, the married man, or the orator, which is different from that for the poor man, the unmarried man, or, say, the merchant. The essential point, then, in this procedure is that the work of interpretation is not directed to the entirety of the dream, but to each portion of the dream content by itself, as though the dream were a conglomeration in which each fragment demands a particular disposal. Incoherent and confused dreams are certainly the ones responsible for the invention of the cipher method. The worthlessness of both these popular interpretation procedures for the scientific treatment of the subject cannot be questioned for a moment. The symbolic method is limited in its application and is capable of no general demonstration. In the cipher method, everything depends upon whether the key, the dream book, is reliable, and for that all guarantees are lacking. One might be tempted to grant the contention of the philosophers and psychiatrists, and to dismiss the problem of dream interpretation as a fanciful one. I have come, however, to think differently. I have been forced to admit that here once more we have one of those not infrequent cases where an ancient and stubbornly retained popular belief seems to have come nearer to the truth of the matter than the judgment of the science which prevails today. I must insist that the dream actually has significance and that a scientific procedure in dream interpretation is possible. I have come upon the knowledge of this procedure in the following manner. For several years, I have been occupied with the solution of certain psychopathological structures in hysterical phobias, compulsive ideas, and the like for therapeutic purposes. I have been so occupied since becoming familiar with an important report of Joseph Breuer to the effect that in those structures, regarded as morbid symptoms, solution and treatment go hand in hand. Where it has been possible to trace such a pathological idea back to the elements in the psychic life of the patient to which it owes its origin, this idea has crumbled away, and the patient has been relieved of it. In view of the failure of our other therapeutic efforts, and in the face of the mysteriousness of these conditions, it seems to me tempting, in spite of all difficulties, to press forward on the path taken by Breuer until the subject has been fully understood. We shall have elsewhere to make a detailed report upon the form which the technique of this procedure has finally assumed and the results of the efforts which have been made. In the course of these psychoanalytical studies, I happened upon dream interpretation. My patients, after I had obliged them to inform me of all the ideas and thoughts which came to them in connection with the given theme, related their dreams, and thus taught me that a dream may be linked into the psychic concatenation, which must be followed backwards into the memory from the pathological idea as a starting point. The next step was to treat the dream as a symptom, and to apply to it the method of interpretation which had been worked out for such symptoms. For this, a certain psychic preparation of the patient is necessary. The double effort is made with him to stimulate his attention for his psychic perceptions and to eliminate the critique with which he is ordinarily in the habit of viewing the thoughts which come to the surface in him. For the purpose of self-observation with concentrated attention, it is advantageous that the patient occupy a restful position and close his eyes. He must be explicitly commanded to resign the critique of the thought formations which he perceives. He must be told further that the success of the psychoanalysis depends upon his noticing and telling everything that passes through his mind, and that he must not allow himself to suppress one idea because it seems to him unimportant or irrelevant to the subject, or another because it seems nonsensical. He must maintain impartiality towards his ideas, for it would be owing to just this critique if he were unsuccessful in finding the desired solution of the dream, the obsession, or the like. I have noticed in the course of my psychoanalytic work that the state of mind of a man in contemplation is entirely different from that of a man who is observing his psychic processes. In contemplation, there is a greater play of psychic action than in the most attentive self-observation. This is also shown by the tense attitude and wrinkled brow of contemplation, in contrast with the restful features of self-observation. In both cases, there must be concentration of attention, but besides this, in contemplation one exercises a critique, in consequence of which he rejects some of the ideas which he has perceived and cuts short others, so that he does not follow the trains of thought which they would open. Toward still other thoughts he may act in such a manner that they do not become conscious at all. That is to say, they are suppressed before they are perceived. In self-observation, on the other hand, one has only the task of suppressing the critique. If he succeeds in this, an unlimited number of ideas, which otherwise would have been impossible for him to grasp, come to his consciousness. With the aid of this material, newly secured for the purpose of self-observation, the interpretation of pathological ideas, as well as of dream images, can be accomplished. As may be seen, the point is to bring about a psychic state to some extent analogous as regards the apportionment of psychic energy, transferable attention, to the state prior to falling asleep, and indeed also to the hypnotic state. In falling asleep, the undesired ideas come into prominence on account of the slackening of a certain arbitrary, and certainly also critical action, which we allow to exert an influence upon the trend of our ideas. We are accustomed to assign fatigue as the reason for this slackening. The emerging undesired ideas as the reason are changed into visual and acoustic images. Cf. The Remarks of Schleiermacher and others, p. 40. In the condition which is used for the analysis of dreams and pathological ideas, this activity is purposely and arbitrarily dispensed with, and the psychic energy thus saved, or a part of it, is used for the attentive following of the undesired thoughts now coming to the surface, which retain their identity as ideas. This is the difference from the condition of falling asleep. Undesired ideas are thus changed into desired ones. The suspension thus required of the critique for these apparently, freely rising ideas, which is here demanded and which is usually exercised on them, is not easy for some persons. The undesired ideas are in the habit of starting the most violent resistance, which seeks to prevent them from coming to the surface. But if we may credit our great poet-philosopher Friedrich Schiller, a very similar tolerance must be the condition of poetic production. At a point in his correspondence with Koerner, for the noting of which we are indebted to Mr. Otto Rank, Schiller answers a friend who complains of his lack of creativeness in the following words. "The reason for your complaint lies, it seems to me, in the constraint which your intelligence imposes upon your imagination. I must here make an observation and illustrate it by an allegory. It does not seem beneficial, and it is harmful for the creative work of the mind, if the intelligence inspects too closely the ideas already pouring in, as it were, at the gates. Regarded by itself, an idea may be very trifling and very adventurous, but it perhaps becomes important on account of one which follows it. Perhaps in a certain connection with others, which may seem equally absurd, it is capable of forming a very useful construction. The intelligence cannot judge all these things if it does not hold them steadily long enough to see them in connection with the others. In the case of a creative mind, however, the intelligence has withdrawn its watchers from the gates, the ideas rush in pell-mell, and it is only then that the great heap is looked over and critically examined. Messrs. Critics, or whatever else you may call yourselves, you are ashamed or afraid of the momentary and transitory madness which is found in all creators, and whose longer or shorter duration distinguishes the thinking artist from the dreamer. Hence your complaints about barrenness, for you reject too soon and discriminate too severely. Letter of December 1, 1788. And yet, such a withdrawal of the watchers from the gates of intelligence, as Schiller calls it, such a shifting into the condition of uncritical self-observation, is in no way difficult. Most of my patients accomplish it after the first instructions. I myself can do it very perfectly, if I assist the operation by writing down my notions. The amount, in terms of psychic energy, by which the critical activity is in this manner reduced, and by which the intensity of the self-observation may be increased, varies widely according to the subject matter upon which the attention is to be fixed. The first step in the application of this procedure now teaches us that not the dream as a whole, but only the parts of its contents separately, may be made the object of our attention. If I ask a patient who is as yet unpracticed, "What occurs to you in connection with this dream?" As a rule, he is unable to fix upon anything in his psychic field of vision. I must present the dream to him piece by piece. Then for every fragment he gives me a series of notions, which may be designated as the background thoughts of this part of the dream. In this first and important condition, then, the method of dream interpretation which I employ avoids the popular, traditional method of interpretation by symbolism famous in the legends, and approaches the second, the cipher method. Like this one, it is an interpretation in detail, not en masse. Like this, it treats the dream from the beginning as something put together, as a conglomeration of psychic images. In the course of my psychoanalysis of neurotics, I have indeed already subjected many thousand dreams to interpretation, but I do not now wish to use this material in the introduction to the technique and theory of dream interpretation. Quite apart from the consideration that I should expose myself to the objection that these are dreams of neuropathic subjects, the conclusions drawn from which would not admit of reapplication to the dreams of healthy persons, another reason forces me to reject them. The theme, which is naturally always the subject of these dreams, is the history of the disease which is responsible for the neurosis. For this purpose, there would be required a very long introduction and an investigation into the nature and logical conditions of psychoneuroses, things which are in themselves novel and unfamiliar in the highest degree, and which would thus distract attention from the dream problem. My purpose lies much more in the direction of preparing the ground for a solution of difficult problems in the psychology of the neuroses by means of the solution of dreams. But if I eliminate the dreams of neurotics, I must not treat the remainder too discriminatingly. Only those dreams still remain which have been occasionally related to me by healthy persons of my acquaintance, or which I find as examples in the literature of dream life. Unfortunately, in all these dreams, the analysis is lacking, without which I cannot find the meaning of the dream. My procedure is, of course, not as easy as that of the popular cipher method, which translates the given dream content according to an established key. I am much more prepared to find that the same dream may cover a different meaning in the case of different persons, and in a different connection, I must then resort to my own dreams as an abundant and convenient material furnished by a person who is about normal and having reference to many incidents of everyday life. I shall certainly be with doubts as to the trustworthiness of these self-analyses. Arbitrariness is here in no way avoided. In my opinion, conditions are more likely to be favorable in self-observation than in the observation of others. In any case, it is permissible to see how much can be accomplished by means of self-analysis. I must overcome further difficulties arising from inner self. One has a readily understood aversion to exposing so many intimate things from one's own psychic life, and one does not feel safe from the misinterpretation of strangers. But one must be able to put oneself beyond this. Tout psychologiste, writes Delboeuf, est obligé de faire l'aveu même de ses faiblesses, et s'il croit par la jeter du jour sur quelque problème obscur. And I may assume that in the case of the reader, the immediate interest in the indiscretions which I must commit will very soon give way to exclusive engrossment in the psychological problems which are illuminated by them. I shall, therefore, select one of my own dreams and use it to elucidate my method of interpretation. Every such dream necessitates a preliminary statement. I must now beg the reader to make my interest his own for a considerable time, and to become absorbed with me in the most trifling details of my life, for an interest in the hidden significance of dreams imperatively demands such transference. Preliminary statement. In the summer of 1895, I had psychoanalytically treated a young lady who stood in close friendship to me and those near to me. It is to be understood that such a complication of relations may be the source of manifold feelings for the physician, especially for the psychotherapist. The personal interest of the physician is greater, his authority is less. A failure threatens to undermine the friendship with the relatives of the patient. The cure ended with partial success. The patient got rid of her hysterical fear, but not of all her somatic symptoms. I was at that time not yet sure of the criteria marking the final settlement of a hysterical case, and expected her to accept a solution which did not seem acceptable to her. In this disagreement, we cut short the treatment on account of the summer season. One day, a younger colleague, one of my best friends who had visited the patient, Irma, and her family in their country resort, came to see me. I asked him how he found her, and received the answer: "She is better, but not altogether well." I realized that those words of my friend Otto, or the tone of voice in which they were spoken, made me angry. I thought I heard a reproach in the words, perhaps to the effect that I had promised the patient too much, and rightly or wrongly I traced Otto's supposed siding against me to the influence of the relatives of the patient, who, I assume, had never approved of my treatment. Moreover, my disagreeable impression did not become clear to me, nor did I give it expression. The very same evening, I wrote down the history of Irma's case, in order to hand it, as though for my justification, to Dr. M, a mutual friend who was at that time a leading figure in our circle. During the night following this evening, perhaps rather in the morning, I had the following dream, which was registered immediately after waking. Dream of July 23-24, 1895. A great hall, many guests whom we are receiving, among them Irma, whom I immediately take aside as though to answer her letter to reproach her for not yet accepting the solution. I say to her, "If you still have pains, it is really only your own fault." She answers, "If you only knew what pains I now have in the neck, stomach, and abdomen, I am drawn together." I am frightened and look at her. She looks pale and bloated. I think that after all I must be overlooking some organic affection. I take her to the window and look into her throat. She shows some resistance to this, like a woman who has a false set of teeth. I think anyway she does not need them. The mouth then really opens without difficulty, and I find a large white spot to the right, and at another place I see extended grayish-white scabs attached to curious curling formations, which have obviously been formed like the turbinated bone. I quickly call Dr. M, who repeats the examination and confirms it. Dr. M.'s looks are altogether unusual. He is very pale, limps, and has no beard on his chin. My friend Otto is now also standing next to her, and my friend Leopold percusses her small body and says, "She has some dullness on the left below," and also calls attention to an infiltrated portion of the skin on the left shoulder, something which I feel as he does, in spite of the dress. M says, "No doubt it is an infection, but it does not matter. Dysentery will develop too, and the poison will be excreted. We also have immediate knowledge of the origin of the infection. My friend Otto has recently given her an injection with a propyl preparation when she felt ill, propyl's propionic acid. Trimethylamine, the formula of which I see printed before me in heavy type. Such injections are not made so rashly. Probably also the syringe was not clean. This dream has an advantage over many others. It is at once clear with what events of the preceding day it is connected, and what subject it treats. The preliminary statement gives information on these points. The news about Irma's health which I have received from Otto, the history of the illness upon which I have written until late at night, have occupied my psychic activity even during sleep. In spite of all this, no one, who has read the preliminary report and has knowledge of the content of the dream, has been able to guess what the dream signifies. Nor do I myself know. I wonder about the morbid symptoms, of which Irma complains in the dream, for they are not the same ones for which I have treated her. I smile about the consultation with Dr. M. I smile at the nonsensical idea of an injection with propionic acid, and at the consolation attempted by Dr. M. towards the end. The dream seems more obscure and more terse than at the beginning. In order to learn the significance of all this, I am compelled to undertake a thorough analysis. Analysis. The hall many guests, whom we are receiving. We were living this summer at the Bellevue, in an isolated house on one of the hills which lie close to the Kahlenberg. This house was once intended as a place of amusement, and on this account has unusually high, hall-like rooms. The dream also occurred at the Bellevue, a few days before the birthday of my wife. During the day, my wife had expressed the expectation that several friends, among them Irma, would come to us as guests for her birthday. My dream, then, anticipates this situation. It is the birthday of my wife, and many people, among them Irma, are received by us as guests in the great hall of the Bellevue. I reproach Irma for not having accepted the solution. I say, "If you still have pains, it is your own fault." I might have said this also, or did say it, while awake. At that time, I had the opinion, recognized later to be incorrect, that my task was limited to informing patients of the hidden meaning of their symptoms, whether they then accepted or did not accept the solution upon which success depended, for that I was not responsible. I am thankful to this error, which fortunately has now been overcome, for making life easier for me at a time when, with all my unavoidable ignorance, I was to produce successful cures. But I see in the speech which I make to Irma in the dream, that above all things I do not want to be to blame for the pains which she still feels. If it is Irma's own fault, it cannot be mine. Should the purpose of the dream be looked for in this quarter? Irma's complaints, pains in the neck, abdomen, and stomach, she is drawn together. Pains in the stomach belong to the symptom complex of my patient, but they were not very prominent. She complained rather of sensations of nausea and disgust. Pains in the neck and abdomen and constriction of the throat hardly played a part in her case. I wonder why I decided upon this choice of symptoms, nor can I for the moment find the reason. She looks pale and bloated. My patient was always ruddy. I suspect that another person is here being substituted for her. I am frightened at the thought that I must have overlooked some organic affection. This, as the reader will readily believe, is a constant fear with the specialist, who sees neurotics almost exclusively, and who is accustomed to ascribe so many manifestations, which other physicians treat as organic, to hysteria. On the other hand, I am haunted by a faint doubt, I know not whence it comes, as to whether my fear is altogether honest. If Irma's pains are indeed of organic origin, I am not bound to cure them. My treatment, of course, removes only hysterical pains. It seems to me, in fact, that I wish to find an error in the diagnosis. In that case, the reproach of being unsuccessful would be removed. I take her to the window in order to look into her throat. She resists a little, like a woman who has false teeth. I think she does not need them anyway. I had never had occasion to inspect Irma's oral cavity. The incident in the dream reminds me of an examination, made some time before, of a governess who at first gave an impression of youthful beauty, but who upon opening her mouth took certain measures for concealing her teeth. Other memories of medical examinations and of little secrets which are discovered by them, unpleasantly for both examiner and examined, connect themselves with this case. She does not need them anyway, is at first perhaps a compliment for Irma, but I suspect a different meaning. In careful analysis, one feels whether or not the background thoughts which are to be expected have been exhausted. The way in which Irma stands at the window suddenly reminds me of another experience. Irma possesses an intimate woman friend of whom I think very highly. One evening on paying her a visit I found her in the position at the window reproduced in the dream, and her physician, the same Dr. M., declared that she had a diphtheritic membrane. The person of Dr. M. and the membrane return in the course of the dream. Now it occurs to me that during the last few months, I have been given every reason to suppose that this lady is also hysterical. Yes, Irma herself has betrayed this to me, but what do I know about her condition? Only the one thing, that like Irma she suffers from hysterical choking in dreams. Thus in the dream, I have replaced my patient by her friend. Now I remember that I have often trifled with the expectation that this lady might likewise engage me to relieve her of her symptoms. But even at the time I thought it improbable, for she is of a very shy nature. She resists, as the dream shows. Another explanation might be that she does not need it. In fact, until now she has shown herself strong enough to master her condition without outside help. Now only a few features remain, which I can assign neither to Irma nor to her friend: pale, bloated, false teeth. The false teeth lead me to the governess. I now feel inclined to be satisfied with bad teeth. Then another person, to whom these features may allude, occurs to me. She is not my patient, and I do not wish her to be my patient, for I have noticed that she is not at her ease with me, and I do not consider her a docile patient. She is generally pale, and once, when she had a particularly good spell, she was bloated. I have thus compared my patient Irma with two others who would likewise resist treatment. What can it mean that I have exchanged her for her friend in the dream? Perhaps that I wish to exchange her. Either the other one arouses in me stronger sympathies, or I have a higher opinion of her intelligence. For I consider Irma foolish because she does not accept my solution. The other one would be more sensible and would thus be more likely to yield. The mouth then really opens without difficulty. She would tell more than Irma. What I see in the throat, a white spot and scabby nostrils. The white spot recalls diphtheria, and thus Irma's friend, but besides this it recalls the grave illness of my eldest daughter 2 years before and all the anxiety of that unfortunate time. The scab on the nostrils reminds me of a concern about my own health. At that time, I often used cocaine in order to suppress annoying swellings in the nose, and had heard a few days before that a lady patient who did likewise had contracted an extensive necrosis of the nasal mucous membrane. The recommendation of cocaine, which I had made in 1885, had also brought grave reproaches upon me. A dear friend, already dead in 1895, had hastened his end through the misuse of this remedy. I quickly called Dr. M., who repeats the examination. This would simply correspond to the position which M occupied among us, but the word quickly is striking enough to demand a special explanation. It reminds me of a sad medical experience. By the continued prescription of a remedy, sulfonal, which was still at that time considered harmless, I had once caused the severe intoxication of a woman patient, and I had turned in great haste to an older, more experienced colleague for assistance. The fact that I really had this case in mind is confirmed by an accessory circumstance. The patient, who succumbed to the intoxication, bore the same name as my eldest daughter. I had never thought of this until now. Now it seems to me almost like a retribution of fate, as though I ought to continue the replacement of the persons here in another sense. This Matilda for that Matilda, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It is as though I were seeking every opportunity to reproach myself with lack of medical conscientiousness. Dr. M is pale, without a beard on his chin, and he limps. Of this so much is correct, that his unhealthy appearance often awakens the concern of his friends. The other two characteristics must belong to another person. A brother living abroad occurs to me, who wears his chin clean-shaven, and to whom, if I remember aright, M of the dream on the whole bears some resemblance. About him, the news arrived some days before that he was lame on account of an arthritic disease in the hip. There must be a reason why I fused the two persons into one in the dream. I remember that in fact, I was on bad terms with both of them for similar reasons. Both of them had rejected a certain proposal which I had recently made to them. My friend Otto is now standing next to the sick woman, and my friend Leopold examines her and calls attention to a dullness on the left below. My friend Leopold is also a physician, a relative of Otto. Since the two practice the same specialty, fate has made them competitors who are continually being compared with each other. Both of them assisted me for years, while I was still directing a public dispensary for nervous children. Scenes like the one reproduced in the dream have often taken place there. While I was debating with Otto about the diagnosis of a case, Leopold had examined the child anew and had made an unexpected contribution towards the decision. For there was a difference of character between the two similar to that between Inspector Brassig and his friend Charles. The one was distinguished for his brightness, the other was slow, thoughtful, but thorough. If I contrast Otto and the careful Leopold in the dream, I do it, apparently in order to extol Leopold. It is a comparison similar to the one above between the disobedient patient Irma and her friend, who is thought to be more sensible. I now become aware of one of the tracks along which the thought association of the dream progresses, from the sick child to the children's asylum. The dullness to the left, below, recalls a certain case corresponding to it, in every detail in which Leopold astonished me by his thoroughness. Besides this, I have a notion of something like a metastatic affection, but it might rather be a reference to the lady patient whom I should like to have instead of Irma. For this lady, as far as I can gather, resembles a woman suffering from tuberculosis. An infiltrated portion of skin on the left shoulder. I see at once that this is my own rheumatism of the shoulder, which I always feel when I have remained awake until late at night. The turn of phrase in the dream also sounds ambiguous, something which I feel, in spite of the dress. Feel on my own body is intended. Moreover, I am struck with the unusual sound of the term infiltrated portion of skin. An infiltration behind on the upper left is what we are accustomed to. This would refer to the lung, and thus again to tuberculosis patients. In spite of the dress. This, to be sure, is only an interpolation. We, of course, examine the children in the clinic undressed. It is some sort of contradiction to the manner in which grown-up female patients must be examined. The story used to be told of a prominent clinician that he always examined his patients physically only through the clothes. The rest is obscure to me. I have, frankly, no inclination to follow the matter further. Dr. M says, it is an infection, but it does not matter. Dysentery will develop, and the poison will be excreted. This at first seems ridiculous to me. Still, it must be carefully analyzed like everything else. Observed more closely, it seems, however, to have a kind of meaning. What I had found in the patient was local diphtheritis. I remember the discussion about diphtheritis and diphtheria at the time of my daughter's illness. The latter is the general infection which proceeds from local diphtheritis. Leopold proves the existence of such general infection by means of the dullness, which thus suggests a metastatic lesion. I believe, however, that just this kind of metastasis does not occur in the case of diphtheria. It rather recalls pyemia. It does not matter is a consolation. I believe it fits in as follows. The last part of the dream has yielded a content to the effect that the pains of the patient are the result of a serious organic affection. I begin to suspect that with this I am only trying to shift the blame from myself. Psychic treatment cannot be held responsible for the continued presence of diphtheritic affection. But now, in turn, I am disturbed at inventing such serious suffering for Irma for the sole purpose of exculpating myself. It seems cruel. I need, accordingly, the assurance that the result will be happy, and it does not seem ill-advised that I should put the words of consolation into the mouth of Dr. M., but here I consider myself superior to the dream, a fact which needs explanation. But why is this consolation so nonsensical? Dysentery. Some sort of far-fetched theoretical notion that pathological material may be removed through the intestines. Am I in this way trying to make fun of Dr. M.'s great store of far-fetched explanations, his habit of finding curious pathological relationships? Dysentery suggests something else. A few months ago I had in charge a young man suffering from remarkable pains during evacuation of the bowels, a case which colleagues had treated as anemia with malnutrition. I realized that it was a question of hysteria. I was unwilling to use my psychotherapy on him and sent him off on a sea voyage. Now a few days before I had received a despairing letter from him from Egypt, saying that while there he had suffered a new attack, which the physician had declared to be dysentery. I suspect, indeed, that the diagnosis was only an error of my ignorant colleague, who allows hysteria to make a fool of him. But still, I cannot avoid reproaching myself for putting the invalid in a position where he might contract an organic affection of the bowels in addition to his hysteria. Furthermore, dysentery sounds like diphtheria, a word which does not occur in the dream. Indeed, it must be that, with the consoling prognosis. Dysentery will develop, and see, I am making fun of Dr. M., for I recollect that years ago he once jokingly told a very similar story of another colleague. He had been called to consult with this colleague in the case of a woman who was very seriously ill and had felt obliged to confront the other physician, who seemed very hopeful, with the fact that he found albumen in the patient's urine. The colleague, however, did not let this worry him, but answered calmly, "That does not matter, doctor. The albumen will without doubt be excreted." Thus I can no longer doubt that derision for those colleagues who are ignorant of hysteria is contained in this part of the dream. As though in confirmation, this question now arises in my mind. Does Dr. M know that the symptoms of his patient, of our friend Irma, which give cause for fearing tuberculosis, are also based on hysteria? Has he recognized this hysteria, or has he stupidly ignored it? But what can be my motive in treating this friend so badly? This is very simple. Dr. M agrees with my solution as little as Irma herself. I have thus already in this dream taken revenge on two persons, on Irma in the words, "If you still have pains, it is your own fault," and on Dr. M in the wording of the nonsensical consolation which has been put into his mouth. We have immediate knowledge of the origin of the infection. This immediate knowledge in the dream is very remarkable. Just before we did not know it, since the infection was first demonstrated by Leopold. My friend Otto has recently given her an injection when she felt ill. Otto had actually related that in the short time of his visit to Irma's family, he had been called to a neighboring hotel in order to give an injection to someone who fell suddenly ill. Injections, again, recall the unfortunate friend who has poisoned himself with cocaine. I had recommended the remedy to him merely for internal use during the withdrawal of morphine, but he once gave himself injections of cocaine. With a propyl preparation, propyls, propionic acid, how did this ever occur to me? On the same evening on which I had written part of the history of the disease before having the dream, my wife opened a bottle of cordial labeled ananas, which was a present from our friend Otto. For he had a habit of making presents on every possible occasion. I hope he will some day be cured of this by a wife. Such a smell of fusel oil arose from this cordial that I refused to taste it. My wife observed, "We will give this bottle to the servants," and I, still more prudent, forbade it with the philanthropic remark, They mustn't be poisoned either. The smell of fusel oil amyl has now apparently awakened in my memory the whole series, propyl, methyl, and C, which has furnished the propyl preparation of the dream. In this, it is true, I have employed a substitution. I have dreamt of propyl after smelling amyl, but substitutions of this kind are perhaps permissible, especially in organic chemistry. Trimethylamine. I see the chemical formula of this substance in the dream, a fact which probably gives evidence of a great effort on the part of my memory, and, moreover, the formula is printed in heavy type, as if to lay special stress upon something of particular importance, as distinguished from the context. To what does this trimethylamine lead, which has been so forcibly called to my attention? It leads to a conversation with another friend, who for years has known all my germinating activities, as I have his. At that time, he had just informed me of some of his ideas about sexual chemistry, and had mentioned, among others, that he thought he recognized in trimethylamine one of the products of sexual metabolism. This substance thus leads me to sexuality, to that factor which I credit with the greatest significance for the origin of the nervous affections which I attempt to cure. My patient Irma is a young widow. If I am anxious to excuse the failure of her cure, I suppose I shall best do so by referring to this condition, which her admirers would be glad to change. How remarkably, too, such a dream is fashioned. The other woman, whom I take as my patient in the dream instead of Irma, is also a young widow. I suspect why the formula of trimethylamine has made itself so prominent in the dream. So many important things are gathered up in this one word. Trimethylamine is not only an allusion to the overpowering factor of sexuality, but also to a person whose sympathy I remember with satisfaction when I feel myself forsaken in my opinions. Should not this friend, who plays such a large part in my life, occur again in the chain of thoughts of the dream? Of course, he must. He is particularly acquainted with the results which proceed from affections of the nose and its adjacent cavities, and has revealed to science several highly remarkable relations of the turbinated bones to the female sexual organs, the 3 curly formations in Irma's throat. I have had Irma examined by him to see whether the pains in her stomach might be of nasal origin. But he himself suffers from suppurative rhinitis, which worries him, and to this perhaps there is an allusion in Pyemia, which hovers before me in the metastases of the dream. Such injections are not made so rashly. Here the reproach of carelessness is hurled directly at my friend Otto. I am under the impression that I had some thought of this sort in the afternoon, when he seemed to indicate his siding against me by word and look. It was perhaps how easily he can be influenced, how carelessly he pronounces judgment. Furthermore, the above sentence again points to my deceased friend, who so lightly took refuge in cocaine injections. As I have said, I had not intended injections of the remedy at all. I see that in reproaching Otto, I again touch upon the story of the unfortunate Matilda, from which arises the same reproach against me. Obviously, I am here collecting examples of my own conscientiousness, but also of the opposite. Probably also the syringe was not clean. Another reproach directed at Otto, but originating elsewhere. The day before I happened to meet the son of a lady 82 years of age, whom I am obliged to give daily 2 injections of morphine. At present, she is in the country, and I have heard that she is suffering from an inflammation of the veins. I immediately thought that it was a case of infection due to contamination from the syringe. It is my pride that in 2 years I have not given her a single infection. I am constantly concerned, of course, to see that the syringe is perfectly clean. For I am conscientious. From the inflammation of the veins, I returned to my wife, who had suffered from emboli during a period of pregnancy, and now 3 related situations come to the surface in my memory, involving my wife, Irma, and the deceased Matilda, the identity of which 3 persons plainly justifies my putting them in one another's place. I have now completed the interpretation of the dream. In the course of this interpretation, I have taken great pains to get possession of all the notions to which a comparison between the dream content and the dream thoughts hidden behind it must have given rise. Meanwhile, the meaning of the dream has dawned upon me. I have become conscious of a purpose which is realized by means of the dream and which must have been the motive for dreaming. The dream fulfills several wishes, which have been actuated in me by the events of the preceding evening, Otto's news, and the writing down of the history of the disease. For the result of the dream is that I am not to blame for the suffering which Irma still has, and that Otto is to blame for it. Now Otto has made me angry by his remark about Irma's imperfect cure. The dream avenges me upon him by turning the reproach back upon himself. The dream acquits me of responsibility for Irma's condition by referring it to other causes, which indeed furnish a great number of explanations. The dream represents a certain condition of affairs as I should wish it to be. The content of the dream is thus the fulfillment of a wish. Its motive is a wish. This much is apparent at first sight, but many things in the details of the dream become intelligible when regarded from the point of view of wish fulfillment. I take revenge on Otto, not only for hastily taking part against me, in that I accuse him of a careless medical operation, the injection, but I am also avenged on him for the bad cordial which smells like fusel oil, and I find an expression in the dream which unites both reproaches, the injection with a preparation of propyl. Still, I am not satisfied, but continue my revenge by comparing him to his more reliable competitor. I seem to say by this, I like him better than you. But Otto is not the only one who must feel the force of my anger. I take revenge on the disobedient patient by exchanging her for a more sensible, more docile one. Nor do I leave the contradiction of Dr. M. unnoticed, but express my opinion of him in an obvious allusion, to the effect that his relation to the question is that of an ignoramus. Dysentery will develop and see. It seems to me, indeed, as though I were appealing from him to someone better informed, my friend, who has told me about trimethylamine. Just as I have turned from Irma to her friend, I turn from Otto to Leopold. Rid me of these three persons, replace them by three others of my own choice, and I shall be released from the reproaches which I do not wish to have deserved. The unreasonableness itself of these reproaches is proved to me in the dream in the most elaborate way. Irma's pains are not charged to me because she herself is to blame for them, in that she refuses to accept my solution. Irma's pains are none of my business, for they are of an organic nature, quite impossible to be healed by a psychic cure. Irma's sufferings are satisfactorily explained by her widowhood, trimethylamine, a fact which, of course, I cannot alter. Irma's illness has been caused by an incautious injection on the part of Otto, with an ill-suited substance, in a way I should never have made an injection. Irma's suffering is the result of an injection made with an unclean syringe, just like the inflammation of the veins in my old lady, while I never do any such mischief with my injections. I am aware, indeed, that these explanations of Irma's illness, which unite in acquitting me, do not agree with one another, they even exclude one another. The whole pleading, this dream is nothing else, recalls vividly the defensive argument of a man who was accused by his neighbor of having returned a kettle to him in a damaged condition. In the first place, he said, he had returned the kettle undamaged. In the second, it already had holes in it when he borrowed it. And thirdly, he had never borrowed the kettle from his neighbor at all. But so much the better, if even one of these three methods of defense is recognized as valid, the man must be acquitted. Still other subjects mingle in the dream, whose relation to my release from responsibility for Irma's illness is not so transparent. The illness of my daughter and that of a patient of the same name, the harmfulness of cocaine, the illness of my patient traveling in Egypt, concern about the health of my wife, my brother, of Dr. M., my own bodily troubles, and concern about the absent friend who is suffering from suppurative rhinitis. But if I keep all these things in view, they combine into a single train of thought, labeled perhaps, concern for the health of myself and others, professional conscientiousness. I recall an undefined disagreeable sensation as Otto brought me the news of Irma's condition. I should like to note finally the expression of this fleeting sensation, which is part of the train of thought that is mingled into the dream. It is as though Otto had said to me, "You do not take your physician's duties seriously enough, you are not conscientious, do not keep your promises." Thereupon this train of thought placed itself at my service in order that I might exhibit proof of the high degree in which I am conscientious, how intimately I am concerned with the health of my relatives, friends, and patients. Curiously enough, there are also in this thought material some painful memories, which correspond rather to the blame attributed to Otto than to the accusation against me. The material has the appearance of being impartial, but the connection between this broader material, upon which the dream depends, and the more limited theme of the dream, which gives rise to the wish to be innocent of Irma's illness, is nevertheless unmistakable. I do not wish to claim that I have revealed the meaning of the dream entirely, or that the interpretation is flawless. I could still spend much time upon it. I could draw further explanations from it, and bring up new problems which it bids us consider. I even know the points from which further thought associations might be traced, but such considerations, as are connected with every dream of one's own, restrain me from the work of interpretation. Whoever is ready to condemn such reserve may himself try to be more straightforward than I am content with the discovery which has been just made. If the method of dream interpretation here indicated is followed, it will be found that the dream really has meaning, and is by no means the expression of fragmentary brain activity, which the authors would have us believe. When the work of interpretation has been completed, the dream may be recognized as the fulfillment of a wish. 3. The dream is the fulfillment of a wish. When after passing a defile one has reached an eminence where the ways part, and where the view opens out broadly in different directions, it is permissible to stop for a moment and to consider where one is to turn next. Something like this happens to us after we have mastered this first dream interpretation. We find ourselves in the open light of a sudden cognition. The dream is not comparable to the irregular sounds of a musical instrument, which, instead of being touched by the hand of the musician, is struck by some outside force. The dream is not senseless, not absurd, does not presuppose that a part of our store of ideas is dormant while another part begins to awaken. It is a psychic phenomenon of full value, and indeed the fulfillment of a wish. It takes its place in the concatenation of the waking psychic actions which are intelligible to us, and it has been built up by a highly complicated intellectual activity. But at the very moment when we are inclined to rejoice in this discovery, a crowd of questions overwhelms us. If the dream, according to the interpretation, represents a wish fulfilled, what is the cause of the peculiar and unfamiliar manner in which this fulfillment is expressed? What changes have occurred in the dream thoughts before they are transformed into the manifest dream which we remember upon awaking? In what manner has this transformation taken place? Whence comes the material which has been worked over into the dream? What causes the peculiarities which we observe in the dream thoughts, for example, that they may contradict one another? The analogy of the kettle, p. 87. Is the dream capable of teaching us something new about our inner psychic processes, and can its content correct opinions which we have held during the day? I suggest that for the present all these questions be laid aside, and that a single path be pursued. We have found that the dream represents a wish as fulfilled. It will be our next interest to ascertain whether this is a universal characteristic of the dream, or only the accidental content of the dream, of Irma's injection, with which we have begun our analysis. For even if we make up our minds that every dream has a meaning and psychic value, we must nevertheless allow for the possibility that this meaning is not the same in every dream. The first dream we have considered was the fulfillment of a wish. Another may turn out to be a realized apprehension. A third may have a reflection as to its content. A fourth may simply reproduce a reminiscence. Are there then other wish dreams, or are there possibly nothing but wish dreams? It is easy to show that the character of wish fulfillment in dreams is often undisguised and recognizable, so that one may wonder why the language of dreams has not long since been understood. There is, for example, a dream which I can cause as often as I like, as it were experimentally. If in the evening I eat anchovies, olives, or other strongly salted foods, I become thirsty at night, whereupon I waken. The awakening, however, is preceded by a dream, which each time has the same content, namely, that I am drinking. I quaff water in long draughts, it tastes as sweet as only a cool drink can taste when one's throat is parched, and then I awake and have an actual desire to drink. The occasion for this dream is thirst, which I perceive when I awake. The wish to drink originates from this sensation, and the dream shows me this wish as fulfilled. It thereby serves a function the nature of which I soon guess. I sleep well, and am not accustomed to be awakened by a bodily need. If I succeed in assuaging my thirst by means of the dream that I am drinking, I need not wake up in order to satisfy it. It is thus a dream of convenience. The dream substitutes itself for action, as elsewhere in life. Unfortunately, the need of water for quenching thirst cannot be satisfied with a dream, like my thirst for revenge upon Otto and Dr. M, but the intention is the same. This same dream recently appeared in modified form. On this occasion, I became thirsty before going to bed and emptied the glass of water which stood on the little chest next to my bed. Several hours later in the night came a new attack of thirst, accompanied by discomfort. In order to obtain water, I should have had to get up and fetch the glass which stood on the night chest of my wife. I thus quite appropriately dreamt that my wife was giving me a drink from a vase. This vase was an Etruscan cinerary urn, which I had brought home from an Italian journey and had since given away. But the water in it tasted so salty, apparently from the ashes, that I had to wake. It may be seen how conveniently the dream is capable of arranging matters. Since the fulfillment of a wish is its only purpose, it may be perfectly egotistic. Love of comfort is really not compatible with consideration for others. The introduction of the cinerary urn is probably again the fulfillment of a wish. I am sorry that I no longer possess this vase. It, like the glass of water at my wife's side, is inaccessible to me. The cinerary urn is also appropriate to the sensation of a salty taste which has now grown stronger, and which I know will force me to wake up. Such convenience dreams were very frequent with me in the years of my youth. Accustomed as I had always been to work until late at night, early awakening was always a matter of difficulty for me. I used then to dream that I was out of bed and was standing at the washstand. After a while, I could not make myself admit that I have not yet got up, but meanwhile I had slept for a time. I am acquainted with the same dream of laziness as dreamt by a young colleague of mine, who seems to share my propensity for sleep. The lodging-house keeper with whom he was living in the neighborhood of the hospital had strict orders to wake him on time every morning, but she certainly had a lot of trouble when she tried to carry out his orders. One morning's sleep was particularly sweet. The woman called into the room, "Mr. Joe, get up, you must go to the hospital." Whereupon the sleeper dreamt of a room in the hospital, a bed in which he was lying, and a chart pinned over his head reading, "Joe H., canned, med, 22 years old." He said to himself in the dream, "If I am already at the hospital, I don't have to go there," turned over and slept on. He had thus frankly admitted to himself his motive for dreaming. Here is another dream, the stimulus for which acts during sleep itself. One of my women patients, who had had to undergo an unsuccessful operation on the jaw, was to wear a cooling apparatus on the affected cheek, according to the orders of the physicians. But she was in the habit of throwing it off as soon as she had got to sleep. One day I was asked to reprove her for doing so, for she had again thrown the apparatus on the floor. The patient defended herself as follows. "This time I really couldn't help it. It was the result of a dream which I had in the night. In the dream, I was in a box at the opera and was taking a lively interest in the performance. But Mr. Karl Mayer was lying in the sanatorium and complaining pitifully on account of pains in his jaw. I said to myself, since I haven't the pains, I don't need the apparatus either. That's why I threw it away." This dream of the poor sufferer is similar to the idea in the expression which comes to our lips when we are in a disagreeable situation. "I know something that's a great deal more fun." The dream presents this great deal more fun. Mr. Karl Mayer, to whom the dreamer attributed her pains, was the most indifferent young man of her acquaintance whom she could recall. It is no more difficult to discover the fulfillment of wishes in several dreams which I have collected from healthy persons. A friend who knew my theory of dreams and had imparted it to his wife said to me one day, "My wife asked me to tell you that she dreamt yesterday that she was having her menses. You will know what that means." Of course I know. If the young wife dreams that she is having her menses, the menses have stopped. I can understand that she would have liked to enjoy her freedom for a time longer before the discomforts of motherhood began. It was a clever way of giving notice of her first pregnancy. Another friend writes that his wife had recently dreamt that she noticed milk stains on the bosom of her waist. This is also an indication of pregnancy, but this time not of the first one. The young mother wishes to have more nourishment for the second child than she had for the first. A young woman, who for weeks had been cut off from company because she was nursing a child that was suffering from an infectious disease, dreams, after its safe termination, of a company of people in which A. Dodit, Birgit, M. Prevost, and others are present, all of whom are very pleasant to her and entertain her admirably. The different authors in the dream also have the features which their pictures give them. M. Prevost, with whose picture she is not familiar, looks like the disinfecting man who on the previous day had cleaned the sick rooms and had entered them as the first visitor after a long period. Apparently the dream might be perfectly translated thus: "It is about time now for something more entertaining than this eternal nursing." Perhaps this selection will suffice to prove that often, and under the most complex conditions, dreams are found, which can be understood only as fulfillments of wishes, and which present their contents without concealment. In most cases, these are short and simple dreams, which stand in pleasant contrast to the confused and teeming dream compositions which have mainly attracted the attention of the authors. But it will pay to spend some time upon these simple dreams. The most simple dreams of all, I suppose, are to be expected in the case of children, whose psychic activities are certainly less complicated than those of adults. The psychology of children, in my opinion, is to be called upon for services similar to those which a study of the anatomy and development of the lower animals renders to the investigation of the structure of the highest classes of animals. Until now, only a few conscious efforts have been made to take advantage of the psychology of children for such a purpose. The dreams of little children are simple fulfillments of wishes, and as compared, therefore, with the dreams of adults, are not at all interesting. They present no problem to be solved, but are naturally invaluable as affording proof that the dream in its essence signifies the fulfillment of a wish. I have been able to collect several examples of such dreams from the material furnished by my own children. For two dreams, one of my daughters, at that time 8.5 years old, the other of a boy 5.25 years of age, I am indebted to an excursion to the beautiful Hallstatt in the summer of 1896. I must make the preliminary statement that during this summer we were living on a hill near Ossie, from which, when the weather was good, we enjoyed a splendid view of the Dachstein from the roof of our house. The simony hut could easily be recognized with a telescope. The little ones often tried to see it through the telescope, I do not know with what success. Before the excursion, I had told the children that Hallstatt lay at the foot of the Dachstein. They looked forward to the day with great joy. From Hallstatt we entered the valley of Eschern, which highly pleased the children with its varying aspects. One of them, however, the boy of 5, gradually became discontented. As often as a mountain came in view, he would ask, "Is that the Dachstein?" Whereupon I would have to answer, "No, only a foothill." After this question had been repeated several times, he became altogether silent, and he was quite unwilling to come along on the flight of steps to the waterfall. I thought he was tired out. But the next morning, he approached me radiant with joy and said, "Last night I dreamt that we were at Simony Hut." I understood him now. He had expected, as I was speaking of the Dachstein, that on the excursion to Hallstatt, he would ascend the mountain and would come face to face with the hut, about which there had been so much discussion at the telescope. When he learned that he was expected to be regaled with foothills and a waterfall, he was disappointed and became discontented. The dream compensated him for this. I tried to learn some details of the dream. They were scanty. Steps must be climbed for 6 hours, as he had heard. On this excursion, wishes, destined to be satisfied only in dreams, had arisen also in the mind of the girl of 8.5 years. We had taken with us to Hallstatt the 12-year-old boy of our neighbor, an accomplished cavalier, who, it seems to me, already enjoyed the full sympathy of the little woman. The next morning, then, she related the following dream. "Just think, I dreamt that Emil was one of us, that he said Papa and Mama to you, and slept at our house in the big room like our boys. Then Mama came into the room and threw a large handful of chocolate bars under our beds. The brothers of the girl, who evidently had not inherited a familiarity with dream interpretation, declared just like the authors, 'That dream is nonsense.' The girl defended at least a part of the dream, and it is worthwhile, from the point of view of the theory of neuroses, to know which part. That about Emil belonging to us is nonsense, but that about the bars of chocolate is not. It was just this latter part that was obscure to me. For this Mama furnished me the explanation. On the way home from the railway station, the children had stopped in front of a slot machine and had desired exactly such chocolate bars wrapped in paper with a metallic luster, as the machine, according to their experience, had for sale. But the mother had rightly thought that the day had brought enough wish fulfillment, and had left this wish to be satisfied in dreams. This little scene had escaped me. I at once understood that portion of the dream which had been condemned by my daughter. I had myself heard the well-behaved guest enjoining the children to wait until Papa or Mama had come up. For the little one, the dream made a lasting adoption based on this temporary relation of the boy to us. Her tender nature was as yet unacquainted with any form of being together except those mentioned in the dream, which are taken from her brothers. Why the chocolate bars were thrown under the bed could not, of course, be explained without questioning the child. From a friend, I have learnt of a dream very similar to that of my boy. It concerned an 8-year-old girl. The father had undertaken a walk to Dornbach with the children, intending to visit the Rohrer hut, but turned back because it had grown too late, and promised the children to make up for their disappointment some other time. On the way back, they passed a sign which showed the way to the haymow. The children now asked to be taken to that place also, but had to be content, for the same reason, with a postponement to another day. The next morning, the 8-year-old girl came to the father, satisfied, saying, "Papa, I dreamt last night that you were with us at the Rohrer hut and on the haymow." Her impatience had thus in the dream anticipated the fulfillment of the promise made by her father. Another dream, which the picturesque beauty of the Aussie inspired in my daughter, at that time 3¼ years old, is equally straightforward. The little one had crossed the lake for the first time, and the trip had passed too quickly for her. She did not want to leave the boat at the landing, and cried bitterly. The next morning she told us, "Last night I was sailing on the lake." Let us hope that the duration of this dream ride was more satisfactory to her. My eldest boy, at that time 8 years of age, was already dreaming of the realization of his fancies. He had been riding in a chariot with Achilles, with Diomed as charioteer. He had, of course, on the previous day shown a lively interest in the myths of Greece, which had been given to his elder sister. If it be granted that the talking of children in sleep likewise belongs to the category of dreaming, I may report the following as one of the most recent dreams in my collection. My youngest girl, at that time 19 months old, had vomited one morning, and had therefore been kept without food throughout the day. During the night which followed upon this day of hunger, she was heard to call excitedly in her sleep, "Anna Feud, Strawberry, Huckleberry, Omelette, Pap." She used her name in this way in order to express her idea of property. The menu must have included about everything which would seem to her a desirable meal. The fact that berries appeared in it twice was a demonstration against the domestic sanitary regulations, and was based on the circumstance, by no means overlooked by her, that the nurse ascribed her indisposition to an over-plentiful consumption of strawberries. She thus in the dream took revenge for this opinion which was distasteful to her. If we call childhood happy because it does not yet know sexual desire, we must not forget how abundant a source of disappointment and self-denial, and thus of dream stimulation, the other of the great life impulses may become for it. Here is a second example showing this. My nephew of 22 months had been given the task of congratulating me upon my birthday, and of handing me, as a present, a little basket of cherries, which at that time of the year were not yet in season. It seemed difficult for him, for he repeated again and again, "Cherries in it," and could not be induced to let the little basket go out of his hands. But he knew how to secure his compensation. He had, until now, been in the habit of telling his mother every morning that he had dreamt of the white soldier, an officer of the guard in a white cloak, whom he had once admired on the street. On the day after the birthday, he awakened joyfully with the information which could have had its origin only in a dream. Our man, eat up all the cherries. What animals dream of I do not know. A proverb for which I am indebted to one of my readers claims to know, for it raises the question, what does the goose dream of? The answer being, of maize. The whole theory that the dream is the fulfillment of a wish is contained in these sentences. We now perceive that we should have reached our theory of the hidden meaning of the dream by the shortest road if we had merely consulted colloquial usage. The wisdom of proverbs, it is true, sometimes speaks contemptuously enough of the dream. It apparently tries to justify science in expressing the opinion that dreams are mere bubbles. But still, for colloquial usage, the dream is the gracious fulfiller of wishes. "I should never have fancied that in the wildest dream," exclaims one who finds his expectations surpassed in reality. For distortion in dreams. If I make the assertion that wish fulfillment is the meaning of every dream, that accordingly there can be no dreams except wish dreams, I am sure at the outset to meet with the most emphatic contradiction. Objections will be made to this effect. The fact that there are dreams which must be understood as fulfillments of wishes is not new, but on the contrary has long since been recognized by the authors. Cf. Raidstock, pp. 137-138, Volkelt, pp. 110-111, Tissier, p. 70, M. Simon, p. 42 on the hunger dreams of the imprisoned Baron Trenck, and the passage in Griesinger, p. 11. The assumption that there can be nothing but dreams of wish fulfillment, however, is another of those unjustified generalizations by which you have been pleased to distinguish yourself of late. Indeed, dreams which exhibit the most painful content, but not a trace of wish fulfillment, occur plentifully enough. The pessimistic philosopher, Edward von Hartmann, perhaps stands furthest from the theory of wish fulfillment. He expresses himself in his Philosophy of the Unconscious, Part 2. Stereotyped edition, p. 34, to the following effect. As regards the dream, all the troubles of waking life are transferred by it to the sleeping state. Only the one thing, which can in some measure reconcile a cultured person to life scientific and artistic enjoyment, is not transferred. But even less discontented observers have laid emphasis on the fact that in dreams pain and disgust are more frequent than pleasure. So Scalz, p. 39, Volkelt, p. 80, and others. Indeed, two ladies, Sarah Weed and Florence Hallam, have found from the elaboration of their dreams a mathematical expression for the preponderance of displeasure in dreams. They designate 58% of the dreams as disagreeable and only 28.6% as positively pleasant. Besides those dreams which continue the painful sensations of life during sleep, there are also dreams of fear, in which this most terrible of all disagreeable sensations tortures us until we awake, and it is with just these dreams of fear that children are so often persecuted. Cf. De Backer concerning the Pavor Nocturnus, though it is in the case of children that you have found dreams of wishing undisguised. Indeed, it is the anxiety dreams which seem to prevent a generalization of the thesis that the dream is a wish fulfillment, which we have established by means of the examples in the last section. They seem even to brand this thesis as an absurdity. It is not difficult, however, to escape these apparently conclusive objections. Please observe that our doctrine does not rest upon an acceptance of the manifest dream content, but has reference to the thought content which is found to lie behind the dream by the process of interpretation. Let us contrast the manifest and the latent dream content. It is true that there are dreams whose content is of the most painful nature. But has anyone ever tried to interpret these dreams, to disclose their latent thought content? If not, the two objections are no longer valid against us. There always remains the possibility that even painful and fearful dreams may be discovered to be wish fulfillments upon interpretation. In scientific work, it is often advantageous, when the solution of one problem presents difficulties, to take up a second problem, just as it is easier to crack two nuts together instead of separately. Accordingly, we are confronted not merely with the problem, how can painful and fearful dreams be the fulfillments of wishes? But we may also, from our discussion so far, raise the question, why do not the dreams which show an indifferent content but turn out to be wish fulfillments show this meaning undisguised? Take the fully reported dream of Irma's injection. It is in no way painful in its nature and can be recognized upon interpretation as a striking wish fulfillment. Why, in the first place, is an interpretation necessary? Why does not the dream say directly what it means? As a matter of fact, even the dream of Irma's injection does not at first impress us as representing a wish of the dreamer as fulfilled. The reader will not have received this impression, and even I myself did not know it until I had undertaken the analysis. If we call this peculiarity of the dream of needing an explanation the fact of the distortion of dreams, then a second question arises. What is the origin of this disfigurement of dreams? If one's first impressions on this subject were consulted, one might happen upon several possible solutions. For example, that there is an inability during sleep to find an adequate expression for the dream thoughts. The analysis of certain dreams, however, compels us to give the disfigurement of dreams another explanation. I shall show this by employing a second dream of my own, which again involves numerous indiscretions, but which compensates for this personal sacrifice by affording a thorough elucidation of the problem. Preliminary statement. In the spring of 1897, I learnt that 2 professors of our university had proposed me for appointment as Professor Extraord. Assistant Professor. This news reached me unexpectedly and pleased me considerably as an expression of appreciation on the part of 2 eminent men, which could not be explained by personal interest. But I immediately thought, I must not permit myself to attach any expectation to this event. The university government had during the last few years left proposals of this kind unconsidered, and several colleagues, who were ahead of me in years, and who were at least my equals in merit, had been waiting in vain during this time for their appointment. I had no reason to suppose I should fare better. I resolved then to comfort myself. I am not, so far as I know, ambitious, and I engage in medical practice with satisfying results even without the recommendation of a title. Moreover, it was not a question whether I considered the grapes sweet or sour, for they undoubtedly hung much too high for me. One evening I was visited by a friend of mine, one of those colleagues whose fate I had taken as a warning for myself. As he had long been a candidate for promotion to the position of professor, which in our society raises the physician to a demigod among his patients, and as he was less resigned than I, he was in the habit of making representations from time to time at the offices of the university government for the purpose of advancing his interests. He came to me from a visit of that kind. He said that this time he had driven the exalted gentleman into a corner, and had asked him directly whether considerations of creed were not really responsible for the deferment of his appointment. The answer had been that, to be sure, in the present state of public opinion, His Excellency was not in a position, and see, now I at least know what I am at, said my friend in closing his narrative, which told me nothing new, but which was calculated to confirm me in my resignation. For the same considerations of creed applied to my own case. On the morning after this visit, I had the following dream, which was notable on account of its form. It consisted of 2 thoughts and 2 images, so that a thought and an image alternated. But I here record only the first half of the dream, because the other half has nothing to do with the purpose which the citation of the dream should serve. Friend R is my uncle. I feel great affection for him. Roman 2. I see before me his face somewhat altered. It seems to be elongated. A yellow beard which surrounds it is emphasized with peculiar distinctness. Then follow the other 2 portions, again a thought and an image, which I omit. The interpretation of this dream was accomplished in the following manner. As the dream occurred to me in the course of the forenoon, I laughed outright and said, "The dream is nonsense." But I could not get it out of my mind, and the whole day it pursued me, until, at last, in the evening I reproached myself with the words. If in the course of dream interpretation one of your patients had nothing better to say than "that is nonsense," you would reprove him, and would suspect that behind the dream there was hidden some disagreeable affair, the exposure of which he wanted to spare himself. Apply the same thing in your own case. Your opinion that the dream is nonsense probably signifies merely an inner resistance to its interpretation. Do not let yourself be deterred. I then proceeded to the interpretation. R is my uncle. What does that mean? I have had only one uncle, my Uncle Joseph. His story, to be sure, was a sad one. He had yielded to the temptation, more than 30 years before, of engaging in dealings which the law punishes severely, and which on that occasion also it had visited with punishment. My father, who thereupon became gray from grief in a few days, always used to say that Uncle Joseph was never a wicked man, but that he was indeed a simpleton, so he expressed himself. If then friend R is my Uncle Joseph, that is equivalent to saying, R is a simpleton, hardly credible and very unpleasant, but there is that face which I see in the dream, with its long features and its yellow beard. My uncle actually had such a face, long and surrounded by a handsome blonde beard. My friend R was quite dark, but when dark-haired persons begin to grow gray, they pay for the glory of their youthful years. Their black beard undergoes an unpleasant change of color, each hair separately. First it becomes reddish-brown, then yellowish-brown, and then at last definitely gray. The beard of my friend R is now in this stage, as is my own moreover, a fact which I notice with regret. The face which I see in the dream is at once that of my friend R and that of my uncle. It is like a composite photograph of Galton, who, in order to emphasize family resemblances, had several faces photographed on the same plate. No doubt is thus possible. I am really of the opinion that my friend R is a simpleton, like my Uncle Joseph. I have still no idea for what purpose I have constructed this relationship, to which I must unconditionally object. But it is not a very far-reaching one, for my uncle was a criminal, my friend R is innocent, perhaps with the exception of having been punished for knocking down an apprentice with his bicycle. Could I mean this offense? That would be making ridiculous comparisons. Here I recollect another conversation which I had with another colleague, N, and indeed upon the same subject. I met N on the street. He likewise has been nominated for a professorship, and having heard of my being honored, congratulated me upon it. I declined emphatically, saying, "You are the last man to make a joke like this, because you have experienced what the nomination is worth in your own case." Thereupon he said, though probably not in earnest, "You cannot be sure about that. Against me there is a very particular objection. Don't you know that a woman once entered a legal complaint against me? I need not assure you that an inquiry was made. It was a mean attempt at blackmail, and it was all I could do to save the plaintiff herself from punishment. But perhaps the affair will be pressed against me at the office in order that I may not be appointed. You, however, are above reproach. Here I have come upon a criminal, and at the same time upon the interpretation and trend of the dream. My uncle Joseph represents for me both colleagues who have not been appointed to the professorship, the one as a simpleton, the other as a criminal. I also know now for what purpose I need this representation. If considerations of creed are a determining factor in the postponement of the appointment of my friends, then my own appointment is also put in question. But if I can refer the rejection of the two friends to other causes, which do not apply to my case, my hope remains undisturbed. This is the procedure of my dream. It makes the one, R, a simpleton, the other, N, a criminal. Since, however, I am neither the one nor the other, our community of interest is destroyed, I have a right to enjoy the expectation of being appointed a professor, and have escaped the painful application to my own case of the information which the high official has given to R. I must occupy myself still further with the interpretation of this dream. For my feelings, it is not yet sufficiently cleared up. I am still disquieted by the ease with which I degrade two respected colleagues for the purpose of clearing the way to the professorship for myself. My dissatisfaction with my procedure has indeed diminished since I have learnt to evaluate statements made in dreams. I would argue against anyone who urged that I really consider R a simpleton, and that I do not credit N's account of the blackmail affair. I do not believe either that Irma has been made seriously ill by an injection given her by Otto with a preparation of propyl. Here, as before, it is only the wish that the case may be as the dream expresses it. The statement in which my wish is realized sounds less absurd in the second dream than in the first. It is made here with a more skillful utilization of facts as points of attachment, something like a well-constructed slander, where there is something in it. For my friend R had at that time the vote of a professor from the department against him, and my friend N had himself unsuspectingly furnished me with the material for slander. Nevertheless, I repeat, the dream seems to me to require further elucidation. I remember now that the dream contains still another portion, which so far our interpretation has not taken into account. After it occurs to me that my friend R is my uncle, I feel great affection for him. To whom does this feeling belong? For my uncle Joseph, of course, I have never had any feelings of affection. For years my friend R has been beloved and dear to me, but if I were to go to him and express my feelings for him in terms which came anywhere near corresponding to the degree of affection in the dream, he would doubtless be surprised. My affection for him seems untrue and exaggerated, something like my opinion of his psychic qualities, which I express by fusing his personality with that of my uncle, but it is exaggerated in an opposite sense. But now a new state of affairs becomes evident to me. The affection in the dream does not belong to the hidden content, to the thoughts behind the dream. It stands in opposition to this content. It is calculated to hide the information which interpretation may bring. Probably this is its very purpose. I recall with what resistance I applied myself to the work of interpretation, how long I tried to postpone it, and how I declared the dream to be sheer nonsense. I know from my psychoanalytical treatments how such condemnation is to be interpreted. It has no value as affording information, but only as the registration of an affect. If my little daughter does not like an apple which is offered her, she asserts that the apple has a bitter taste, without even having tasted it. If my patients act like the little girl, I know that it is a question of a notion which they want to suppress. The same applies to my dream. I do not want to interpret it because it contains something to which I object. After the interpretation of the dream has been completed, I find out what it was I objected to. It was the assertion that R is a simpleton. I may refer the affection which I feel for R not to the hidden dream thoughts, but rather to this unwillingness of mine. If my dream as compared with its hidden content is disfigured at this point, and is disfigured, moreover, into something opposite, then the apparent affection in the dream serves the purpose of disfigurement. Or, in other words, the disfigurement is here shown to be intended. It is a means of dissimulation. My dream thoughts contain an unfavorable reference to R. In order that I may not become aware of it, its opposite, a feeling of affection for him, makes its way into the dream. The fact here recognized might be of universal applicability. As the examples in Section 3 have shown, there are dreams which are undisguised wish fulfillments. Wherever a wish fulfillment is unrecognizable and concealed, there must be present a feeling of repulsion towards this wish, and in consequence of this repulsion, the wish is unable to gain expression except in a disfigured state. I shall try to find a case in social life which is parallel to this occurrence in the inner psychic life. Where in social life can a similar disfigurement of a psychic act be found? Only where two persons are in question, one of whom possesses a certain power, while the other must have a certain consideration for this power. This second person will then disfigure his psychic actions, or, as we may say, he will dissimulate. The politeness which I practice every day is largely dissimulation of this kind. If I interpret my dreams for the benefit of the reader, I am forced to make such distortions. The poet also complains about such disfigurement. You may not tell the best that you know to the youngsters. The political writer who has unpleasant truths to tell to the government finds himself in the same position. If he tells them without reserve, the government will suppress them, subsequently in case of a verbal expression of opinion, preventatively, if they are to be published in print. The writer must fear censure. He therefore modifies and disfigures the expression of his opinion. He finds himself compelled, according to the sensitiveness of this censure, either to restrain himself from certain particular forms of attack or to speak in allusion instead of direct designations. Or he must disguise his objectionable statement in a garb that seems harmless. He may, for instance, tell of an occurrence between two mandarins in the Orient, while he has the officials of his own country in view. The stricter the domination of the censor, the more extensive becomes the disguise, and often the more humorous the means employed to put the reader back on the track of the real meaning. The correspondence between the phenomena of the censor and those of dream distortion, which may be traced in detail, justifies us in assuming similar conditions for both. We should then assume in each human being, as the primary cause of dream formation, two psychic forces, streams, systems, of which one constitutes the wish expressed by the dream, while the other acts as a censor upon this dream wish, and by means of this censoring forces a distortion of its expression. The only question is as to the basis of the authority of this second instance, by virtue of which it may exercise its censorship. If we remember that the hidden dream thoughts are not conscious before analysis, but that the apparent dream content is remembered as conscious, we easily reach the assumption that admittance to consciousness is the privilege of the second instance. Nothing can reach consciousness from the first system which has not first passed the second instance, and the second instance lets nothing pass without exercising its rights and forcing such alterations upon the candidate for admission to consciousness as are pleasant to itself. We are here forming a very definite conception of the essence of consciousness. For us, the state of becoming conscious is a particular psychic act, different from and independent of becoming fixed or of being conceived, and consciousness appears to us as an organ of sense, which perceives a content presented from another source. It may be shown that psychopathology cannot possibly dispense with these fundamental assumptions. We may reserve a more thorough examination of these for a later time. If I keep in mind the idea of the two psychic instances and their relations to consciousness, I find in the sphere of politics a very exact analogy for the extraordinary affection which I feel for my friend R, who suffers such degradation in the course of the dream interpretation. I turn my attention to a political state in which a ruler, jealous of his rights, and a live public opinion are in conflict with each other. The people are indignant against an official whom they hate and demand his dismissal. And in order not to show that he is compelled to respect the public wish, the autocrat will expressly confer upon the official some great honor, for which there would otherwise have been no occasion. Thus the second instance referred to, which controls access to consciousness, honors my friend R with a profusion of extraordinary tenderness, because the wish activities of the first system, in accordance with a particular interest which they happen to be pursuing, are inclined to put him down as a simpleton. Perhaps we shall now begin to suspect that dream interpretation is capable of giving us hints about the structure of our psychic apparatus which we have thus far expected in vain from philosophy. We shall not, however, follow this track, but return to our original problem as soon as we have cleared up the subject of dream disfigurement. The question has arisen how dreams with disagreeable content can be analyzed as the fulfillments of wishes. We see now that this is possible in case dream disfigurement has taken place, in case the disagreeable content serves only as a disguise for what is wished. Keeping in mind our assumptions in regard to the two psychic instances, we may now proceed to say, disagreeable dreams, as a matter of fact, contain something which is disagreeable to the second instance, but which at the same time fulfills a wish of the first instance. They are wish dreams in the sense that every dream originates in the first instance, while the second instance acts towards the dream only in a repelling, not in a creative manner. If we limit ourselves to a consideration of what the second instance contributes to the dream, we can never understand the dream. If we do so, all the riddles which the authors have found in the dream remain unsolved. That the dream actually has a secret meaning, which turns out to be the fulfillment of a wish, must be proved afresh for every case by means of an analysis. I therefore select several dreams which have painful contents and attempt an analysis of them. They are partly dreams of hysterical subjects, which require long preliminary statements, and now and then also an examination of the psychic processes which occur in hysteria. I cannot, however, avoid this added difficulty in the exposition. When I give a psychoneurotic patient analytical treatment, dreams are always, as I have said, the subject of our discussion. It must, therefore, give him all the psychological explanations through whose aid I myself have come to an understanding of his symptoms, and here I undergo an unsparing criticism, which is perhaps not less keen than that I must expect from my colleagues. Contradiction of the thesis that all dreams are the fulfillments of wishes is raised by my patients with perfect regularity. Here are several examples of the dream material which is offered me to refute this position. You always tell me that the dream is a wish fulfilled, begins a clever lady patient. Now I shall tell you a dream in which the content is quite the opposite, in which a wish of mine is not fulfilled. How do you reconcile that with your theory? The dream is as follows. I want to give a supper, but having nothing at hand except some smoked salmon, I think of going marketing, but I remember that it is Sunday afternoon, when all the shops are closed. I next try to telephone to some caterers, but the telephone is out of order. Thus I must resign my wish to give a supper. I answer, of course, that only the analysis can decide the meaning of this dream, although I admit that at first sight it seems sensible and coherent, and looks like the opposite of a wish fulfillment. But what occurrence has given rise to this dream? I ask. You know that the stimulus for a dream always lies among the experiences of the preceding day. Analysis. The husband of the patient, an upright and conscientious wholesale butcher, had told her the day before that he is growing too fat, and that he must, therefore, begin treatment for obesity. He was going to get up early, take exercise, keep to a strict diet, and above all accept no more invitations to suppers. She proceeds laughingly to relate how her husband at an inn table had made the acquaintance of an artist, who insisted upon painting his portrait because he, the painter, had never found such an expressive head. But her husband had answered in his rough way that he was very thankful for the honor, but that he was quite convinced that a portion of the backside of a pretty young girl would please the artist better than his whole face. She said that she was at the time very much in love with her husband and teased him a good deal. She had also asked him not to send her any caviar. What does that mean? As a matter of fact, she had wanted for a long time to eat a caviar sandwich every forenoon, but had grudged herself the expense. Of course, She would at once get the caviar from her husband as soon as she asked him for it. But she had begged him, on the contrary, not to send her the caviar, in order that she might tease him about it longer. This explanation seems far-fetched to me. Unadmitted motives are in the habit of hiding behind such unsatisfactory explanations. We are reminded of subjects hypnotized by Bernheim who carried out a post-hypnotic order and who, upon being asked for their motives, instead of answering, "I do not know why I did that," had to invent a reason that was obviously inadequate. Something similar is probably the case with the caviar of my patient. I see that she is compelled to create an unfulfilled wish in life. Her dream also shows the reproduction of the wish as accomplished, but why does she need an unfulfilled wish? The ideas so far produced are insufficient for the interpretation of the dream. I beg for more. After a short pause, which corresponds to the overcoming of a resistance, she reports further that the day before she had made a visit to a friend, of whom she is really jealous, because her husband is always praising this woman so much. Fortunately, this friend is very lean and thin, and her husband likes well-rounded figures. Now of what did this lean friend speak? Naturally of her wish to become somewhat stouter. She also asked my patient, "When are you going to invite us again? You always have such a good table." Now the meaning of the dream is clear. I may say to the patient, "It is just as though you had thought at the time of the request. Of course, I'll invite you so you can eat yourself fat at my house and become still more pleasing to my husband. I would rather give no more suppers." The dream then tells you that you cannot give a supper, thereby fulfilling your wish not to contribute anything to the rounding out of your friend's figure. The resolution of your husband to refuse invitations to supper for the sake of getting thin teaches you that one grows fat on the things served in company. Now only some conversation is necessary to confirm the solution. The smoked salmon in the dream has not yet been traced. How did the salmon mentioned in the dream occur to you? "Smoked salmon is the favorite dish of this friend," she answered. I happen to know the lady, and may corroborate this by saying that she grudges herself the salmon just as much as my patient grudges herself the caviar. The dream admits of still another and more exact interpretation, which is necessitated only by a subordinate circumstance. The two interpretations do not contradict one another, but rather cover each other and furnish a neat example of the usual ambiguity of dreams as well as of all other psychopathological formations. We have seen that at the same time that she dreams of the denial of the wish, the patient is in reality occupied in securing an unfulfilled wish, the caviar sandwiches. Her friend, too, had expressed a wish, namely, to get fatter, and it would not surprise us if Our Lady had dreamt that the wish of the friend was not being fulfilled. For it is her own wish that a wish of her friend's, for increase in weight, should not be fulfilled. Instead of this, however, she dreams that one of her own wishes is not fulfilled. The dream becomes capable of a new interpretation, if in the dream she does not intend herself, but her friend, if she has put herself in the place of her friend, or, as we may say, has identified herself with her friend. I think she has actually done this, and as a sign of this identification, she has created an unfulfilled wish in reality. But what is the meaning of this hysterical identification? To clear this up, a thorough exposition is necessary. Identification is a highly important factor in the mechanism of hysterical symptoms. By this means, patients are enabled in their symptoms to represent not merely their own experiences, but the experiences of a great number of other persons, and can suffer, as it were, for a whole mass of people, and fill all the parts of a drama by means of their own personalities alone. It will here be objected that this is well-known hysterical imitation, the ability of hysteric subjects to copy all the symptoms which impress them when they occur in others, as though their pity were stimulated to the point of reproduction. But this only indicates the way in which the psychic process is discharged in hysterical imitation. The way in which a psychic act proceeds and the act itself are two different things. The latter is slightly more complicated than one is apt to imagine the imitation of hysterical subjects to be. It corresponds to an unconscious concluded process, as an example will show. The physician who has a female patient with a particular kind of twitching, lodged in the company of other patients in the same room of the hospital, is not surprised when some morning he learns that this peculiar hysterical attack has found imitations. He simply says to himself, The others have seen her and have done likewise. That is psychic infection. Yes, but psychic infection proceeds in somewhat the following manner. As a rule, patients know more about one another than the physician knows about each of them, and they are concerned about each other when the visit of the doctor is over. Some of them have an attack today. Soon it is known among the rest that a letter from home, a return of lovesickness, or the like, is the cause of it. Their sympathy is aroused, and the following syllogism, which does not reach consciousness, is completed in them. If it is possible to have this kind of an attack from such causes, I too may have this kind of an attack, for I have the same reasons. If this were a cycle capable of becoming conscious, it would perhaps express itself in fear of getting the same attack. But it takes place in another psychic sphere, and therefore ends in the realization of the dreaded symptom. Identification is therefore not a simple imitation, but a sympathy based upon the same etiological claim. It expresses an as though, and refers to some common quality which has remained in the unconscious. Identification is most often used in hysteria to express sexual community. An hysterical woman identifies herself most readily, although not exclusively, with persons with whom she has had sexual relations or who have sexual intercourse with the same persons as herself. Language takes such a conception into consideration. Two lovers are one. In the hysterical fantasy, as well as in the dream, it is sufficient for the identification if one thinks of sexual relations, whether or not they become real. The patient, then, only follows the rules of the hysterical thought processes when she gives expression to her jealousy of her friend, which, moreover, she herself admits to be unjustified, in that she puts herself in her place and identifies herself with her by creating a symptom, the denied wish. I might further clarify the process specifically as follows. She puts herself in the place of her friend in the dream because her friend has taken her own place in relation to her husband, and because she would like to take her friend's place in the esteem of her husband. The contradiction to my theory of dreams in the case of another female patient, the most witty among all my dreamers, was solved in a simpler manner, although according to the scheme that the non-fulfillment of one wish signifies the fulfillment of another. I had one day explained to her that the dream is a wish fulfillment. The next day, she brought me a dream to the effect that she was traveling with her mother-in-law to their common summer resort. Now I knew that she had struggled violently against spending the summer in the neighborhood of her mother-in-law. I also knew that she had luckily avoided her mother-in-law by renting an estate in a far-distant country resort. Now the dream reversed this wished-for solution. Was not this in the flattest contradiction to my theory of wish fulfillment in the dream? Certainly, it was only necessary to draw the inferences from this dream in order to get at its interpretation. According to this dream, I was in the wrong. It was thus her wish that I should be in the wrong, and this wish the dream showed her as fulfilled. But the wish that I should be in the wrong, which was fulfilled in the theme of the country home, referred to a more serious matter. At that time, I had made up my mind, from the material furnished by her analysis, that something of significance for her illness must have occurred at a certain time in her life. She had denied it because it was not present in her memory. We soon came to see that I was in the right. Her wish that I should be in the wrong, which is transformed into the dream, thus corresponded to the justifiable wish that those things, which at the time had only been suspected, had never occurred at all. Without an analysis, and merely by means of an assumption, I took the liberty of interpreting a little occurrence in the case of a friend who had been my colleague through the 8 classes of the gymnasium. He once heard a lecture of mine delivered to a small assemblage on the novel subject of the dream as the fulfillment of a wish. He went home, dreamt that he had lost all his suits, he was a lawyer, and then complained to me about it. I took refuge in the evasion. One can't win all one's suits, but I thought to myself, if for 8 years I sat as primus on the first bench, while he moved around somewhere in the middle of the class, may he not naturally have had a wish from his boyhood days that I, too, might for once completely disgrace myself? In the same way, another dream of a more gloomy character was offered me by a female patient as a contradiction to my theory of the wish dream. The patient, a young girl, began as follows. You remember that my sister has now only one boy, Charles. She lost the elder one, Otto, while I was still at her house. Otto was my favorite. It was I who really brought him up. I like the other little fellow, too, but of course not nearly as much as the dead one. Now I dreamt last night that I saw Charles lying dead before me. He was lying in his little coffin, his hands folded. There were candles all about, and in short, it was just like the time of little Otto's death, which shocked me so profoundly. Now tell me, what does this mean? You know me. Am I really bad enough to wish my sister to lose the only child she has left? Or does the dream mean that I wish Charles to be dead rather than Otto, whom I like so much better? I assured her that this interpretation was impossible. After some reflection, I was able to give her the interpretation of the dream, which I subsequently made her confirm. Having become an orphan at an early age, the girl had been brought up in the house of a much older sister, and had met among the friends and visitors who came to the house, a man who made a lasting impression upon her heart. It looked for a time as though these barely expressed relations were to end in marriage, but this happy culmination was frustrated by the sister, whose motives have never found a complete explanation. After the break, the man who was loved by our patient avoided the house. She herself became independent some time after little Otto's death, to whom her affection had now turned. But she did not succeed in freeing herself from the inclination for her sister's friend, in which she had become involved. Her pride commanded her to avoid him, but it was impossible for her to transfer her love to the other suitors who presented themselves in order. Whenever the man whom she loved, who was a member of the literary profession, announced a lecture anywhere, she was sure to be found in the audience. She also seized every other opportunity to see him from a distance unobserved by him. I remembered that on the day before she had told me that the professor was going to a certain concert, and that she was also going there in order to enjoy the sight of him. This was on the day of the dream, and the concert was to take place on the day on which she told me the dream. I could now easily see the correct interpretation, and I asked her whether she could think of any event which had happened after the death of little Otto. She answered immediately. Certainly. At that time, the professor returned after a long absence, and I saw him once more beside the coffin of little Otto. It was exactly as I had expected. I interpreted the dream in the following manner. If now the other boy were to die, the same thing would be repeated. You would spend the day with your sister. The professor would surely come in order to offer condolence, and you would see him again under the same circumstances as at that time. The dream signifies nothing but this wish of yours to see him again, against which you are fighting inwardly. I know that you are carrying the ticket for today's concert in your bag. Your dream is a dream of impatience. It has anticipated the meeting which is to take place today by several hours. In order to disguise her wish, she had obviously selected a situation in which wishes of that sort are commonly suppressed. A situation which is so filled with sorrow that love is not thought of. And yet, it is very easily probable that even in the actual situation at the bier of the second, more dearly loved boy, which the dream copied faithfully, she had not been able to suppress her feelings of affection for the visitor whom she had missed for so long a time. A different explanation was found in the case of a similar dream of another female patient, who was distinguished in her earlier years by her quick wit and her cheerful demeanor, and who still showed these qualities at least in the notions which occurred to her in the course of treatment. In connection with a longer dream, it seemed to this lady that she saw her 15-year-old daughter lying dead before her in a box. She was strongly inclined to convert this dream image into an objection to the theory of wish fulfillment, but herself suspected that the detail of the box must lead to a different conception of the dream. In the course of the analysis, it occurred to her that on the evening before, the conversation of the company had turned upon the English word box, and upon the numerous translations of it into German, such as box, theater box, chest, box on the ear, and see from other components of the same dream, it is now possible to add that the lady had guessed the relationship between the English word box and the German Butchs, and had then been haunted by the memory that Butchs, as well as box, is used in vulgar speech to designate the female genital organ. It was therefore possible, making a certain allowance for her notions on the subject of topographical anatomy, to assume that the child in the box signified a child in the womb of the mother. At this stage of the explanation, she no longer denied that the picture of the dream really corresponded to one of her wishes. Like so many other young women, she was by no means happy when she became pregnant, and admitted to me more than once the wish that her child might die before its birth. In a fit of anger following a violent scene with her husband, She had even struck her abdomen with her fists in order to hit the child within. The dead child was, therefore, really the fulfillment of a wish, but a wish which had been put aside for 15 years, and it is not surprising that the fulfillment of the wish was no longer recognized after so long an interval. For there had been many changes meanwhile. The group of dreams to which the two last mentioned belong, having as content the death of beloved relatives, will be considered again under the head of typical dreams. I shall there be able to show by new examples that in spite of their undesirable content, all these dreams must be interpreted as wish fulfillments. For the following dream, which again was told me in order to deter me from a hasty generalization of the theory of wishing in dreams, I am indebted, not to a patient, but to an intelligent jurist of my acquaintance. I dream, my informant tells me, that I am walking in front of my house with a lady on my arm. Here a closed wagon is waiting. A gentleman steps up to me, gives his authority as an agent of the police, and demands that I should follow him. I only ask for time in which to arrange my affairs. Can you possibly suppose this is a wish of mine to be arrested? Of course not, I must admit. Do you happen to know upon what charge you were arrested? Yes, I believe for infanticide. Infanticide, but you know that only a mother can commit this crime upon her newly born child? That is true. And under what circumstances did you dream? What happened on the evening before? I would rather not tell you that. It is a delicate matter. But I must have it, otherwise we must forego the interpretation of the dream. Well then, I will tell you. I spent the night not at home, but at the house of a lady who means very much to me. When we awoke in the morning, something again passed between us. Then I went to sleep again and dreamt what I have told you. The woman is married? Yes. And you do not wish her to conceive a child? No, that might betray us. Then you do not practice normal coitus. I take the precaution to withdraw before ejaculation. Am I permitted to assume that you did this trick several times during the night, and that in the morning you were not quite sure whether you had succeeded? That might be the case. Then your dream is the fulfillment of a wish. By means of it you secure the assurance that you have not begotten a child, or, what amounts to the same thing, that you have killed a child. I can easily demonstrate the connecting links. Do you remember? A few days ago we were talking about the distress of matrimony, ehenot, and about the inconsistency of permitting the practice of coitus as long as no impregnation takes place, while every delinquency after the ovum and the semen meet and a fetus is formed is punished as a crime. In connection with this, we also recalled the medieval controversy about the moment of time at which the soul is really lodged in the fetus, since the concept of murder becomes admissible only from that point on. Doubtless, you also know the gruesome poem by Lenau, which puts infanticide and the prevention of children on the same plane. Strangely enough, I had happened to think of Lenau during the afternoon. Another echo of your dream. And now I shall demonstrate to you another subordinate wish fulfillment in your dream. You walk in front of your house with the lady on your arm. So you take her home, instead of spending the night at her house, as you do in actuality. The fact that the wish fulfillment, which is the essence of the dream, disguises itself in such an unpleasant form, has perhaps more than one reason. From my essay on the etiology of anxiety neuroses, you will see that I note interrupted coitus as one of the factors which cause the development of neurotic fear. It would be consistent with this that if after repeated cohabitation of the kind mentioned you should be left in an uncomfortable mood, which now becomes an element in the composition of your dream. You also make use of this unpleasant state of mind to conceal the wish fulfillment. Furthermore, the mention of infanticide has not yet been explained. Why does this crime, which is peculiar to females, occur to you? I shall confess to you that I was involved in such an affair years ago. Through my fault, a girl tried to protect herself from the consequences of a liaison with me by securing an abortion. I had nothing to do with carrying out the plan, but I was naturally for a long time worried lest the affair might be discovered. I understand. This recollection furnished a second reason why the supposition that you had done your trick badly must have been painful to you. A young physician, who had heard this dream of my colleague when it was told, must have felt implicated by it, for he hastened to imitate it in a dream of his own, applying its mode of thinking to another subject. The day before he had handed in a declaration of his income, which was perfectly honest, because he had little to declare. He dreamt that an acquaintance of his came from a meeting of the tax commission, and informed him that all the other declarations of income had passed uncontested, but that his own had awakened general suspicion, and that he would be punished with a heavy fine. The dream is a poorly concealed fulfillment of the wish to be known as a physician with a large income. It likewise recalls the story of the young girl who was advised against accepting her suitor because he was a man of quick temper who would surely treat her to blows after they were married. The answer of the girl was, "I wish he would strike me." Her wish to be married is so strong that she takes into the bargain the discomfort which is said to be connected with matrimony and which is predicted for her, and even raises it to a wish. If I group the very frequently occurring dreams of this sort, which seem flatly to contradict my theory, in that they contain the denial of a wish or some occurrence decidedly unwished for, under the head of counter-wish dreams, I observe that they may all be referred to two principles, of which one has not yet been mentioned, although it plays a large part in the dreams of human beings. One of the motives inspiring these dreams is the wish that I should appear in the wrong. These dreams regularly occur in the course of my treatment if the patient shows a resistance against me, and I can count with a large degree of certainty upon causing such a dream after I have once explained to the patient my theory that the dream is a wish fulfillment. I may even expect this to be the case in a dream merely in order to fulfill the wish that I may appear in the wrong. The last dream which I shall tell from those occurring in the course of treatment again shows this very thing. A young girl who has struggled hard to continue my treatment against the will of her relatives and the authorities whom she has consulted dreams as follows. She is forbidden at home to come to me anymore. She then reminds me of the promise I made her to treat her for nothing if necessary, and I say to her, "I can show no consideration in money matters." It is not at all easy in this case to demonstrate the fulfillment of a wish, but in all cases of this kind there is a second problem, the solution of which helps also to solve the first. Where does she get the words which she puts into my mouth? Of course, I have never told her anything like that, but one of her brothers, the very one who has the greatest influence over her, has been kind enough to make this remark about me. It is then the purpose of the dream that this brother should remain in the right, and she does not try to justify this brother merely in the dream. It is her purpose in life and the motive for her being ill. The other motive for counter-wish dreams is so clear that there is danger of overlooking it, as for some time happened in my own case. In the sexual makeup of many people, there is a masochistic component, which has arisen through the conversion of the aggressive, sadistic component into its opposite. Such people are called ideal masochists if they seek pleasure not in the bodily pain which may be inflicted upon them, but in humiliation and in chastisement of the soul. It is obvious that such persons can have counter-wish dreams and disagreeable dreams, which, however, for them are nothing but wish fulfillments, affording satisfaction for their masochistic inclinations. Here is such a dream. A young man who has in earlier years tormented his elder brother, towards whom he was homosexually inclined, but who has undergone a complete change of character, has the following dream, which consists of 3 parts. 1. He is insulted by his brother. 2. Two adults are caressing each other with homosexual intentions. 3. His brother has sold the enterprise whose management the young man reserved for his own future. He awakens from the last-mentioned dream with the most unpleasant feelings, and yet it is a masochistic wish dream, which might be translated. It would serve me quite right if my brother were to make that sale against my interest, as a punishment for all the torments which he has suffered at my hands. I hope that the above discussion and examples will suffice, until further objection can be raised, to make it seem credible that even dreams with a painful content are to be analyzed as the fulfillments of wishes. Nor will it seem a matter of chance that in the course of interpretation one always happens upon subjects of which one does not like to speak or think. The disagreeable sensation which such dreams arouse is simply identical with the antipathy which endeavors, usually with success, to restrain us from the treatment or discussion of such subjects, and which must be overcome by all of us if, in spite of its unpleasantness, we find it necessary to take the matter in hand. But this disagreeable sensation, which occurs also in dreams, does not preclude the existence of a wish. Everyone has wishes which he would not like to tell to others, which he does not want to admit even to himself. We are, on other grounds, justified in connecting the disagreeable character of all these dreams with the fact of dream disfigurement, and in concluding that these dreams are distorted, and that the wish fulfillment in them is disguised until recognition is impossible for no other reason than that a repugnance, a will to suppress, exists in relation to the subject matter of the dream or in relation to the wish which the dream creates. Dream disfigurement, then, turns out in reality to be an act of the censor. We shall take into consideration everything which the analysis of disagreeable dreams has brought to light if we reword our formula as follows. The dream is the disguised fulfillment of a suppressed, repressed wish. Now there still remain as a particular species of dreams with painful content, dreams of anxiety, the inclusion of which under dreams of wishing will find least acceptance with the uninitiated. But I can settle the problem of anxiety dreams in very short order, for what they may reveal is not a new aspect of the dream problem. It is a question in their case of understanding neurotic anxiety in general. The fear which we experience in the dream is only seemingly explained by the dream content. If we subject the content of the dream to analysis, we become aware that the dream fear is no more justified by the dream content than the fear in a phobia is justified by the idea upon which the phobia depends. For example, it is true that it is possible to fall out of a window, and that some care must be exercised when one is near a window, but it is inexplicable why the anxiety in the corresponding phobia is so great, and why it follows its victims to an extent so much greater than is warranted by its origin. The same explanation, then, which applies to the phobia applies also to the dream of anxiety. In both cases, the anxiety is only superficially attached to the idea which accompanies it and comes from another source. On account of the intimate relation of dream fear to neurotic fear, discussion of the former obliges me to refer to the latter. In a little essay on the anxiety neurosis, I maintained that neurotic fear has its origin in the sexual life and corresponds to a libido which has been turned away from its object and has not succeeded in being applied. From this formula, which has since proved its validity more and more clearly, we may deduce the conclusion that the content of anxiety dreams is of a sexual nature, the libido belonging to which content has been transformed into fear. Later on, I shall have opportunity to support this assertion by the analysis of several dreams of neurotics. I shall have occasion to revert to the determinations in anxiety dreams and their compatibility with the theory of wish fulfillment when I again attempt to approach the theory of dreams.